I woke up with my own teeth grinding loud enough to hear, my shirt soaked straight through, and my cheek glued to a desk that belonged to a dead man. For about 3 seconds, I just sat there breathing, checking the corners of the study for anything that might want to eat me. Nothing. Candles, dust, a very expensive chair I had not paid for. Second nightmare in 7 days, and both of them the kind where you can smell the blood afterward. Cool, very cool. Love that for me. Somebody knocked on the door hard enough to rattle it. "My lord, good news!" My steward Alaric came in beaming like a man who had just won a bet. "Thanks to your wise planning, Captain Swift killed a skeleton warrior and a skeleton archer during last night's meteor shower. The territory lost nobody." I sat there with my face doing something complicated. My wise planning had been a dream. 7 days ago, I dreamed 2 shooting stars falling on my land with monsters riding inside them, woke up sweating, decided I would rather look insane than be dead, and sent my guards out on a hunch I could not have explained to a single living person, including myself. And it happened, exactly the way I saw it, which meant the second nightmare was also going to happen. Let me tell you what the second nightmare had in it. Next week's meteor shower, same night, same sky, except this time, about 30 dark creatures come down instead of 2, plus a hellhound, plus a headless knight. And I have 11 guards. I looked down at the parchment on my desk, the one I had been reading right before I passed out on it, because the previous owner of this body had left it out like a suicide note with footnotes. February 3rd 5-year period. A meteor shower brings 24 dark creatures to storm territory. The Baron's castle is breached. Nobody inside survives. The Baron dies fighting. May of the same year, Baron Vance takes over. Meteor shower, castle breached. Baron Vance dies fighting. October of the same year, Baron Silas takes over. 31 dark creatures. Baron Silas dies fighting. July of the following year. Baron Croft takes over. You already know how this sentence ends. 4 lords, 4 graves. Same castle, same desk, probably the same chair I was currently sweating into. And the reason I was in that chair at all comes down to one decree. 2 weeks earlier, Count Fleur had summoned every one of his vassals and demanded a second son, each. Each second son got a knighthood and a piece of land, and whoever built the best territory in 3 years would get a permanent hereditary barony and marry the earl's only heir, the flower of the Fleur herself, Lady Lyra. For a second son who inherits absolutely nothing by law, this is winning the lottery while standing in line at the unemployment office. The land I got handed was Storm Territory, also known, affectionately, as the Land of Misfortune, the place where the sky drops monsters on you like a delivery service and 4 barons in a row went into the ground. That was not luck. That was Viscount Torvin, the Earl's younger brother, picking my name off a list and putting a bow on it. And the original owner of this body understood the gift perfectly, because he caught a fever on the road here and died of it before he even arrived, which is where I came in his body, with his memories and his lovely inherited problems. So, there was my situation. Run and lose the title, the land, and probably my head to the Earl for abandoning my people. Stay, and get a very traditional local funeral in about 6 days. Good heavens, I said. Is there seriously no option where I get both? The universe waited for exactly that sentence. Something chimed behind my eyes, bright and cheerful, like a shop bell in my skull. Main quest complete. First, nightmare premonition. System successfully bound, weekly lottery activated, reward issued, 1 energy point, and then, before I could enjoy that for even a second chime. Main quest issued, second nightmare premonition, reward 5 energy points. Completion, 0 out of 28, 28. It wanted me to kill 28 dark creatures, with 11 guards, in 1 week. Okay, I said to the ceiling. So we're doing hard mode. A panel unrolled across my vision, and I have to be honest, it was a little disappointing. 2 functions. That was it. No shop, no cheat sword, no button labeled "Make Me Strong." The first was something called the Daughter of Luck Compendium, which claimed it would identify Daughters of Luck and record them automatically when I met one. Great. Except this world has never heard of a Daughter of Luck. It only has the other kind, and everyone knows about her, and everyone burns her. The second function was a search. 1 energy point, and it would find elemental sprites inside my territory. My arms actually shook. Elemental sprites are the good thing meteors bring. Tiny living creatures made of raw element, small enough to sit in your palm, and they rewrite land. A green sprite makes your soil rich and your harvests fat. A purple sprite upgrades the quality of a plant that grows on your land. A yellow sprite creates a mineral vein where there was nothing. A blue sprite turns your terrain into a habitat some creature will move into and never leave. Between those 4, you can build an entire civilization out of dirt. 1 sprite sells for hundreds of gold coins, and nobody can ever find them. After a sprite lands, you have 24 hours to locate it and sign a contract with it, and after that, it wakes up on its own and leaves this world entirely. Lords keep standing bounties posted year-round just in case. A gold coin for anyone who brings one in. Most people go their whole lives seeing one exactly never. I had one energy point and a radar. It has to be there, I said, and pressed it. It has to be there. The point drained. A circle bloomed on the panel and started sweeping. Then a red dot lit up, and the system told me, in the same cheerful shop bell voice, that an elemental sprite had been found inside my territory. I jumped straight out of my chair with both fists in the air. Sir! Sir! Alaric, still standing there, watching his brand new lord celebrate absolutely nothing in an empty room. My apologies, Steward Alaric, I said, dropping instantly back into the dignified voice of a nobleman. Your news was simply so encouraging. I would never presume, my lord, said Alaric, in the tone of a man filing that away forever. Have the horses prepared. I am going out. We had 3 horses in the whole castle. Alaric brought me one of them, and I rode east alone into the dark, which is not remotely proper for a nobleman, except my only guard squad was already out at Maie village, and the dot was close, so I decided propriety could file a complaint later. 10 minutes of following a mini-map that zoomed in as I got closer, and I was tying my horse to a bush with a torch in one hand, and my longsword in the other. Past the thorns, there was a clearing, and in the middle of the clearing, there was a pit half a meter wide, with heat still coming off it, and in the pit was a reddish rock the size of 2 fists. I tapped it with my sword. The shell cracked open like a nut. Inside was a small round creature glowing faint purple, with 2 little eyes and a little mouth and nothing else, fast asleep. A purple sprite, hundreds of gold coins, sitting in a hole in the ground. In the exact week I needed to hire an army. I picked it up. It was warm and soft and did not burn at all. Then I took out a small porcelain bottle, tipped a little powder onto my finger, and held it to the sleeping creature's mouth. Powdered magic tulip, apparently their favorite thing in existence. The little guy's eyes stayed shut and its mouth opened anyway, tongue out, licking my finger like a dog dreaming about dinner. You are greedy, I whispered, delighted. You can smell food while unconscious. It smacked its lips, considered the flavor, opened its mouth as wide as it would go to display 2 tiny front teeth, and bit down on my finger with everything it had. I made a noise I'm not proud of. Purple light rolled off it in waves. It swallowed, opened its eyes, looked up at me with 2 enormous wet eyes and said, Migu, Migu, and I felt it. A warm current of pure affection landing directly in my chest, which was apparently the contract. It could not talk, but from that second on, I always knew exactly how the little monster felt about everything. Mostly it felt hungry. I am not going to be able to sell you, I admitted out loud, which is a real problem. I need money to not die next week. Burn her. Burn her. The shouting came from beyond the trees. I stuffed the sprite into my coat and went back to the road. And there were maybe 40 people coming up it with torches. Burn her! This daughter of misfortune brought the dark creatures tonight. If she doesn't die, she'll bring worse. Burn her! Let the Lord burn her. Ah. So, that is what a witch hunt sounds like when you are the one who has to decide. Here's the thing about the daughter of misfortune, and I want you to understand that in this world, it is not a superstition. It is a documented meteorological fact. If one exists within 3 miles, the meteors that fall will contain dark creatures. Not might. Will. And usually a lot more of them than normal, enough to erase a territory off the map. Kings avoid them, nobles avoid them, serfs avoid them, and the rule everybody agrees on, from the throne down to the pig farmer, is 1 line long. The daughter of misfortune must die, immediately at the stake. Who's there? Someone shouted, and my own guard captain came jogging up with a torch. It's me, I said, from the horse. My lord, why are you out here alone at this hour? Swift nearly dropped the torch. I heard 2 dark creatures turned up at Maie village. I came to look. What is this? Sir, the daughter of misfortune has appeared in Maie village. She may be the one who brought them. Show me. The crowd went down on their knees in a wave as I rode in. I told them to get up. Swift pulled a girl forward with her wrists and ankles bound. She was about 19, though it was hard to tell, because she was thin in the way that means she had not eaten properly in years. Patched linen dress, no shoes, dirt on her face. Standing in a ring of torchlight held by people she had lived beside, all of whom had decided tonight was the night. Swift, I said, how did you decide she's the one? Her eyes, sir. He turned to her and barked it. Lift your head and let the Lord see your eyes. She trembled and lifted her head. Brown eyes, and around each pupil a thin ring of gold, sitting there like someone had drawn it on. In my old life, that would have been a very good pair of contact lenses. Here, it was a death certificate. My lord, shall we take her back to Maie village and deal with it now? Waiting brings misfortune. Nobody in that crowd looked sorry. Not the villagers, not Swift. To them, she was not a girl, she was a weather event. And then my skull chimed again. Daughter of Luck detected. One entry added to the compendium. Please review. I opened it, and the thing had changed. It was not a panel anymore. It was an old, beautifully made book, and the first page said something that would get you hanged on this continent. Dark creatures are bloodthirsty and powerful, and every appearance brings disaster. But the Creator is fair. For every dark side there is a bright side, and that bright side is the Daughter of Luck. They possess extraordinary talents, and those talents are the key to defeating the dark creatures. I turned the page with my heart going sideways. Daughter of Luck. Ilara. Semi-awakened. Special skill, archery. Special talents, precise senses, and fatal strike. She is a formidable marksman, and the day she grows into a true sharpshooter, even a frostbone dragon will tremble in front of her. And then the part that made me forget to breathe. She is also an excellent commander. In Elementary Awakening, her archers master archery within 1 week and permanently gain 10% accuracy. Maximum 10 students at a time, which increases as her awakening level rises. Underneath, in smaller text, the catch. In her current half-awakened state, her talents do not function, and dark creatures can sense her. An Elementary Awakening potion will finish the job. 1 part long taro flower, 1 part white bellflower, 2 parts silver clover. The girl the entire world burns on sight is the counterweight to the monsters. The most feared person on the continent is the answer to the thing everyone is afraid of. They have been throwing their own artillery into the fire for centuries because of the color of somebody's eyes. So, I said out loud before I could stop myself. The Daughter of Misfortune is the one with the talents. My lord, shall we take her to the village for punishment? No. Swift froze. So did 40 people holding torches. Right. I was the only person alive who knew, and there was no version of the truth I could say in front of a crowd without it reaching the capital by the end of the month. Take her to the castle, I said, changing gears. I'm tired tonight. I'll deal with her another day. Yes, sir. Swift did not understand a word of it and obeyed anyway, which is genuinely the finest quality a man can have. Wait, my lord, you cannot do this. The crowd split, and a middle-aged man in a silk robe rode through it on a real war horse, which made my scrawny castle horse look like a farm animal wearing a costume. Civil Administrator Merrick greets your excellency. Now, on paper, I hold power of life and death over every soul in Storm territory, and nobody should ever be able to tell me no. In practice, Merrick was not mine. The Earl assigns a civil administrator to every new lord for 3 years to supervise development and file a monthly report on your performance. He also holds an honorary knighthood, which means he is a noble, which means he is not afraid of me. And this particular one had been personally installed by Viscount Torvin, the same man who chose my grave for me. Torvin had even given him 5 private guards, citing the dangers of the Storm territory, which is the single most polite way I have ever seen someone say, "I hope you die soon." He had been in my territory 2 days and had already caused me more trouble than the monsters. Merrick, I said, and my voice went flat. Your opinion? My lord, the Daughter of Misfortune brings disaster. You are plunging every soul in Storm territory into crisis because you personally feel tired. Surely you know the longer she lives, the worse it gets. That landed. I watched it land, all across a crowd of people who had spent their whole lives afraid of the sky. Furthermore, he added, warming up, my lord has been in the territory more than 2 days and has not once inspected it. How could he be tired? Yes, someone muttered. The lord has never even ridden out. How is he tired? Administrator Merrick. Swift stepped forward fast. The lord collapsed with fever on the road here and only got his strength back this noon. Remember your place. Who is the Lord of Storm territory? You are a guard captain with no title, Swift. Disrespect me again, and I file a complaint with the Council of Nobles in Fleur City. Enough. I put my voice through the whole clearing. Merrick, this is my Storm territory. Everything in it is under my authority, and that includes you. And that is the exact moment my new roommate decided to check out the neighborhood. Something wriggled in my coat, and a small glowing purple head popped out of my collar and looked around at 40 torches with enormous curious eyes. What is that? It's a sprite! It's a purple sprite! I've never seen one, not once in my life. The whole clearing lit up soft purple. Serfs, guards, everybody, mouths open. Even the toddlers in this world know what an elemental sprite is, because there is a standing bounty of 1 gold coin posted for one, and a gold coin here is enough money to move a serf family into a comfortable life permanently. How did I forget about you? I murmured, and then I raised my voice. Merrick, you asked why I was tired. This is why. Tonight I went out and I found a purple sprite. Merrick's face began doing arithmetic. And do you know what a sprite represents? Luck. The favor of the god of glory resting on me. So, No, I am not particularly worried about misfortune coming to storm territory. Nothing on this continent is harder to find than a sprite. Finding one is not a hobby, it is a miracle with witnesses. He had just publicly announced I was cursed to a crowd staring at proof I was blessed. Nothing to say, Administrator? I leaned forward. Then I order you out of my sight immediately, or I will exercise my authority as Lord even if the Earl punishes me for it. His expression changed about 4 times. He could not work out how the timid, useless second son everyone had laughed at before departure had turned into this. Finally, he said, "We're leaving," to his 5 guards and got out of my clearing. "Swift, disperse them. Bring the girl to the castle." "Yes, sir!" Swift was thrilled. 2 days in the territory and his lord had already produced an elemental sprite out of his shirt. Excellent start. Alaric was waiting in the courtyard with a servant holding a copper basin, because Alaric is always waiting, and I have never once beaten him to anything. "Alaric," I said, handing over the reins. "Take the girl into the inner castle, have her washed, and bring her to my bedroom." "Yes, sir." He said it without one flicker of surprise, which should have been my first warning. Swift watched her go inside and opened his mouth to argue, and then closed it again, and just looked at me with an expression I could not read at all. Everyone on the road had assumed their new master had a fever because he was frightened. Now they were revising. Not many nobles are brave enough to spend the night with the daughter of misfortune in their bedroom. I had become a legend in the space of 1 sentence, and I did not find out for another week. I went straight to the storeroom. The recipe needed 1 part long taro flour, 1 part white bell flour, and 2 parts silver clover. And by pure luck, those are all common enough to sit in a castle pantry. 10 minutes in an empty kitchen, and I had a bowl of something that smelled like boiled lawn. Then, while I waited, I decided to see what the lottery did. System, I would like to participate in the lottery. Lottery activated. 1 draw available. Press it yourself. A wheel appeared across my vision, covered in fruit. Strengthening fruit improves the body. Agility fruit increases agility. Intelligence fruit enhances thinking. There are such things, I said, and my eyes went wide because this world has fighting spirit in it, and the previous owner of this body was famously catastrophically bad at it. 16 years old and still could not gather a single seed of it. A knight who cannot fight is a decoration. I hit the button, the pointer spun, and the shop bell went off in my head, congratulating me on a strengthening fruit. It came out of the panel golden, about the size of a lychee, and smelled so good my mouth watered before I made any decision at all. I ate it in 1 bite. It turned into a warm current going down my throat, and then spread into every limb I own, and for about a minute I stood in my bedroom feeling better than I have ever felt about anything. No peel, no pit, just gone. I drew my longsword to check. This is a standard 2-handed cross sword, 2 kilograms. If the old owner of this body had held it out straight in 1 hand, his arm would have shaken like a wet dog. I held it out one-handed. Nothing moved. It felt like a toy. Thrust, cut, slash, across the whole bedroom until I was sure it was not adrenaline lying to me. My strength had roughly doubled. I was now measurably stronger than an average grown man, which, for a body that could not lift its own sword yesterday, is a fantastic Tuesday. Knock, knock, knock. "My lord, the female serf you requested has finished washing." The female serf I requested. I stood there with a sword in my hand and my dignity leaving the building. This man was going to say things like that out loud for the rest of my life. "Come in." Alaric escorted her in, spotless now, in a maid's dress. "Sir, is there anything else you require?" "No, Steward Alaric. Go and rest." "Yes, sir. Have a pleasant evening." He bowed, closed the door with tremendous care, and I swear on my life, I heard the man's opinion of me improve through solid wood. Alara stood in the middle of the room, not moving. I pointed at the sofa and said her name gently, and she came over and knelt on the stone floor instead. I nearly stopped her. Then I did not. The rank system in this world is welded into people at the bone, and in a lord's bedroom, she was going to feel safer on the floor than on the furniture, and that was not something I could fix with 1 sentence. "Your name is Ilara?" "Yes, my lord." Barely audible, head down. "Do you have family?" "A younger sister. She was not born in storm territory. She was exiled here 2 years ago. Her older sister awakened as a daughter of misfortune, and their father reported his own child for the bounty, and they burned her. The condition runs in families, so the state shipped the remaining 2 girls to the Land of Misfortune, which is where you send people when you want the sky to handle it. Then she remembered who she was talking to, and her voice went fast and thin. "My lord, I am the daughter of misfortune, but my sister has nothing to do with it. She would never bring misfortune. Please do not blame her. I will serve you in any way. I am willing to go to the stake if it lifts the curse from the territory." I had started this conversation to calm her down. Outstanding work, Mies. "Why do you think I would hurt your sister?" She shook, glanced up, checked my face for something, and then told me. 3 years ago, the lord before me, Baron Croft, issued an order. Kill every female relative of any daughter of misfortune in the territory, awakened or not, on the grounds that they brought bad luck. Dozens of girls died that year. The sisters were exiled here the year after. That timing is the only reason either of them was alive to be standing in my bedroom. Baron Croft, incidentally, was later killed by dark creatures, and I would like to formally state that I have no notes. Ilara, look at me. She raised her head, still shaking. Washed clean and out of the torchlight, she was clearly a striking young woman, and the only thing wrong with her was that she was starving. I am not going to send you to the stake, and I am not going to harm your sister. Not the stake? She looked genuinely confused. In her understanding of physics, if the daughter of misfortune does not die, the territory does. I took her by the shoulders, lifted her off the floor, and put her on the sofa like a person. And I'm not only sparing you, I intend to make you captain of my guard. Captain, she repeated. I watched her run the numbers and arrive at the only sane conclusion, which was that her new lord was either simple or setting up a joke at her expense. She was clearly betting on the joke. Do you believe me, Ilara? I believe you, my lord. She absolutely did not, but I was the lord, so she nodded. That is what you do. Good. Drink this. I handed her the bowl of boiled lawn. She did not dare refuse, drank the whole thing, and within a minute she was asleep sitting up. I laid her flat and put a blanket over her and went to bed myself, because a fever on the road plus a night of witch hunting had emptied me out completely. She woke up the next morning under a brand new wool blanket, and I know exactly what she did first, because she told me, much later, laughing. She checked her clothes. Everything was where she had left it. She let out a breath, then her face fell. In her world, that meant the Lord had had her washed and brought to his bedroom, and then changed his mind, which meant everything he said last night had been a kindness told to a dead girl. She was not afraid of dying. She was afraid for a 12-year-old. That sister of hers had been abandoned by their father, walked out of her own village behind Ilara, and spent 2 years picking wild vegetables out of ditches without once crying about being hungry. Instead, the kid made jokes. Deliberately. To keep her big sister's face from going gray. Live, Ilara was thinking. Whatever they do to me, please just live. You're awake, I said from the doorway. She was off the sofa and kneeling on the bare floor before I finished the sentence. Get up. Ilara, look who's here. Sister! A girl in a brand new maid's uniform was standing in my doorway with her chin up like she had been promoted to general. Iris! Sister, the Lord says I can work in the castle as a maid. He says I get 10 copper coins a day. Ilara looked at the kid, then at me, then at the kid again. A castle maid is a genuinely respectable position in this world, and the surviving relative of a daughter of misfortune does not get within a mile of one. From today you are my guard captain, I said, and your sister works in the castle. I thought that arrangement might let you serve me with a clear head. Are you willing? I am, thank you, my lord. Her eyes went red, and I watched her understand, about 12 hours late, that I had not been lying to her. But my lord, I don't know how to fight. Fair. Being a guard requires being able to pick things up, and there was not much of her. Something pinged behind my eyes. Side quest. Help the daughter of Ilara discover her own abilities. Reward, the location of a second sprite. I nearly laughed. I was already going to do that for free, and the system was paying me a second sprite for it. Ilara, don't worry about any of that. You'll find out what you can do very shortly. Go eat. The servants have already started. When you're finished, I'll appoint you formally. Breakfast in my castle, by the way, since we are talking about lavish noble living. I sat alone at a 6-meter table. Commoners are not permitted to sit at a lord's table, and the penalty for it is hanging, so this is a rule the nobles have to remember too. And my meal, the single most expensive breakfast available in all of Storm territory, was 1 white bread roll and a piece of smoked meat. Truly, the decadence of the ruling class. Swift came in while I was wiping my hands. Sir, all 10 serf youths have been brought. 4 are former hunters. The rest are the strongest young men in the territory. Very good. That was my second guard squad. I had ordered it on my first day for one reason, which was Merrick. He had 5 guards of his own. I had 11. 20 against 5 is a number that ends arguments before they start. On my way out, I picked up a mask off the table. I found it in the storeroom. It was a ballroom mask, copper, hollowed out into a fine open pattern, covering only the eyes. 4 barons had lived and died in this castle, and every one of them left small, useless things behind. And nobody ever took any of it, because everyone assumed anything from that castle carried the bad luck with it, which is how I ended up with a wardrobe of free luxury goods. Ilara, put this on. From now on, you wear it any time you leave the castle. Because the second anyone outside the walls saw a ring of gold around her eyes, we would be right back in a clearing full of torches, except this time, they would be coming for me too. She put it on, and I will admit I stopped for a second. Huh, I said. No wonder the nobles like these. Outside the gates, 10 teenagers in rags knelt in a row and shouted a greeting loud enough to startle birds, with their faces absolutely shining. Being a lord's personal guard is the best job a serf can get in this world. Steady pay, real status, and proximity to power. Getting picked by Swift was, for them, the lottery. Do you know why you're here? Yes, my lord. Then I declare that from today you serve as the guards of Storm territory. Thank you, my lord. We swear to serve you to the death. They meant it too. The moment a serf swears to a lord, he stops being a serf on paper, and if he lives long enough and earns enough battle merit, he can end up a commoner with land of his own. Maybe 1 in 100 ever gets there, but 1 in 100 is not 0, and 0 is what they had yesterday, which is why the guards of a minor noble are the most loyal men on the continent. Good. Now meet your captain. Alara, come here. The noise that came out of that courtyard was tremendous. Not just the new recruits. Swift's veterans looked like the ground had opened. Sir, you've made Alara the guard captain. Is that appropriate? Swift did not hesitate this time. In his head, a lord keeping the daughter of misfortune around for company was eccentric. A lord putting her in command of the men who defend his walls was a public safety issue. What's inappropriate about it? My lord, she is a daughter of misfortune, and her abilities are swift. I had the answer ready. I had spent the night building it. 2 nights ago, I had a dream. In that dream, the god of glory told me that the daughter of misfortune does not bring me bad luck. She brings me good luck. Silence. Everyone looking at everyone. Perhaps you think a dream proves nothing. Then let me point out that the purple sprite I found last night was in the same dream, and I found it exactly where I was told. You see what I did there? I have no idea if this world's god exists, but in a world where nobody can read, theology is not a belief system, it is the highest available form of evidence. You may privately doubt a divine omen. You may not say so in front of witnesses. That is how people end up on a pile of firewood. Understood, sir. They understood nothing. They just could not argue with it, which was the entire design. Then greet your captain. Greetings, Captain Alara. 10 young men saluted a girl who had been dragged through a field in ropes 11 hours earlier. She jumped like they had thrown something at her, stammered a greeting back, and looked at me for instructions with enormous eyes. You were all just wondering whether she's qualified, I said, taking a longbow off one of Swift's men and handing it over. Let her show you. Alara, shoot the red fruit off that tree. The tree was about 2 meters tall and more than 50 meters away, standing in the scrub that had grown wild outside the castle over the years, with maybe a dozen small red fruits on it. Yes, my lord, but, my lord, I don't know how to shoot. Behind me, Swift and the guards developed extremely careful expressions. They were watching their lord ruin himself in public, and were determined not to be caught enjoying it. You do know how, Alara. The god of glory gave you the ability. You just haven't used it yet. Here. I stepped in behind her, put my hands over hers, and walked her through it. Left hand grips, right hand knocks, pinch the shaft, raise, draw, aim, release. The arrow came off the string like a sad little cough, wobbled about 4 meters, and fell in the dirt. Every man in that courtyard developed a sudden urgent interest in his own boots, on the grounds that laughing at your lord is a whipping offense. How was that? I asked her. Did you feel it? And here is the thing nobody else in the courtyard could see. Something had changed in her the instant the arrow left the string. She could not have told you what. The bow in her hands had just stopped being a stick and started being an extension of her arm. I felt it, my lord. She nodded hard, and her voice had gone strange. Good. Then do it yourself. Swift was thinking, and he told me this himself weeks later, that if she hit anything at that range, he would eat the longbow. She knocked a new arrow, raised it, and her breathing changed. She did not notice it happening. Inhale, exhale, inhale, hold. That is the exact rhythm a master archer arrives at after 15 years, and she arrived at it in 11 seconds because something in her blood already knew the way. The gold rings in her eyes caught the light. The arrow came off the string with a whistle. That's not possible, Swift said, and his face had gone slack. The whistle alone tells you everything. That sound means the arrow left clean at full force with no tremor anywhere in the wrist, and men train for years and never once produce it. 50 meters away, the fruit burst off the branch, and the arrow kept going and buried itself in the mud another 4 meters out. Then she loosed a second one without meaning to. Her hands just did it. And this one had a faint red shimmer running along the shaft. The fruit did not fall. The fruit turned into dust in midair. She has fighting spirit, Swift whispered. His voice was not working properly. My lord, the daughter of misfortune is a titled knight? Everyone in this world calls anyone with fighting spirit a titled knight. And there are 3 grades of them, bronze and silver and gold. Anybody who has it gets recruited by a noble house immediately, serf or not, and never goes hungry again for the rest of their life. She was not actually using fighting spirit. That red shimmer was raw talent doing an impression of it, which is arguably more frightening. but I saw no reason at all to correct the misunderstanding, and by my rough math, she was already sitting at the edge of low bronze without having trained a single day. My lord, I'm sorry. I shot the second one without deciding to. She had come out of it and was standing in a ring of men staring at her like she was on fire. For a girl who had been a condemned serf the previous morning, that is not a comfortable place to stand. You did very well, Ilara. Now, do you understand why I made you guard captain? I understand, my lord. The system picked that exact moment to pay me. Side quest complete, it announced. And the reward is information. A sprite will fall in the next meteor shower. 2 sprites in 2 weeks. In a normal barony, you celebrate 1 or 2 a year. This cursed graveyard of a territory that 4 men died in was, apparently, the luckiest ground on the continent, and nobody had ever noticed, because everyone who owned it kept dying before the paperwork came through. And the rest of you, I said, keeping my face still. We understand, my lord. Swift came forward and went down on one knee. My lord, Swift was wrong. Please punish me. Look at it from his side. 5 of him would not survive one of her, once she learned to fight. And the girl the church says is a walking curse had just displayed the gift of a knight, which meant his lord's story about the dream had to be true, because how else would you explain it? Swift, I'm not a fool of a lord, and I don't punish loyalty. Get up. Thank you, my lord. I swear to serve you to the death. And this time, he meant it in his chest instead of in his job description. 2 days earlier, his loyalty had been the mechanical kind, the kind that comes with an assignment. Now, his lord had shown mercy, judgment, and the visible favor of a god, and there is a saying about that. When one man rises, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If I ever became a hereditary baron, these men would become the vassals of a hereditary baron. Very good. But nothing that happened here leaves this courtyard. Not one word. Understood? Yes, my lord. Swift, hand out the longbows. Ilara, they're yours. Train them. Then, because I could see the panic arriving in her eyes, I added, you don't need a system. Just keep them shooting and don't let anyone loaf. That was all I needed. 10 men, 1 week, and a commander whose talent stamps a permanent 10% onto everyone she teaches. Riding out along the dirt road afterwards, I got the armory report, and it was a comedy. 5 usable longswords, my lord. 12 longbows, 11 of which are now with the second squad. 50 arrows ready to shoot. Another 200 arrowheads with no shafts. 150 is thin. 4 dead barons had left a great deal of equipment in that castle, and almost all of it was junk. Swords I could live without. Arrows I could not. 5 arrows per archer is not a battle. It is a warning shot. I had 10 gold coins to my name. Total. The entire treasury of Storm territory. Little guy, I said to the purple lump riding in my palm, this would be a wonderful moment for you to earn your keep. I had already given up on selling him, partly because I had Ilara now and did not need to buy mercenaries, mostly because he had started making a happy noise every time I turned my head toward him, and I am not made of stone. What a purple sprite actually does is upgrade the quality of one plant species growing on your land. Roll well, and you get a magic fruit tree, the kind that permanently strengthens a knight's body, and those sell for absurd money. Roll badly, and you get a slightly nicer weed. The whole Fleur family became an earldom off one purple sprite that happened to pick the tulip potion flower, which is why the earl's crest has a flower on it, and why his family has money, and mine does not. You do not get to choose. The sprite chooses. He went off like a firework in my hand. Go on then. I threw him, and he hovered 10 centimeters off the ground and shot away down the road, with all of us chasing him on horseback, which is a genuinely undignified way for a lord to travel through his own territory. He stopped at a stand of trees outside Maye village, and when I saw what they were, I nearly fell off the horse. Swordwood. Straight, smooth, hollow poles that grow 7 or 8 meters tall and never thicker than your wrist. Normally worthless. Too soft for anything but sword sheaths, which is where the name comes from. Unless a sprite upgrades it. Upgraded swordwood becomes so hard and so tough that iron struggles to cut it, and at that point, you do not need to process it at all. You cut it down, and you are holding a spear, a lance, and the young saplings make arrow shafts that outperform anything a carpenter can produce. The purple light came off him in rings, rolled out through the grove, and the trees drank it. Bark went smooth and glossy all the way down the line. We're rich, I said, out loud, to nobody, again. Swift and the others came puffing up on foot and started shouting congratulations at me about the god of glory. Swordwood grows all over the principality, and almost none of it is ever chosen. The only other upgraded grove in the earldom belongs to the earl himself. One swordwood tree sells for a silver coin. A sprite affects about an acre. An acre of that grove holds 300 or 400 trees. I had walked out of my castle with 10 gold coins and walked back with a forest. Meanwhile, the little guy had burrowed into the trees, picked out the tallest, thickest one in the whole grove, and started flying happy circles around it like a dog claiming a couch. I went to a sapling about as thick as my finger and swung my longsword at it. It rang, metal on metal. The sapling came off, and there was a dent in the edge of my sword. "This is wood," I said. "This is a fantasy world, and this is wood. Swift. 2 guards on this grove permanently. Nothing happens to that sprite. Animals will not touch a sprite, and neither will demonic beasts. Dark creatures and human beings are the problem, and I had one particular human being in mind. And those 200 arrowheads. Every night from now on, the guards cut saplings and make shafts. That is not skilled work. Point plus stick equals arrow. They could do it in the dark and wood. I left the sprite there permanently, and here is why. A sprite that lives with its chosen plant keeps upgrading the new growth, and it also gets a chance at something better. There are 3 stages. A sprite lives about 10 years and reaches 1 acre. A great sprite lives 100 years and reaches 10 acres. An angel sprite lives 300 or 400 years and reaches 100 acres, which means a sprite is a windfall and a great sprite is a dynasty. If my little biter ever made that jump, that grove alone would fund my house for a century. The odds are roughly 1 in 100. You can improve them by feeding it potion powder every single day, which is expensive, which makes the whole arrangement exactly like buying lottery tickets, except the ticket lives in your shirt and bites you. Then, I went home and got to work on the part I could not buy. The reason the previous owner of this body was written off as a waste was simple. He was born physically weak, and you cannot cultivate fighting spirit in a body that thin. 16 years old, and he had never managed to form a single seed of it. I pulled our family's fighting manual out of my robes. Blazing flame. Fighting technique. 6 pages long, worth 300 gold coins, and the single most closely guarded possession of the entire Thorn family. Cultivating fighting spirit takes 2 things: a body strong enough to survive the process, and meditation to draw the fighting elements out of the air and into yourself until a seed forms. Once the seed forms, you are a titled knight, and everything about your life changes. I closed my eyes and reached out, and instead of darkness, I found the world full of tiny points of colored light, which is the whole reason this world has knights in it at all. I went for the red ones, fire a tribute. The previous owner had failed here every time, and now I understood why. Your chi meridian is like a balloon. His was so narrow that a trickle of fighting spirit jammed it solid, and forcing more through it does not make you stronger, it makes you dead. Mine was twice as wide as it had been 3 days ago, because I had eaten a fruit out of a slot machine. "Everything's in place," I said. "I just have to push." So, that was my week. Not inspecting my territory, not meeting my people, not doing a single thing a lord is supposed to do. Just sitting in a garden, pulling fire into my chest, while 11 men shot arrows at a fence and 10 more carved shafts by candlelight. 7 days later, I was eating dinner alone at a 6-meter table under one sad copper chandelier when Alaric came in. "My lord, Captain Alara reports the small holes you ordered are finished, and Captain Swift has invited Administrator Merrick." "Good, it's about time." Outside, the sky went off like artillery. 3 concussions, then flashes, then more. "Alaric, whatever happens tonight, the gates do not open without my order." "Yes, sir." I went out fully armed, chainmail under leather, small round shield strapped to my left wrist, helmet, long sword. 20 kilograms of ironmongery that the old owner of this body could not have walked in. I walked in it fine. The night before, at some point around 2 in the morning, the fire finally packed itself down into a seat in my chest and stayed there. Nobody knew that yet. "Greetings, my lord." Swift and Alara had the whole squad drawn up outside the gate, and every one of them stared at the state of me. Merrick, standing off to one side with his 5 borrowed guards, looked like a man doing sums about the exits. "My lord, why have you come out at this hour?" "Administrator, tonight is the night of the shooting stars." I smiled at him. "I invited you up to the castle to enjoy them with me." His face closed. He assumed I was mocking him, which, to be fair. "My apologies, my lord. A civil administrator's duties are heavy. If there's no business, I'll withdraw." "Sir, look at the sky." Everyone looked up. They had all watched a meteor shower before. It happens every week. You get nervous, you get through it. 20 or 30 burning lines were coming down at us. "We're finished," someone said. Grown men were shaking. I was the only calm person in that courtyard, and only because I had already watched this happen once, from inside my own head, 7 days earlier. I knew the number. I knew where they would land, less than 200 meters from the castle gate. "This is the Land of Misfortune," Merrick said, and his voice had gone thin. 10 days. 10 days in a wave like this. He knew exactly how the last 4 lords had died. Everyone knew. "My lord, it's dangerous out here. Back to the castle." "No, Swift." I drew my sword, and the sound of it carried. 4 lords have already tried the castle. 4 lords are dead. The walls are not the answer. I let that sit for a second. The answer is that they land weak. When a dark creature comes down, it spends about 5 minutes at less than half strength. That window is the only reason any of us will be alive at dawn. So we go down there, and we kill every single one of them before they wake up. The meteors hit, the ground moved. You're insane. Merrick was staring at me like I had started eating the grass. You're actually insane? 10 guards and 10 serfs with no armor? Merrick, I don't care why you were sent here. Tonight you'll obey me because you'd like to live. You don't have to fight, but I'm requisitioning your 5 guards. That was the whole reason I had him invited. Merrick was a parasite, but his 5 men came out of the Earl's own guard, properly trained and properly equipped, and 5 trained men was a 25% increase in my army. Absolutely not. I'm not dying beside a lunatic. 30 dark creatures would break a real baron. You're a night lord with no fighting skill at all, with 20 men, half of them serfs. This is suicide. He turned for his horse. Merrick, look at the road. I had invited him early for a reason. My castle does not sit on flat ground. It sits on its own hill, and the men who built it cut away every side, leaving 30-meter drops all the way around and exactly one approach, a slope 40 or 50 meters long and about 10 wide. No moat necessary. It is a very good castle, and it has still been breached 4 times, which tells you something about what comes out of that sky. There was a fresh crater across the bottom of that slope with things climbing out of it. I assumed that would make him reasonable. I had underestimated how afraid of dying he was. Are you all really going to die here with this madman? He turned and pitched his voice at my men. The gates have never been repaired. This castle has been broken open 4 times. Our only chance is to run for it. All of you come with me, we go through them together. Do you see what he was doing? He was not saving anyone. He needed 20 bodies charging into that crater so his warhorse could get through the gap they made. Merrick, I said, you are begging for this. Is it difficult, my lord? Then ask yourself why so many came tonight. Perhaps because their lord refused to burn the daughter of misfortune. Last time, do you obey me or not? Don't be absurd, Kaelin. You 5, protect me. The rest of you, run now before it's too late. Don't die for a useless lord, a pitiful second son who couldn't fight his way out of a... He never got the end of that sentence. Red light came up my arms, and I went through his 5 guards like a door, all 5 on the ground before any of them had a sword clear, and then I was standing in front of Merrick. You? How? That's not... The sword went in. You were saying something about fighting, I said. I apologize. I'm a titled knight. Nobody moved, nobody said anything. The only sound in that courtyard was Merrick trying to breathe. I think killing him shocked them less than what killing him revealed. Protect the Lord. Swift came around me with his sword out, and Alara had her bow up and trained on the 5 downed guards before I had even turned, which I noted and filed away with considerable satisfaction. I waved them down. You 5, choose. Die here or swear to me. I did not have time for a negotiation. I had about 3 minutes. My lord, this is a serious matter. Swift's voice was low and fast. Merrick is a noble. If he lives to speak, I knew, believe me, I knew. A noble may kill commoners and serfs all day long, but a noble may not kill a noble, ever, for any reason. Even a guilty noble can only be tried by the Council of Nobles. If word reached them, I would lose my title at best. At worst, they would take the rest. We are willing to swear to you, Lord Kaelin. The 5 of them were on their knees instantly. They had been assigned to Merrick by Viscount Torvin, not sworn to him, and they owed him precisely nothing except the paperwork. Good. Each of you put your sword in him once. Then I'll accept your oaths, and I'll bring your families out of Fleur City. Thank you, my lord. Merrick was still conscious enough for the last part. He looked up at me, with his eyes gone red, and got out one more sentence. Kaelin, you die tonight. And if you don't, Torvin will come for you. 5 swords went in at once. I did not particularly want to kill him. The consequences of it were going to follow me for a long time, and I knew that while I was doing it. But he stood at my gate with monsters climbing the hill and tried to hollow out my line so he could ride through the hole, and there is no version of me that lets that go. Guards! Swordsmen forward, longbows behind them, advance. 2 lines went down that slope at a walk, the 5 new men slotting in beside Swift, like they had always been there. And at the bottom of it, the skeletons were already up and gathering, green fire burning in their eye sockets. Ilara, archers loose at will, 10 breaths. Second squad, draw. 11 bows came up. Loose! The volley went out as one sound. Ilara's arrow arrived first, and a skull came apart into powder. Her fatal strike does not care what a thing is made of. Of the other 10 arrows, every single one hit. 10 hits. 1 kill. Because a skeleton with an arrow through its ribs is a skeleton with an arrow through its ribs. Take its arm off. Take its leg off. It keeps coming. You have to break the skull and put out the soul fire, or you are just redecorating. Loose at will. Swordsmen, with me, go for the ones the archers can't reach. For glory. 16 of us went into them. I hit the first skeleton with the shield instead of the sword, because I wanted to know, and the skull burst and the whole thing came apart into a heap of loose bone, which is not normal. Death energy makes those bones far harder than yours, and it usually takes 2 trained guards working together to put down 1 skeleton soldier. The Lord is mighty, kill! If I'd had this body in my old life, I thought, at what I now recognize was a poorly chosen moment, I could have worn my underwear on the outside. Something roared on my left, and 2 of my men went through the air. The hellhound was up. Dark creatures come in ranks, 1 through 3 at the bottom. A skeleton soldier is a first. A hellhound is a second. And the difference is not small. It was the size of a calf, dark red lines crawling all over it, and it had just swatted 2 armored men aside like laundry. Their round shields were splinters. They got up, which was frankly amazing. Back! I've got this one! It had not finished waking up yet. That was the only reason I was walking toward it instead of away, because at full strength, a hellhound fights a low bronze knight to a standstill. It saw me coming and pulled its lips off its teeth. Advanced battle key. Red light ran down my blade. It came off the ground at me with its mouth open, and I converted my swing into a thrust and put the sword straight through it in midair. And it did not care. It twisted on the blade, still on the blade, and raked both front claws at my face. I let go of the sword and got the shield up. The impact threw me several meters. When I stopped rolling and looked at my left arm, the shield was gone. Iron plate and splinters of wood all over the grass, and a wrist strap holding nothing. It came again, and my sword was still standing out of its neck. Here is where I want to correct the record about the previous owner of this body. Everyone called him a waste because he could not gather fighting spirit. But the man had trained, and he had learned fast, and all of that was in these hands. So I did not run. I dropped straight down under the jump, felt it go over me, caught the hilt on the way past, and pulled with everything the fruit had given me. It landed badly, and it did not get up again. The Lord is mighty! Watch your own fight, I snapped. 1 distracted man is 1 dead man, and they turned back to it fast. Truthfully, they were never in real danger. 11 longbows behind you, 1 of them belonging to Alara, changes the character of an evening entirely. Then I walked back and finished the hellhound properly, and stood there a second, breathing hard. No wonder people are terrified of these things. Strong, fearless, and they simply do not stop while any part of them still works. That one was fighting at half power. If it had been given 3 more minutes, I do not think I win that. Then I heard hooves. Here comes the difficult one. A headless knight is the worst thing in the low ranks, and the reason is stupid and simple. It wears full plate and it has no head, so the one weak spot everything else has, it does not have. It came into the torchlight in complete heavy armor on a warhorse over 2 meters at the shoulder, with death energy steaming off both of them, carrying a double-bladed axe that had to weigh 40 kilos. That is a problem for a mid-tier bronze knight. I was about 11 hours old as a bronze knight. My guards saw it and the cheering stopped. But I had seen it 7 days ago, from the inside of a nightmare, with plenty of time to prepare. Hey, brainless, over here! It felt my fighting spirit, and it came. Holy hell, that's fast! I turned and ran. Don't follow me! Keep fighting! I shouted over my shoulder. I did not want anybody near what was about to happen. Legs do not outrun a charging warhorse. On open ground, it gained on me the entire way. 5 meters, 4, 3, 2. I heard the axe come up, and I heard it come down. That specific whistle a large piece of moving metal makes. Almost. Then I threw myself flat on my face in the dirt. The blade skimmed my helmet with a screech I felt in my teeth, and the warhorse's front legs went into a hole. Because that is what Alara and the squad had been digging in the dark all afternoon. Dozens of small horse traps across that field, exactly the width of a hoof. A headless knight is a monster, not a ghost. Monsters have legs. Legs go in holes. 2 tons of armored cavalry cartwheeled into the ground. Advance slash! I was on it before it stopped moving. It got the axe up and blocked me, which was genuinely impressive for something that had just been thrown off a horse, so I stopped trying to be elegant and kicked the axe haft as hard as I could. It went over backwards. I landed on top of it with no dignity whatsoever, and put my sword through the one gap in all that plate, at the throat, and leaned on it with my whole weight. It had no head, so it made no sound at all. The horse screamed for both of them. Then the death energy came out of the 2 of them, and in a few seconds there was nothing left but bones. I lay flat on my back in the field and breathed. Once the hellhound and the headless knight were gone, the rest was arithmetic. I got up, rejoined the line, and a few minutes later, every skeleton in that field was a pile of parts on the grass. Victory! We won! We beat the dark creatures. My guards were screaming, and I understood why. Swift's veterans had fought before, but they had fought men, and men can be frightened. Men run. Dark creatures do not run, do not flinch, and will trade their existence for your arm without a second's thought, and fighting something that does not fear death takes something out of you that fighting a man does not. You did well tonight, I said. All of you. Not one man dead, not one seriously hurt. The Lord is mighty. They had changed the chant, I noticed. It had been about glory an hour ago, and now it was about me. To be fair to them, a brand new Bronze Knight killing a Hellhound and a Headless Knight in the same night is rare across the entire Principality, and wiping out a full invasion wave without burying anybody had, as far as any of them knew, never happened here. You showed me courage and loyalty tonight, I said. So there will be a victory feast at the castle, black bread, and as much meat soup as you can hold. And here is the part I am not proud of. My heart was still going like a drum, and my hands were still shaking, and I liked it. In my previous life, I was nobody in particular, and nothing ever happened to me. This was, unfortunately, the best I had ever felt. Meat soup, thank you for your generosity, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I swear to serve you to the death. They lost their minds over the soup. Meat is a treat for a guard. Those 10 new longbowmen were served 6 days ago, and had not tasted meat in more than half a year. So, as far as they were concerned, I had just handed out cash. Then clean up the field fast. Nobody eats until it's clean. I have never seen a battlefield tidied so enthusiastically. Swift came jogging over about a minute later, carrying the Headless Knight's breastplate like a man holding a newborn. My lord, this is inscription work. I took it and nearly dropped it. It weighed nothing. A third of what iron plate that size should weigh, and it was not thin or cheap. It was better than anything my castle owned. Under the grime on the chest, there were fine silver lines cut into the metal in a pattern. Nobody knows where dark creatures come from. What everybody does know is that whatever civilization they came out of before they died was far ahead of this one, because their gear does things nobody here can reproduce. Silver inscription makes armor lighter, it makes blades sharper and edges last longer. Ask any smith on this continent how, and he will look at you like you asked him how the moon works. This sells for 10 gold coins, I said. Then I checked the fit, discovered it was more or less my size, and decided nothing was for sale. Turns out dark creatures aren't a total loss, I said. They're a delivery service. If a few more parcels come, I'm going to be rich. Never say that. Not out loud, not ever. Second main quest complete, said the system, warmly. 28 dark creatures eliminated. Reward, 5 energy points. Third nightmare premonition issued. Reward, 10 energy points. Progress, 0 out of 168. I stood in a field of broken skeletons with my mouth open. 168? System, I was joking. It was a joke. Please take it back. The system did not take it back. The system played me the trailer right there on the inside of my eyes, awake, which was a new and deeply unwelcome feature. 5 hellhounds, 10 headless knights, and 1 tier 3 death knight. The thing that nearly killed me tonight, 10 of them, plus 5 of the other thing, plus a boss. 3 months, I read off the panel, and let out the longest breath of my life. Fine, 3 months I can work with. If that had said next week, I'd have walked to the coast and joined the fish. Half an hour later, the courtyard was full of guards sitting around trestle tables, watching servants haul out cauldrons. And the smell of it was doing things to men who had been eating boiled bread for a decade. There was more bone than meat in that broth, and nobody cared. Eat until you can't, I told them, and stepped back to let them at it. They went in like a cavalry charge. Alaric stood by the door watching them shout and swear and elbow each other inside his castle, and his eyebrow twitched, and to his eternal credit, he said nothing. I was walking out to get my horse when Ilara caught up with me. My lord, are you leaving the castle? Ilara, why aren't you eating? They'll have it all. Which, incidentally, she had earned twice over. She personally put down 12 skeleton soldiers that night. 6 of my men picked up scratches and nobody picked up worse. And the reason for that was standing in front of me, refusing dinner. I'm not hungry, my lord. Then, quieter. My lord, I'm sorry. I brought the bad luck. Perhaps you should... And there it was. She had spent the entire evening putting arrows through skulls to defend a territory, and Merrick's last public speech was still sitting in her head, telling her the whole night had been her fault. Ilara, I told you what the God of Glory showed me. You do not bring misfortune. You bring me the opposite. Do you understand that? She stopped, looked up. I believe my lord. Good. Then stop thinking about it. Get a horse, you're coming with me. I put a hand down. She took it, and I pulled her up in front of me, and she went scarlet from the collar up, and I did not notice at all, because I am a man of the world and extremely observant. Behind us, every single guard in that courtyard developed the same expression at the same moment. Not one of them worried about my safety anymore. I was a titled knight now. 10 of them could not have stopped me leaving. They also all assumed to a man that I was riding into the dark with the guard captain for reasons that had nothing to do with meteorites. We rode 2 miles out to an open field. The side quest reward had told me a sprite would come down tonight, and I had spent energy points pinning the exact spot. There was a crater in the grass with a light in it. My lord, That's a sprite. That's a blue sprite. Both of us stood there staring at it. Most sprites that ever fall are green. I had now pulled a purple and a blue in 8 days, which in this world is roughly the statistical equivalent of being struck by lightning twice while holding a winning ticket. Blue turns land into a habitat that some particular species falls in love with, which sounds like the boring one until you remember that in a world this poor, meat comes from hunting and nothing else. A blue sprite is a livestock farm that costs nothing, needs no feed, buys no breeding stock, and restocks itself forever, as long as you do not slaughter every last one. What species you get is entirely up to the sprite. Could be birds, could be horses, could be anything. Congratulations on the favor of the god, my lord, Ilara said, and she absolutely meant it. 2 sprites in 2 weeks has no other explanation available. The next morning, I ate white bread and bacon at my 6-meter table. Neither of those things was good. There is no chef in that castle. The bread fights back. But eating them at all, every day without thinking about it, made me one of the most fortunate men alive in that country, and I knew it. My lord, the column is ready. Then let's go. Time to actually look at the place I had nearly died for. Storm Territory is a real barony, roughly the size of a decent town back home, and I had been in it 11 days without seeing any of it. Alara and Swift had 5 men each waiting in the courtyard, and I was not riding Little Flower, my scrawny crossbreed. I was riding Merrick's warhorse, 2 meters at the shoulder, white all over, and it was going to be my horse for a long time. Merrick himself had been cremated. The official account, which will be entered in the record and repeated at Fleur Castle when I ship his ashes home, is that the civil administrator of Storm Territory died bravely fighting the dark creatures. The people of Maie village had got up late. They had spent the night before hiding in the woods with their children, watching 30 burning lines come down on their homes and waiting for the screaming to start. The screaming never started. They crept back in the small hours, completely baffled, ate some black bread softened in hot water, and went out to the fields. And then they saw the column coming. They vanished. Doors shut, alleys emptied. A whole village folded itself away in 4 seconds. This is the largest village in my territory, I said, mostly to myself, looking down a street I would not describe at the dinner table. Thatched huts with more hole than roof, and the road itself, which was wide and well laid out and absolutely covered in human waste. The sanitation situation went straight to the top of a list I started keeping that morning. "The Lord is inspecting his territory. Come out and pay your respects," Swift eventually bellowed. Otherwise, we were going to tour an empty village. They came out and knelt, every one of them in the same patched linen, most of them barefoot. A few of the strongest in straw sandals that had given up years ago. "Get up," I said, doing my best impression of a friendly man. Then Swift pointed at the wagon in the middle of the column and started the speech Alaric had written for him the night before, because this is a standard product that every noble house keeps in stock. "Do you see the 2 skeletons on that cart? These are the 2 great dark creatures that attacked Storm Territory last night. The Headless Knight and the Hellhound. Lord Kalen killed them personally to protect you." The village looked up. "Divine favor is upon you. Storm Territory will not be the Land of Misfortune any longer. Under Lord Kalen, it will become a place of peace and plenty. Rejoice, people of Storm Territory. From this day, you are protected. That really is a dark creature's bones. That's why nothing came last night. I think a hellhound was what killed Baron Croft. They forgot to be afraid of me for about a minute, which was the point. And I want you to understand why that speech landed so hard. When dark creatures come through, the Lord dies in his castle, but the villages are what gets eaten. Storm Territory used to hold tens of thousands of people. It was now under a tenth of that. Swift was enjoying himself enormously and kept going. And that is not all. Besides those 2, the Lord's guards destroyed 26 skeleton soldiers. The bones are stacked outside the castle. You may go and look at them whenever you wish. The entire village went back down on its knees. Standard procedure, I thought. Standard procedure works. Go on then, back to your fields or up to the castle to see the bones. They scattered like startled birds, half of them, toward the castle. "Ilara, how many people live in Maie village?" "I'm sorry, my lord, I don't know exactly. More than 1,000. They say it used to be a small town." That fit. A 5-meter main street and an actual public square is not village architecture, it is a town that lost most of its people. "Then bring me the village chief." Alaric had wanted the whole village assembled in advance to greet me on my first tour. I told him no. A parade does nothing for me and takes 1,000 people out of the fields for a day. 5 minutes later, they brought me the village chief, lying down, being carried. "What is this?" The serfs carrying him went straight to their knees and said nothing. So did the young guard who had fetched him. Nobody would look at me. "My lord," said Alara carefully, "I think the chief is starving." That made no sense. He is the chief. If the village is eating, he eats first. "My lord?" She was choosing every word like it might go off. A few days ago, Administrator Merrick said the Lord had ordered a grain levy. The chief begged him to take it next quarter, because the Earl had already collected the last quarter's tax. So, Lord Merrick confiscated all of the chief's own grain and forbade anyone in the village to lend him any. She stopped there. She was the only person present willing to say that much, and she only said it because she had spent a week learning I would not hang her for it. Everyone else stayed silent because the order had supposedly come from me, and pointing that out to a lord is a hanging offense in this world. I had never ordered a grain levy. I had never mentioned grain. I really did not kill the wrong man, I said. Genuinely, my only regret about Merrick at that moment was that I could not go and get him and do it again more slowly. Elara, feed him, not much, just enough. They got food and water into him, and after a while there was a face again, instead of a skull, and the first thing he did was crawl onto his knees and start apologizing to me for it. Get up. What's your name? My lord, my name is Silas Foote. I nearly choked. That is not a joke, by the way. That is the naming system. Elegant surnames belong to nobles. Fleur, Thorn. A serf gets called after an object, and nobody is being cruel about it. That is just what a serf name is. I would meet worse than Boots before the day was out. I asked him where the grain went. It was gone, hauled off to Baron Volkov next door and sold, and the money went into Merrick's pocket. Baron Volkov is my nearest noble neighbor. He belongs to Count Blackiron rather than to my earl, and his territory is the only place my people can buy anything at all. Merrick had emptied a village of 1,000 people. Silas Foote reckoned what was left would feed them for about a month. The next harvest was 3 or 4 months out. 1,000 people, I said. 1 month of food. The system chimed in as it does at the exact moment my stomach dropped. Side quest. The serfs of Storm territory are your property. As their lord, you cannot let them starve. Keep them alive for the next 4 months until the harvest. Reward, said the system. The appearance of the second daughter of luck. I stood there in the middle of a filthy square with a starving old man at my feet, and felt my mood do something complicated, because that reward was worth more to me than gold, and the system knew it. Where did Merrick live? That one, my lord. The only stone building in Maye village. 2 floors, moss all over it. Easily the finest house for 20 miles. My guards emptied it into the square while I watched. 200 caddies of coarse flour, 10 caddies of fine flour, 50 caddies of smoked meat, a barrel of wheat beer, 2 caddies of demonic beast meat, which runs a gold coin a pound, a full set of silver cutlery, real silver, not the plated fakes in my own castle, 5 gold coins, 30 silver, and a heap of copper. The civil administrator of Storm territory had been living considerably better than the lord of Storm territory. The demonic beast meat is the part that got me. The man whose body I am walking around in had eaten that exactly once in his life, when his father the Baron bought some for his 16th birthday. The pile came to about 15 gold coins, which, since 1 gold is 100 silver, and 1 silver is 100 copper, and 1 gold buys roughly what 10,000 yuan bought at home, meant Merrick had just funded my first month of government. Send 5 men. All of it goes to Alaric. I will say this for the man. He robbed my people, lied in my name, tried to get my guards killed so he could ride over their bodies, and then he'd left me a starting budget and a system quest. Because left to my own instincts, I would never have taxed anyone that hard, and I would have run out of money by spring. And Elara, give Silas a silver coin. Tell him to buy food. The old man went down and put his forehead on the ground again, and I got back on my horse before he could do it a 3rd time. Elara, what does wheat cost per pound? At Baron Volkov's, 30 copper, my lord. 30? My lord, Baron Volkov taxes every trade our serfs make. Buying or selling, it is 3 times the price, or he does not permit us to trade in his territory at all. She said it the way you say a fact about weather. Anywhere else in the Fleur earldom, it would be 10. A 300% surcharge on people who cannot go anywhere else. Not a tariff on goods leaving, which every earldom does to protect its own trades, but a private toll on being poor and nearby. Storm territory sits in the far southeastern corner of the Fleur earldom. To reach any other territory is a day and a night on foot through thick forest full of things that hunt. Volkov is half a day on a good road. He was not gouging my people because he was greedy. He was gouging them because he had done the geography and knew they had no alternative. I could send guards to buy grain elsewhere. Except no small noble keeps tens of thousands of caddies of surplus wheat sitting around to sell to a stranger. And even if one did, it would eat my entire 10 gold coins and the treasury would be empty before the harvest. We rode on for another hour down an empty road, through a stand of low trees, and the world opened up into blue. I actually stopped the horse. My lord? What's wrong? The wind coming up the road was salt. Elara, is Storm territory on the sea? Yes, my lord. She looked completely baffled by the question. Storm territory is bordered by the ocean. I sat on a warhorse on a cliff road above several miles of gold sand and open water, and did some quiet screaming inside my own head. I own a coastline. I had been panicking about wheat prices for 2 days, and I own a coastline. And that village? That is Doom Village, my lord. Why is it called that? Because everyone in it was exiled to Storm Territory, my lord. They are all relatives of Daughters of Misfortune. The people of Maye Village gathered them all into one place. So, the territory that the whole world treats as a rubbish heap has its own rubbish heap. Ilara, how did you end up allowed to live in Maye Village then? My parents were tailors, my lord. I can sew a little, so the village let me live at the edge of it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. My lord, you never have to apologize to me. She said it easily, and she was smiling. Because of you, Iris and I have the life we have now. Doom Village was a few dozen huts and nothing else, and they were all waiting for us at the entrance, already kneeling. Word travels. 2/3 of them were women and girls. That is not an accident either. When the state exiles the family of a daughter of misfortune, only the female relatives are compelled to go. The men are invited to come along voluntarily, and mostly they do what Alara's father did, which was collect the reward for turning in one daughter and abandon the other two. Get up, all of you! The village chief came forward. This humble servant Bramble Stump greets your lordship. A fine name, I said, with a completely straight face, and I would like some credit for that. Bramble Stump. What is the whole village doing standing at the gate? My lord, we were preparing to go west into the blazing forest to gather wild fruit. All of you, together? It took a few questions. Merrick again, of course. Doom Village had it worse than Maye. They have almost no able-bodied men, so they grow very little, and they have always made up the difference with foraging. Merrick had taken essentially all of it, and 2 months ago, something started killing foragers in the blazing forest. Several people had gone west and not come back. So, the plan was for the entire village to go together, on the theory that safety is a number. If there is a demonic beast in there, going together does not help you. I was not being dramatic. Demonic beasts are as strong as dark creatures and considerably worse, because they are intelligent. A titled knight approaches one carefully. 100 starving people with baskets simply feed it. You have the sea right there, I said, pointing at several miles of it. Why isn't anyone fishing? Silence. Even Alara gave me a strange look. What? Fish are food. Fish are better food than wild berries. My lord, Alara said quietly, there are sea monsters on the beach. Nobody can go near the water unless an army drives them off. That was information I did not have. The Thorn family lands are nowhere near the coast, and nobody in this world travels for fun. Show me. They took me down to it, and it really is a beautiful coastline. Rock stacks, tide pools, miles of clean gold sand. Also, several hundred Murloc sea monsters. Something in the back of the old owner's memory finally coughed up the lesson from his noble academy days. Murlocs run about 1.5 meters tall, blue all over, thin. They were all over that beach, playing in the shallows, digging shellfish and crabs out of the sand, and they had built themselves little huts out of driftwood and shell up past the tide line. An individual Murloc is weaker than a grown man. That is the good news, and it is completely worthless. There are hundreds of them, and they swarm. Attack one, and you fight all of them. And if the fight starts going against them, they simply run into the sea, where you cannot follow, and wait. You cannot beat them, and you cannot make them leave. They are a village of cowards with home field advantage. So now I understood the joke my territory had been telling. Miles of gold coastline. 1,000 people starving 400 meters inland. Has anyone ever tried fishing from those rocks? Because I could not clear that beach with 20 men, but the reef ran out past their patch of sand, and a fish caught from a rock is still a fish. My lord, some have tried, with grubs or with black bread for bait, but the moment the bait goes in the water, the sea monsters take it. They love food from the land. Wonderful. They eat the bait. Let's go, I said, and turned around, and had one last long look at all that useless blue. Then Swift turned his horse, and the sun came off his sword hilt straight into my eyes. I stopped dead. Wait, you don't need bait. My lord? Alara nearly walked her horse into my back. I know how to fish without food. The looks I got. Every one of them was politely wondering whether fish in this world eat iron. Bramble Stump, does your village have a fishing rod? No, my lord, but they are easy to make. I will make one at once. Do that. And bring me a small iron spoon, if anyone has one. He came back at a run with a rod that was a thin branch, a length of brown hemp rope, and an iron hook thick enough to hang meat on. I looked at that assembly and quietly revised my expectations. And the spoon, my lord. It was iron, and it had been polished until it shone, because a serf who owns an iron spoon instead of a wooden one owns a genuine possession and looks after it. I'll have you paid for this, I said, and snapped it in half. The noise Bramble Stump made was small and terrible, and then he covered his own mouth. I punched 2 holes in the bowl of the spoon with the point of my sword, tied the line through one and the hook through the other, an inch apart. A spinner. The crudest possible spinner lure, which is a thing I know about because in my old life, I went out on a lake exactly twice with a friend who was into it. The whole idea is that you do not offer the fish food. You offer it a small, bright thing that moves like a wounded fish, and a predator does not evaluate that. A predator just bites. Those rocks, come on. I walked out onto a reef about a meter above the water and swung the whole business 7 or 8 meters out, which was as far as anyone can throw a lure without a reel. The spoon went down flashing and tumbling, and fish came to look at it immediately. There we go. I started working the rod, lifting and dropping, making that broken spoon flutter like something dying. Behind me, 20 men watched their lord standing on a rock, twitching rhythmically at the sea. I later learned that the entire beach had independently arrived at the same conclusion, which was that the new lord was dancing for the fish. Then the line went tight with a sound like a whip and the branch bent into a bowl. I hauled a fish out of the water that went over a pound. Nobody moved. My guards stood there looking at that fish with real philosophical distress, and I am told at least one of them was wondering whether food obtained by dancing was safe to eat. Well, pick it up. Alara got to it first. My lord, you are amazing. This is worth 30 copper coins. 30 for one fish? That is the market price at Baron Volkov's, my lord. I have seen it. I stood on that rock and did some very rapid arithmetic. 30 copper a fish, 1,000 hungry people, several miles of coast. I threw the spoon back in. Not for dinner. I needed to know whether the first fish was luck. The school came at it again, and I started working the rod. And this time, the audience leaned in, because the serfs had decided the dance was a technique, and were trying to memorize it. 2 of them started copying my hips. Swift caught them at it, marched over, and blocked their view with his own body while hissing at them. On the grounds that this was clearly his lord's proprietary money-making skill, and unauthorized use by a serf, was practically theft. Then the rod bent much further than before. That's a big one! Too big to lift. I had to walk it along the reef, and it towed me steadily toward the sand, and I could see exactly where this was going, which was into Murloc territory. No you don't! Up! I hauled, and something around 7 or 8 pounds came out of the water, and my guards made a noise like a crowd at a fireworks display. Then the branch snapped. I did not think. I got a boot under the fish and kicked it toward shore, and Swift threw himself flat out and caught it in both arms like a man saving a baby. The Lord is mighty. It's nothing, I said, which was a lie. I was extremely pleased with myself, and more than that, I now knew that lure fishing works in this world and that my coastline is not decorative. Bramble Stump. My lord. The man was looking at me with open worship and thinking, as he later admitted, that if he could only learn the dance. How long can your village eat? A little over a week of wheat, my lord, but if we may go west for wild fruit, perhaps we can go on. Nobody goes west. Every face in front of me went gray. In this world, every blade of grass on a territory belongs to the Lord. So if the Lord forbids picking, then picking is theft. They thought I had just closed the forest and left them to starve. I'll have fishing rods made over the next few days, I said. From now on, your village fishes. Fishing. Bramblestump stared. We are to fish? Is that a problem? No, no, my lord. He started nodding like a chicken at grain. I sent him off, and Swift sidled up to me with an extremely delicate expression. My lord, are you certain about teaching them the dance? Won't that give away your secret? The what? Swift raised both hands, put a bend in his knees, and did a small demonstration of his lord's technique. I stood there and had a hard look at my own life. He was infuriatingly right about the important part. Lure fishing does not exist in this world, and it is worth an enormous amount of money. Swift, go and tell them that not one word about how we fish leaves this beach. At once, my lord. While he was gone, I took the blue sprite out of my coat, because the little one had been squirming since we came over the ridge. Please not the sea, I said to it. Anything but the sea. Because a blue sprite makes a habitat, and a habitat full of magnificent fish is worth nothing at all if it sits inside a Murloc-occupied beach that I cannot reach. But they choose. That is the whole deal. You do not get a vote. Go on then. Migoo, migoo, it said, delighted with everything, and went straight down the sand and straight into the water. Nothing touched it. Nothing ever touches a sprite. Several hundred Murlocs watched a glowing blue ball paddle past them with mild curiosity, and went back to digging up crabs. It stopped about 50 meters out, over a patch of coral I could see clearly through the water. The light came up around it and rolled outward in rings, and where the rings passed, the coral went brilliant. Colors I did not have names for. In my old life, I thought, standing on that rock with my eyes stinging, this would have been the most beautiful place in the country. Then the sea broke open. Fish came in from deep water in enormous shoals, leaping as they came, hundreds of them, throwing themselves clear of the surface in pure delight at their brand new home. Flying fish, Knight's eyesight is genuinely useful. They were all one species, about the length of a chopstick, silver all over, with a pair of ventral fins spread out like wings that let them glide a few meters above the water. Does anyone know what those are? My lord, said Bramble Stump in a very small voice. That looks like slippery flying fish. And what is a slippery flying fish? It's a bad fish, my lord. You can't eat it. Some of our villagers found one washed up once, and they had the runs for 3 days and nearly died of it. Even the seabirds won't touch them. Because of the runs. I stood on my beautiful reef, above my beautiful new coral garden, and watched several thousand worthless fish celebrate. Hundreds of gold coins of elemental sprite. 2 weeks of impossible luck. A habitat that will last a decade. Stocked permanently with a fish that gives you diarrhea. Back at the castle, I started spending money I did not have. Ilara, is there a blacksmith in Maie village? Yes, my lord. Fady keeps a forge in the village. Swift, take the spoon and the hook to Fady and order 100 sets. Tell him to hurry. Alaric will pay. Because I was not going to build an economy out of confiscated cutlery, and I was fairly sure there were not 100 iron spoons in the entire territory. Then go to the Swordwood Grove and cut 30 saplings, thumb thickness, and send them to Doom Village to be made into rods. A branch snapped on the second fish. Upgraded swordwood does not snap on anything. Then I sat down at my 6-meter table and had fish soup, and I want to record for history that it was the best thing I had eaten since arriving in this world. 2 weeks of smoked meat and bread that fought back. I am, or was, a man who cared about food, and this world had been quietly torturing me. The only real problem, I told the empty room, is that there's no cook. In the old owner's memory, his father's castle was not rich and still ran 4 or 5 cooks. Mine had none, and worse than that, my territory had no animals. Not a chicken, not a duck, not one egg anywhere in storm territory, because people who cannot feed themselves cannot feed livestock. My lord, we have new coin in the accounts. May I report? That is how it works. A noble does not count his own money. His steward counts it, and mentions it during meals, so the noble does not have to think about it. Go on. The castle held 9 gold, 30 silver, and 210 copper. With what you recovered today, we now hold 13 gold, 39 silver, and 350 copper, 13 gold coins. The entire treasury of a barony, at roughly 10,000 wan to the gold, came to about 130,000. That is not enough to repair the building I was sitting in. The walls were sound, because walls always are, but forced sackings had stripped every stick of furniture and decoration out of it. There were no carpets, which meant bare stone. There was no gold plate, no lamps, no art, nothing on any wall. And before you tell me that a serious man does not care about carpets, understand how this world works. A noble's reputation is his business card. Good name, and every territory you enter treats you as an honored guest and trades with you gladly. Poor name, and you can forget alliances, forget credit, forget marriages, forget anything. Nobody sells to a joke. I could not afford to be a joke. I needed everything a joke cannot get. Alaric, besides you, can anyone in this castle read? I wanted a census, not a head count, a real one, with ages and families and trades, because you cannot govern a place you have not counted. I do not believe so, my lord. He said it carefully. My 3 male servants also came from Fleur Castle, and none of them had letters. Literacy in this world is a rare and expensive skill. Alaric himself was trained as an elite manservant, one of a few dozen at Fleur Castle taught reading and arithmetic to serve as estate managers, and the Earl occasionally hands one to a vassal as a gift, which is the only reason I had a functioning household at all. Nobody at all? My lord, a small voice from the end of the table. My sister can read. Iris, 12 years old, hands behind her back, terrified of having spoken. Ilara can read. Yes, sir. My sister went to school for 2 years. Their parents had a tailor's shop in Fleur City before the exile, and tailor's daughters go to school, 2 years of it. And that skill had been sitting in my territory doing absolutely nothing for 2 years, because who asks a condemned girl whether she can read? Iris can read too, incidentally. Ilara taught her, in a hut, with no paper. Excellent! I handed the kid a piece of white bread, which she looked at like it was jewelry. Go and fetch your sister. Ilara got the census, and she got a form I designed at that table, which was more detailed than the household register from my old life, because I wanted trades and skills listed, not just mouths. After lunch, I went up to the study, because it had been a week and the lottery had come back around. The wheel came up different. Strengthening fruit and agility fruit were gone. Now, it offered affinity fruit and charm fruit. Spin it. Congratulations, said the system. You have won a charm fruit. I sat there and thought about that for a while. The old owner of this body was physically feeble, but, credit where it is due, a genuinely good-looking young man. So, I become the handsomest man alive, I said. Wonderful, very useful against a headless knight. I ate it anyway. It tasted lovely and did nothing whatsoever. I checked the bronze mirror and found the same face I had gone in with. Fine. In this world, it's strength that counts. Remember that I said that. It is going to be relevant. 2 days later, I was in the courtyard cultivating when Swift came in fast behind Alaric with his face all wrong. My lord, Chief Bramble Stump is here. He says a giant sea monster has appeared on the beach. A what? They brought him into the front hall, and the man was so frightened he could barely stand still, and he acted the whole thing out with his arms. My lord, it was gray all over, and it roared, and it was this big, no, this big, and there were a whole group of them. They were chasing the slippery flying fish, and one of them came right up onto the shore, and it is still lying there thrashing. He then walked the length of my hall to demonstrate the size, which took a while. Casualties? None, my lord. The others are all in the sea. I forbade anyone to go near the beach. Swift, every guard, now. 15 swordsmen in the carriages, me on the war horse, half an hour at a good pace. Alara had the archers out doing the census, which was an enormous job for one literate person, and a stack of forms. Doom Village was standing at its gate, looking at us like we were the last boat out. Get up. Stay away from the shore. Bramble Stump, with me. We went carefully. We climbed a rock pile well back from the water, instead of walking out onto the reef like last time, because I am not stupid. My lord! There! The sea monsters! I looked where he was pointing. I looked for a while. That, I said, is the thing you've all been terrified of? I genuinely considered strangling him. My lord, don't go down there. Swift and 15 armed men were begging me not to approach the beach, because there were dozens of enormous shapes in the water, and one lying on the sand. It's not a monster. It's a fish. 17 or 18 meters of gray, dead since sometime the previous night, with a mouth that could have taken my carriage whole. A fish? That is a fish? That is a sperm whale. It's a very large mammal, or fish. It eats small fish. It does not eat people. I see, said Swift, and his face cleared completely. My lord is a wise and learned nobleman. He believed me instantly, and not because I outranked him. Chivalric romances in this world are extremely specific about sea monsters, and they all have tentacles and rows of teeth, and this thing had neither. It was simply a fish with a scale problem. My lord, Bramble Stump had recovered at record speed and gone straight to the only question that mattered to him. Can we eat it? Yes. I was watching the rest of the pod out in the bay hunting slippery flying fish with tremendous enthusiasm. Why anything would deliberately eat those was a mystery I planned to look into. But that was the blue sprite paying out after all, just not in the currency I expected. Whale meat is not good, but it is meat, and one sperm whale is tens of tons of it, enough to feed 1,000 people for months. And inside it there is whale oil, which is the best lamp oil there is, burns long and burns clean. Bramble Stump, get the whole village down here with every basket you own. Swift, bring the men. We could walk onto that beach for once because the Murlocs had taken one look at the whale and decided to be somewhere else. All guards, start cutting, move fast. And then a lord of the realm and 15 household guards and an entire village spent an afternoon butchering a whale on a beach, and not one person complained, because every single one of them was looking at those white slabs and already tasting soup. Faster! Bramble Stump was carrying loads that weighed more than he did and shouting encouragement. Faster, or the sea monsters will come back and take it. And then to himself, over and over, like a prayer, that is pure white meat. That is pure white meat. By late afternoon, we had taken between 8 and 10 tons off it. I called a stop when the Murlocs started creeping back in to 100 meters, because there was still meat on the carcass, and there is no amount of meat worth a swarm. I went down to the water to wash my hands, and the surf pushed something against my boot. A hard lump, grayish-white, about the size of 3 fists, shaped like a stone and not behaving like one. It was far too light. I stood on that beach holding it with my heart going, because I knew what it might be. Sperm whales, ambergris, and a pod of sperm whales that had been feeding in this bay all night. Swift, open the whale's stomach and tell me if there's anything in there that looks like this. He did not ask a single question. He took 3 men and went, and a few minutes later, he came back at a jog carrying a second lump, slightly smaller than mine. There really is, my lord. I have never worked so hard at keeping my face still. Let me explain what I was holding. The most precious thing in this world is an elemental sprite. Everybody agrees on that. But the thing that sells best among the nobility, reliably, at insane prices, forever, is perfume. In my old life, the reason for that was body odor and no plumbing. Here it is different. Fighting spirit cultivation is not just meditation. It is brutal physical training, and the young noblewomen of this continent train exactly as hard as the men and then have to walk into a ballroom afterwards. Perfume is how you erase the afternoon. On top of that, nobody in this era has any concept of sanitation. Cities pour waste into the street. Perfume is what makes a room habitable. Even my broke little castle had servants scenting the rooms daily, because that is not a luxury here, that is basic maintenance. And in a world with no chemistry, every perfume is squeezed out of flowers by hand. A genuinely new fragrance does not make a family money, it makes a family noble. Ambergris is the king of the entire category. In perfume, it is the thing everything else is measured against, and it works as incense on its own. My lord, what is it? Swift was frowning at the damp, faintly unpleasant gray stone in his hands. That is ambergris. Ambergris? Dragon's saliva? His eyes went round, because that is what the word sounds like in this language, and then his face fell. My lord, it does not smell good at all. I did not explain. It smells like that when it is wet. Dry it and cure it, and it becomes the most expensive smell on the continent. Take both pieces back to the castle now. Bring the other 2 wagons, and go to Maye village and tell every serf to come to Doom village, and to bring 2 pounds of wheat each. Doom village was waiting for me at their gate with several small mountains of whale meat behind them, and hope all over their faces. They had worked all afternoon. They were expecting a good dinner out of it. Bramblestump, line them up. 50 caddies of meat each. He stopped moving entirely. 50 pounds? Is there a problem? No! No problem, my lord. Thank you, my lord, he cried. He was not the only one. There were girls in that line who came apart completely because 50 pounds of meat, in a village where the previous administration had confiscated the seed grain, is not a meal. It is a season. Remember that it's a loan, I added, because a full stomach and no obligation makes men slow. You'll work it off. Yes, my lord. Not one of them cared about that part. They were serfs. Working is what happens either way. Working while eating meat was, as far as they were concerned, a fairy tale. They carried 50 pounds each, and not one of them looked burdened. An hour and a half later, Swift came back with the whole of Maya village behind him, and those people were miserable. They had no idea why they had been summoned. They were carrying 2 pounds of wheat each with their heads down, on the assumption that the new lord had invented a new tax. Greetings, my lord. Silas Foote got there first, because Silas Foote had decided I was a benevolent man and had personally made sure every household came. Then they stood up and saw the meat, and the entire village stopped breathing. People of Maye village, Swift had been rehearsing. The great Lord Kalen grants you this day the right to exchange 2 caddies of grain for 50 caddies of meat, on credit. 50 caddies? They ignored the credit part too. Everyone ignores the credit part. Side quest complete, said the system, while 1,000 people knelt in the dirt in front of a pile of whale. Reward, the second daughter of luck, is about to appear. That's it, I said. That fast? I had done the arithmetic in my head as a man from my old world. An adult needs about a pound of food a day, so 50 pounds is 50 days, so I was still 2 months short. But that is not the arithmetic these people live by. A serf here eats about half a pound a day, and lives permanently at the edge of hunger. And what I had handed out was not black bread, it was meat, and they would dry it into jerky the same week. 50 pounds of dried whale, at their real consumption, was over 3 months. I had solved a famine and not realized I had done it, because my baseline for a human being was too high. 3 carriages went home stacked, nearly 1,000 kilos of meat and several hundred kilos of oil left over, and Alaric would have it dried for the guards, because I had decided my men were going to eat protein daily, whether or not that is normal for household troops. It is not normal. Most guards in this world see meat on feast days. But I had 168 dark creatures arriving in under 3 months, and I was not going to meet them with underfed men. It was full dark when we came back through Maya Village Square, and Ilara was just coming out of the stone house. Ilara, why are you still here? I was putting the register in order, my lord. I lost track of the time. Knight's eyesight is a useful thing, and sometimes an unkind one. In the dark, I could see exactly how tired she was, and how thin she still was, because 2 weeks of eating does not undo years of not eating. Come up, I'll take you back. She went pink, which I attributed to the cold, being an extremely observant man. She was also, she admitted much later, entirely preoccupied that evening with the fact that her lord had somehow got noticeably better looking in the last 2 days, and she could not work out why. I had eaten a charm fruit 48 hours earlier and concluded it did nothing. Swift, bring the men back at a walk. We rode ahead. Cold air, empty road. Ilara, would you like to learn to ride? My lord, is that permitted? Understand what she was asking. A horse in this world is a sports car. Even a broken-down cart nag is generational wealth for a commoner. In all of Storm Territory, the people who could ride were me, Alaric, and Swift. Of course. We'll start after dinner. I had a practical reason. Ilara is a sharpshooter, and a sharpshooter has no answer to anything that closes the distance. A mounted archer can leave. She said, "Thank you, my lord," in a small voice, and did not say anything else for the rest of the ride. So that evening my guards stood around the courtyard and watched with undisguised envy their lord teaching the guard captain to ride Little Flower, my scruffy crossbreed. And they all agreed among themselves that there was no point being jealous, because Ilara was a titled knight, And obviously that was the only reason the Lord was teaching her personally, hands on the reins, for an hour and a half. Obviously. The next morning, before dawn, half my population walked to Baron Volkov's, not on my orders. They had 50 pounds of meat each and no salt to preserve it with. So they took a share of it to sell in White Salt Town, half a day away, exactly as they always had. Baron Volkov was at lunch when the news reached him. Honey toast, mushroom stew, grilled fish, a fruit platter, and a whole cut of demonic beast. One lunch worth more than a gold coin. My lord, something extraordinary in the town. What? Sir, there's fish meat everywhere. Great slabs of white meat. 1,000 pounds of it at least. It was brought by the wretches from Storm Territory. Volkov put down the demonic beast, which for Volkov was a serious commitment. How would Storm Territory get 1,000 pounds of fish? They say their lord gave it to them. So that grave has another lord in it. He got up. Let's go and look. He rode down in person, early 20s, so heavy that his warhorse had a visible opinion about it, and a reputation across 2 earldoms for a sharp tongue and a small heart. Where did you get all this? Are there fish this size in the sea? He enjoyed watching them shake. Lord Volkov, our lord gave it to us on credit. And where did your lord get it? I don't know, my lord. Bramble Stump, terrified out of his skin, lied straight to a baron's face. The lord said to come and collect it. It was already piled up by the road when we got there. A whip cracked over his head. I don't know, Lord Volkov. I swear it. Volkov waved the guard off. He had already lost interest in the truth and moved on to the part he liked. Never mind, sell it. Although you should know that white salt production has fallen recently, so we won't be selling any salt to Storm Territory for the time being. Every serf in that square went cold. Without salt, the meat rots inside a week. Also, grain is short. From now on, your purchases are taxed at double. And he rode away, read what he actually did there. He cut off their salt, so their meat had to be sold immediately, at his price, in his town, and then doubled the tax on everything they bought with the proceeds. He was going to take 1,000 pounds of whale meat off starving people for coppers, dry it with his own salt, and ship it across the earldom at a profit. And he could do it with no risk whatsoever, because he had checked the map. Half a day to him, a day and a night to anyone else. They sell to him, or they carry rotting meat home. Finn, he said on the ride back to his castle. Standing order. Whenever these wretches bring fish, we buy all of it. Yes, my lord. Finn was his guard captain. Sir, should we put a few men into Storm Territory to find out how they got it? What matters right now is the buffer zone. I want that lord's attention kept away from there. The fish can wait. Hold on to that sentence. I did not hear it for another 3 weeks, but that sentence is the whole story. Back in my study, I was reading Alara's completed census, which was a beautiful piece of work. Total population of Storm Territory, 1,321. All serfs, not one free commoner. And then the part that made me sit up. Among them were 8 hunters, 5 carpenters, 3 stonemasons, 1 blacksmith, and 1 cook. That is an absurd concentration of skilled trades for a village population. Stonemasons and blacksmiths are in demand everywhere in this world and do not end up as serfs, and if they somehow do, they certainly do not end up in the Land of Misfortune. Unless, of course, somebody in their family had gold rings in her eyes. Every one of them was exiled here for the same reason Alara was. The whole continent had been sweeping its skilled labor into one corner for 2 decades and calling it a curse. And a cook, I said out loud, with feeling. There is a cook. The system chimed. Although you have fed the serfs, it said, they have no salt and cannot preserve the fish. Side quest. Solve the salt problem. Reward a fighting technique. I stood straight up. A fighting technique is a knight's signature move, a specific way of pulsing your fighting spirit that turns it into a single devastating strike. Every titled knight who has one guards it like a family fortune, because in an age of swords, one move that ends a fight decides who is alive at the end of the day. The Thorn family does not have one. We have been barons for a few decades, which in this world makes us nouveau riche with a sword. I was halfway to the door when Alaric came in. My lord, Captain Swift reports several serfs at the gate requesting an audience. I know what it's about. Both village chiefs kneeling in my front courtyard. With no civil administrator in the territory anymore, I had told them to bring problems straight to me, which is not how this world normally works, and which they both still found alarming. Get up! Speak! My lord, forgive us. We would not come to the castle if there were any other way. Bramble Stump had clearly been elected to say it. My lord, you have granted us 50 caddies of fish, but we have no salt to keep it. We beg permission to travel to Black Rock territory to buy salt. Understand what he was asking for. Serfs are the property of their lord and may not leave the territory without permission. Going to Volkov's was tolerated because it was habit, and Volkov's men did not bother them. Walking into a strange noble's land gets you driven off at best, and at worst, arrested and shipped home, with your lord paying a fee to the helpful neighbor, after which your life is short. Why can't you buy salt at Volkov's? It's half a day. Black Rock is a day and a night. My lord, we cannot buy it anymore. Baron Volkov, and he told me. He refuses to sell salt to Storm territory, and doubles the tax on everything else. I had been perfectly calm for about 11 days. That worthless little man, I said. I am going to teach him something. Because this is not how neighbors behave. Two nobles side by side keep relations warm, because when something comes out of the sky at 3 in the morning, you want the man next door riding toward you, and not away. Storm territory finally had a lord again, and Volkov's opening move was to squeeze him. My lord, please be calm. Alaric arrived with a cup of tulip tea, because Alaric has a sense for these things. My lord, I once heard nobles talking at a ball in Fleur Castle. Baron Volkov is famous for being mean, not only to serfs, to nobles. How mean? Baron Delan of Fleur territory bought white salt from him, and found sand mixed into it after he had carried it home, which stopped me. He cheats other nobles, and they still buy from him? They have no choice, my lord. Baron Volkov holds 3 sprites, and all 3 of them produced salt. Any noble without a salt mine of his own must buy from a man who has one, and a salt mine sprite is very rare. My lord, Alaric added, it is said Baron Volkov is Count Blackiron's illegitimate son. The territory he was granted is remote, but the 3 salt mine sprites were a gift from the Earl. Baron Volkov is in fact richer than most viscounts. The Earl's bastard son. 3 salt sprites. And there was the piece I had been missing for 2 weeks, sitting right in the middle of that sentence. Alaric, are there no natural mineral deposits in this world? Is every mine on this continent something a yellow sprite made? Iron, gold, all of it. Yes, my lord. Has anyone ever made salt out of seawater? The room looked at each other. Alaric took a careful pause, in the manner of a man preventing his master from embarrassing himself. My lord, white salt is a mineral. It is produced by a yellow sprite. Seawater is salty, but seawater does not become salt. And that was when it was my turn to be baffled. In my old life, the majority of the salt human beings ate came out of the sea. This world has an entire ocean, and the whole continent buys its salt in little packets from men who own magic rocks. Alaric, what does white salt sell for? It is too precious to sell by the pound, my lord. It is sold in packets of 100 grams, 10 copper a packet, 5 if you buy in a salt territory directly, and only if you are a noble's caravan. Commoners never get that price. 10 copper for 100 grams. I hit the arm of my chair and stood up. Alaric, put the biggest pot in this castle on a wagon. Bigger is better. And a linen tablecloth and several wooden basins. Yes, my lord. He had no idea what I was doing. He went and did it anyway, which is Alaric in one line. 2 wagons rolled out to Doom Village. Bramble Stump, find me some strong men. There are 2 classical ways to make salt from the sea. You can lay out shallow pans and let the sun do it, which is cheap and slow and requires a beach. My beach was occupied by several hundred amphibious freeloaders. So we would boil it, which needs firewood. And firewood is the one thing this world has in obscene quantity. Endless forest, barely touched, in every direction. Stove, fire, seawater, in the pot. My lord, said Bramble Stump, watching a huge pot of plain seawater come to the boil. What are we cooking? Shall I fetch a couple of fish from the village? Swift smacked him on the back of the head. Swift had no idea what I was doing either, but he was absolutely certain it was important, because his lord had done 6 impossible things in 2 weeks, and none of them had been about lunch. We boiled off a quarter of it, then filtered the whole pot through the tablecloth into the basins. It was fine linen, the kind only a noble owns, and it stripped out a layer of brown sediment immediately. Back in the pot. Longer this time. Down and down until it moved like porridge, and then red and white crystals started forming around the rim. Enough. Pour off the liquid. What is left in the bottom of the pot at that stage is bitterns, which is useful for other things, and useless to me. Swift and Bramblestump crowded in to look at the crust. My lord, what is it? Why do these come out of clear water? That's salt. That is salt? They all looked at each other, because they had never eaten fine, noble snowflake salt, but they knew what salt looked like, and this was pink. Try it. They actually did. 3 grown men dipped a finger in and licked it, and then all began spitting simultaneously. My lord, it is salty, but it is horribly bitter. It's supposed to be. That's coarse salt. It isn't finished. Raw boiled sea salt is full of impurities you should not eat for years on end, so it has to be dissolved again and cleaned. And I had nothing to do it with, so I did it the crudest possible way. Fresh water from the wagon, coarse salt dissolved into it. Then I punched holes in the bottom of a wooden basin, lined it with a tablecloth, and layered sand and charcoal from our own fire on top of it. Sand and charcoal and cloth, until that basin was a filter. Run the brine through. Take what comes out. Boil it dry. and what was left in the bottom of the pot was white. My lord! Bramblestump's voice went up 2 registers. It has turned white! Taste it again. They went at that pot like children. There was a pause. It is salt! Bramblestump came off the ground with both feet. It is exactly the same as what we buy from Baron Volkov. Swift flicked him hard on the forehead. Keep your voice down. This is the Lord's own technique. If anyone hears you, you'll hang in Maya Village Square. I said nothing at all. I just stood there and looked at a pot of white salt made out of seawater, firewood, a tablecloth, and a junior school chemistry lesson. And I thought about a fat young man in a fur-lined hall who had spent that morning explaining to a village of starving people that the price of survival had just doubled. I did not tell them the rest, which is that one more pass through the filter and one more boil gets you the flawless snow-white product the great houses pay for. That could wait. Because Swift was right to be paranoid, and salt is not fishing. If lure fishing leaks, a powerful lord simply sends soldiers to clear his own beach and starts catching fish. Annoying, survivable. But if it gets out that salt can be boiled out of the sea, then every count and every king who currently buys salt from a man with a magic rock stops buying it forever. Right now, I am the only person on this continent who can make salt out of water. And the only reason that is true is that nobody has ever thought to try. Bramblestump, my lord! Go and pick me 20 people from the village. I don't need strong ones. I don't care whether they're men or women, one condition. Every one of them must have families still living here. He understood exactly what that condition was for, and ran off delighted anyway. Swift, send to Mayo Village. I want 40 strong men to fence this coastline. From today, the Coast of Storm territory is closed. That was the first real decision I made as a ruler rather than a survivor. A restricted zone, a fence, and a list of people permitted past it. Everyone who boils salt has relatives inside my borders, which is an ugly kind of insurance and a completely effective one. And Doom Village has nowhere else on Earth to go, which is uglier and even more effective. Eventually, I wanted a proper works with soldiers walking the perimeter. For now, I had a fence and a fact. Bramblestump, the coast is yours. Tell the village that nobody approaches it without my permission, and anyone who breaks that hangs in my village square. He went white. They can also watch each other. Anyone who catches someone sniffing around gets paid well for it. Yes, my lord. He would have defended that beach with his teeth even if I had said nothing. I had just made him captain of salt and fishing. That position has never existed anywhere. A lord invented it on a beach, and to Bramblestump, it was as solemn as a knighthood. It also came with 10 silver coins a month, the same as a household guard, and no farming. I'll send a man to register the workers. You'll collect and hand out their wages. If you want the horse to run, you feed the horse. I had given away the whale on credit, but I could carry 30 copper a day in wages, and paid people guard a secret in a way frightened people do not. Terrible news, my lord. Villagers came running up from Maya Village with their faces wrecked. A daughter of misfortune has appeared in the village. Everyone around me flinched. I did not, because a book had already opened behind my eyes. Daughter of luck, Daisy, partial awakening, special skill, domestication, special talents, a compassionate heart, and an affectionate spirit. She is a tamer who loves nature, and on the day she grows into a true beast tamer, any demonic beast will follow her willingly. Different recipe from Alara's too. 1 part white jade flower, 1 part ground lily, 2 parts white tulip. I had assumed the second one would be another fighter. Instead, I had been handed the single line in that entire book that mattered most, which was the one about demonic beasts. Every demonic beast on this continent is a walking disaster that a titled knight approaches with extreme care, and there is apparently a 14-year-old in my territory who will eventually be able to ask them nicely. My lord, Bramblestump's voice was flat and awful. Shall we prepare the fire? He asked it like a man reading a form. He had watched his own relatives burn. He had never once believed his own daughter had been abandoned by any god, and then the dark creatures came anyway. And after that, what he believed stopped mattering. No, your job is the coast. I'll take this one back to the castle and deal with her myself. His shoulders came down about an inch. The girl was still going to die as far as he knew, but he would not have to light it or watch it. Alara was holding the castle that day and had the gates open before we came up the road. She looked into the carriage, saw a 14-year-old with gold rings in her eyes and no ropes on her, and went very still. Alara, take her up to the study and wait for me. I went to the storeroom and mixed the potion myself, because I intend to be the only person alive who knows those recipes. The study was extremely quiet when I came in with a teacup. I sat down and looked at her, and she looked straight back at me, which no serf does. Then she got in first. My lord, are you going to burn me? My lord, could you please not burn me? You could hang me instead. Why hanging? Alara had gone rigid by the wall. A serf haggling with a lord over the manner of her own execution is so far outside the rules that she could not think of a way to stop it. Because I'm afraid of pain, my lord. She said it as though this were an obvious technical objection. Then, since I had not reacted, she pressed her case. And if I burn, I'll go all black and shriveled. I don't want to be so ugly that my mother wouldn't know me. I sat there with a cup of awakening potion in my hand and no idea what to do with my face. Afraid of pain, I said, and concerned about your appearance. Those are both completely reasonable. So, my lord agrees? Hanging? Daisy, hanging doesn't hurt much, but your tongue comes out and it gets very long and it does not go back in. She clapped both hands over her mouth. Really? Then what do I do? Well, I pretended to think about it. There is poison, no pain, and you stay pretty. Her whole face lit up. Daisy thanks my lord. You are a truly benevolent lord. I have been thanked for a lot of things in this world. That is the only time anyone has ever thanked me for the quality of the poison. Don't thank me. Drink your tea. She took the cup, sniffed it with interest, and drank the whole thing down like a girl finishing her medicine, which she was. And I watched Alara's eyes come up sharply because she recognized that cup from her own first night. Daisy started swaying after about 30 seconds. Alara, put her in the maid's room, explain it to her when she wakes up. Yes, my lord. Alara could not keep it off her face at all, and on her way out she turned in the doorway and said, My lord, you are truly a great and benevolent lord, and left without waiting for me to answer. Even if these girls had no talents at all, even if the book had never said one word about archery or beasts, pulling them off the pile is worth doing on its own. Then I opened the census, because if you want a daughter of luck loyal to you, you look after her family, and I wanted to know who Daisy's people were. Her mother was the only cook in Storm territory. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, there is a woman at the gate saying she is Daisy's mother. She is on her knees and begging to see you. Perfect. Bring her to the hall. The woman Alaric brought in was in her 30s in a linen dress that was old and threadbare and scrubbed absolutely clean, which is a rare thing on a serf and tells you a great deal about a person. Serf Cora greets the lord. Get up. Alaric, bring her a stool. My lord, Cora does not dare sit. She stayed on her feet and went straight at it. I have come to beg you to release Daisy. Here is what had happened to her that week. Daisy had run a fever the night before for no clear reason, and there is no doctor and no priest anywhere in Storm territory, so her mother went into the edge of the blazing forest alone, where people had been disappearing for 2 months, to pick herbs. She came back to find her daughter had awakened and been taken to the castle. My lord, I know what she is now, and I know what I'm asking, but Daisy is my only child, and she is the only reason I am alive. I will pay 10 gold coins, and I swear before the gods that I will take her to the blazing prairie and never set foot in the principality again. I ask only for your mercy. 10 gold coins? I sat up. 10 gold is a fortune. It is nearly my entire treasury. It is not money a serf has. Cora, what were you before? My lord, I kept a tavern in Fleur City, the Cora Tavern, and a memory came up out of the old owner's head, bright and complete. He went to the Noble Academy in Fleur City for a few years, and the young nobles there all talked about one place, a tavern where the food was so far beyond anything else in the city that great houses kept trying to buy the owner away, and the owner kept saying no. He had never been. He was the useless second son with no allowance and no friends. So he had never once seen the face of the woman, now standing in my hall offering me every coin she had for her daughter's life. And this is the part I want you to sit with. That woman had a business in a city that noble houses courted, and then her daughter's eyes changed color, and she was shipped to the Land of Misfortune to wait for the sky to solve the problem. And she had spent 2 years in a hut in Doom Village with 10 gold coins sewn into something, saved for exactly this day. She was ready. She had been ready for 2 years. No, Lady Cora. Her face went to pieces. I will not burn Daisy, and you do not have to leave. She stopped breathing. Others see her as a curse. I am Kaelin, and I am a lord favored by the god of glory, and I tell you she will bring me good fortune. So she stays here, in this castle. Is this true, my lord? Come and see her. Alara was sitting with Daisy in the maid's room. Cora saw her daughter asleep and breathing, and then she looked up at the young woman guarding her, and stopped dead again. Hello, Lady Cora, said Alara, smiling with no mask on. You. Hello, Alara. I never thought you would still be... She had made dresses for that family. She had known that girl, and that girl had gold rings in her eyes and was standing in a castle in a captain's coat. Cora went down on the floor and thanked me properly, and I got her back up. Lady Cora, I won't kill her, but she must live in the castle, and her identity has to stay hidden for a long time. My lord, Cora understands. I will say goodbye to her and tell her to serve you well. She thought I meant the same arrangement as Alara. Let the world believe the girl is dead. She was already standing there, agreeing to give up her only child in order to keep her. No, you misunderstand me. I have a better idea. You are the head chef of this castle from today, and you will see her every day. What do you say? She said yes before she could get the tears under control. So, in the space of one afternoon, I acquired the second daughter of Luck, a professional cook whose food had been famous in the capital of the earldom, and a woman who would now walk into fire for me without being asked. I would like to claim strategy. Honestly, half of it was that I could not stand the alternative. Daisy, for the record, slept straight through until the next morning, without a flicker, which for a 14-year-old who went to bed believing she had been poisoned, suggests a truly magnificent nervous system. I did not test her talent immediately. When Alara awakened, the system had handed me a side quest and a sprite for doing it, and I am a man who has learned where his bread is buttered. I would wait and see if it did it again. Although, I suspected I would have to finish the salt job first. The next day the blacksmith's order came in, and I went back to the coast with 100 iron lures. Bramble Stump. 30 more villagers. This time I want girls. Not out of sentiment. Doom Village has almost no strongmen, and the girls there could not farm and had been surviving by foraging, which meant they had the hardest lives in my territory. Fishing takes almost no strength. It takes patience and a light hand. And they were going to be better at it than my guards. Every one of them got a rope, tied to the base of the rod and tied again to the rock behind her, because I had personally been walked down a reef by one fish, and I was not going to lose a girl to a big one. I taught them myself, and they had it inside an hour, and the sea in this world has never been fished by anybody, so they started pulling them out, one after another. Bramble Stump watched with naked envy, and, I am reliably told, spent that evening practicing the dance alone. How much salt so far? Since yesterday afternoon, more than 20 caddies, my lord. 20 caddies a day out of one iron pot. Not bad at all. Good. The salt and the fishing are yours. I'll take what's made so far. Every worker takes 4 packets home for their own fish. Thank you, my lord. Then he hesitated. My lord, the timber we cut yesterday is nearly burned through. May I take the other villagers to fell more? Doom Village doesn't cut timber. Maye Village cuts timber. Boiling seawater eats forest at a frightening rate, and forest is the one resource this territory has in obscene, embarrassing surplus. There is more of it than I know what to do with. On the way home, I stopped in Maye Village and told Silas Foot to have every household bring 2 pounds of grain to buy salt. Not because I needed the grain, because a gift makes a beggar and a trade makes a customer, and Doom Village had already been given one enormous thing on credit, and I did not want that to become the shape of my rule. When they heard the Lord was selling salt at half of Volkov's price, that village nearly rioted with joy. A pound of wheat cost 10 copper, and it bought 4 packets, which put my salt at 5 copper a packet, which was the price nobles get and commoners never do. I also had Silas find 30 strong men for permanent logging work at 20 copper a day. Storm Territory now had wages, which it had never had in its life. Top tier, 10 silver a month, for castle servants, guards, and Bramble Stump. Middle, 6 silver, for the salt boilers and the loggers. Bottom, 3 silver a month, for the fishing girls, at 10 copper a day. That does not look like much until you remember the castle feeds and clothes its own people, and until you remember that 4 weeks earlier, the actual wage in this territory was nothing. And then Storm Territory, the Land of Misfortune, the place where lords go to die, started to move. 10 days went past. We were pulling 300 pounds of sea fish a day off those rocks, about 10 pounds per girl. The salt started at 20 caddies a day and doubled to 40 once I added a second pot. By the end of that stretch, my castle held nearly 2,000 caddies of dried fish and 300 caddies of clean white salt. Not everything went my way. The system went silent on me. No quest about Daisy, however long I waited. And when the meteor night came around, I burned one of my precious energy points on a blind search and found absolutely nothing. Because without the system telling me a sprite is coming, the odds of one landing on my dirt are terrible. 3 energy points left, 1 wasted, and a great deal of resentment. To console myself, I spun the lottery, and it gave me a second strengthening fruit, which was in fact an enormous gift. Every other titled knight on this continent has to grind his body forward with brutal daily conditioning before he can hold more fighting spirit. I ate a piece of fruit and skipped a year. The next meteor shower is nearly here, I complained to nobody, out on the training ground. System, could you be more reliable? And where is my secret technique? It's been 9 days. Crack. I said do not move or you get the whip. Now, before you form an opinion of me, I would like to explain that I was training troops. 27 guards, including Alara and Swift, standing in ranks outside my castle wall, learning to stand at attention, march in step, and turn left and right, because I had imported the entire parade ground syllabus of my previous life. That sounds useless. It is the opposite of useless. Drill does not teach a man to fight. It teaches a body of men to obey one voice instantly, and in an age of cold steel, that is the entire game. An individual is nearly worthless in a battle line, unless he is a titled knight. A formation that holds is worth 10 times its own number, and these were not going to stay village scraps forever. Small nobles fight each other with 50 men, and it looks like a bar brawl. But every autumn after the harvest, the principality goes to war properly, with tens of thousands. On top of the drill, I built them a conditioning program that they hated. I stopped sending wagons to Doom Village. From then on, the salt and the dried fish came home on the backs of my guards, 30 kilos each, at the fastest pace they could hold, while I rode alongside on Lightning and encouraged them. First man home got white bread, which in that castle only the Lord eats. Last man home lost a meal of whale. At first they thought it was nonsense. You kill enemies with a sword, so teach us the sword. Then I gave them one sentence and they never questioned it again. Apart from fighting, the most important thing in war is running. If the enemy is weak, you have to run to catch him, because you cannot earn merit off a man you never reach. If the enemy is strong, you have to run to get away, and then the fastest man is the one who goes home. Swift stood there nodding like a man receiving scripture, and said more than once that it was remarkable how the Lord could see the truth of the battlefield so clearly without ever having stood on one. The actual fighting in a battle lasts minutes. The rest of a campaign is chasing or being chased. After that, they ran until they fell over without being told. Time, rest, now, left turn. Crack, crack, crack. Clay dirt, rusty wretch, amber rock. Is that your left? How many times? The arm with the cloth on it is the left arm. The arm with nothing on it is the right arm. Left and right was the hardest thing I taught anyone in Storm territory. These men had lived their whole lives without needing the concept. Order a left turn, and you would get 4 different directions and one man who simply walked forward. I ended up tying strips of cloth on every left arm, which helped and did not entirely solve it. You are going to get me killed, all of you, eventually. Clay dirt got the whip, turned the wrong way anyway, and I stood in a field complaining to the sky. Left turn, right turn, about turn. My lord, lunch. 2 ranks down to the stream to wash, team leaders with them, then back for food. 3 long tables in the courtyard, guards queuing at the servants for their bowls, and me at the end of my own table. Eat. Long live the Lord. Alaric objected to that arrangement in the strongest terms available to a steward, which is to say he mentioned it twice, quietly, and then suffered. No nobleman takes a formal meal in the open ground outside his own castle. Worse, apart from my bread being white, I was eating exactly the same whale soup they were. He lost. I kept dinner properly indoors as a compromise, which he accepted the way a man accepts half a house. And the effect on those men was ridiculous. I could whip a guard at 11 in the morning for turning the wrong way and eat beside him at noon, and he would feel ashamed of himself rather than resentful of me. Not one of them ever complained about the whip. Several of them apologized for deserving it. My lord, said Alaric over lunch, you have been in the territory more than 20 days. In another week, the civil administrator is due at Fleur Castle to report on the state of the territory. Ah, yes. The civil administrator, because that is the machinery of this competition. The Earl is completely serious about it, so every second son gets a supervisor, and the supervisor rides to Fleur City every single month and reports the numbers, month-by-month growth, in detail, so nobody can quietly have his family fund his territory and then claim the work as his own. You cannot hold 10 gold in one month and 1,000 the next, without explaining where it came from. If the explanation is not good, the Earl calls it fraud, and the punishment follows. My civil administrator was ashes in a box. Then prepare the caravan, I said. We're nearly full of salt and dried fish anyway. If I have to send a report to Fleur City, I may as well send a caravan with it and sell my goods along the way. And Alaric, the ambergris on the roof. Is it dry? My lord, I was going to report on that. The servant went up this morning and says there is a scent coming off it, stronger and finer than perfume. It's cured. I had not found any more of it, but the whales were still out in the bay every day chasing slippery flying fish, and I was now confident I knew why. If a whale eats something it cannot digest, that thing sits inside it until it comes out. That bay was going to keep pushing gray lumps onto my sand for years. 2 pieces was plenty to start with. Take both of them to the mill and grind them, fine as you can. Lose nothing. After lunch, I left Swift running the drill and took Alara inside. My lord! Sister Alara! Daisy came out of the kitchen at a run. What are you 2 doing? She had grown up around the young nobles who drank at her mother's tavern, so she had none of the bone-deep terror of nobility that everyone else in my territory carried. Respect, yes. Terror, no. I found it refreshing, and everybody else found it alarming. I need a volunteer to test a perfume. Come along. She grabbed Alara's hand and came up the stairs 2 at a time. The main keep has 4 floors. Ground floor, the dining room, and the halls. Second, guest rooms. Third, my study and my bedroom, which only Alaric and I may enter freely. Fourth, storerooms and the strong room, where a lord keeps his gold plate and his treasures and his coin. Mine were empty, all of them. So I had Alaric clear out the storeroom with the best light, and I turned it into a laboratory. My lord, there's nothing in here. Where's the perfume? Alaric is bringing it. My lord, there's someone over there. She was pointing at the corner. There was nothing in the corner except a wooden rack. Someone? My lord, he said the lord and Sister Alara are hateful monsters, and he wants you to leave right now. She was pointing with total conviction, and she had gone pale. I have a titled knight's eyesight. I looked at that corner very carefully and saw a wooden rack and a wall. I drew my sword. Daisy, where exactly? Because that girl was many things, and none of them was a liar with a death wish. Behind the rack, my lord. I moved the rack. Something small and black came out of the corner, squealing, and my sword was already moving, and it was in two pieces before I had finished deciding to do it. A rat. It's a rat! Daisy had gone the color of paper. My lord, I heard it talking. Am I a monster? She had been inside the castle for days with almost no animals in it, and nobody had told her anything, and the first thing her new talent ever did was let her hear a rat call her employer names. Daisy, don't be frightened. Alara got there before I did, and she got there because she remembered exactly how that particular minute feels. This is a gift the Lord gave you. The Lord gave me? Do you remember the tea he gave you? That is where our talents come from. Mine is archery. Yours, I think, is animals. Alara believed that completely, by the way. In her theology, the God of glory favors nobles and only nobles, so obviously the miracle came through me and not through her. I let it stand. Alara turned out to have a real gift for this, and I did not have a better story available. My lord, is that true? It's true. You can talk to small animals. Tomorrow I'll take you outside and you can meet some that aren't rats. Her horror flipped straight into delight, because Daisy had always loved animals more than people, and she was already 3 steps ahead, walking down a street with a following. Then she knelt down and swore herself to me for life, and meant every word of it. My lord, the powder you asked for, and all the perfume in the castle. Alaric came in with ground ambergris and 20 small bottles. The perfume was not fine. It came from the Earl as part of a standard household issue, 1 silver a bottle, the sort of thing a comfortable family in Fleur City buys without thinking. Plain porcelain bottles. The bottles that hold the real stuff cost a gold coin or 5, and are made of natural crystal with gold and silver worked into them, and are art objects in their own right. I opened the jar of ambergris, and the whole room changed. My lord, what is that powder? It looks like flour, but why does it smell like that? That isn't flour, Daisy. That's ambergris. Ambergris? Dragon saliva? So dragon saliva turns into scented powder. She filed that away as a fact about the world, and I did not correct her, because the true version involves a whale, a squid, and a digestive process, and I was about to make perfume. I opened a bottle of jasmine. The scent, which is normally quite loud, did not come out, because the ambergris in the room had simply flattened it. I took a fingernail of powder, dropped it in, capped it, and shook it for a minute. Then I walked out into the corridor, because you cannot judge a perfume in a room that smells of the ingredient. I opened it again. My lord, Daisy has an extremely good nose and got there first. That is better than the dragon's saliva. Alara did not say anything. She just stood in the corridor breathing. I knew that jasmine perfume well by then, and the difference was not subtle. The jasmine had gone clean and deep instead of sharp, and underneath it there was a warmth that made you want to keep inhaling. I had smelled the best perfume in that earldom once. On the day the Earl put a knighthood on me at Fleur Castle, in a hall full of noblewomen who buy their scent by the gold coin. This was better. Both of you, put it on, then walk around the castle. Yes, my lord. Daisy had the bottle out of my hand instantly. Sister Alara, let me do yours first. She did Alara's behind the ears with the practiced hand of a girl who grew up in a tavern in the capital, then did her own, and the 2 of them went downstairs. I followed a few paces behind and I started smiling, and could not stop. A silver, a bottle. I could sell it for 50, easily. And with a crystal bottle, it would be gold, and I could not make crystal bottles yet. Alaric met them in the corridor and stopped walking. What is that? It is like the perfume I carried up an hour ago, but it is not that quality. That is finer than anything in the Earl's castle. Alaric spent years as a valet at Fleur Castle. He knew what he was smelling far better than I did, and his valuation of it was much higher than mine. The 2 of them went out through the front courtyard, and the wind took it along the wall. Oh, that's wonderful. Every guard on the wall turned around. Captain Alara, are you wearing perfume? Where can I buy it? I'll get a bottle at the end of the month. Perfume is not a women's product in this world. That guard was fully prepared to spend 5 silver coins, which is half a month's pay, on smelling nice while going to sleep. That is the Lord's perfume, Daisy told him, delighted to be the one who knew. It's very expensive. The Lord's? Ah. His face fell. Then I can't afford it. I went back to the laboratory and did the other 19 bottles. That night I ate in the proper dining room, like a proper noble, and I gave Swift his orders first. Have the men ready. Tomorrow we ride the whole blazing forest border. The caravan for Fleur City was leaving soon, and it would need a dozen guards as escort, so if I wanted to finish inspecting my own territory, I had to do it now. And if there really was a demonic beast in that forest, I wanted numbers with me. My lord, the demonic beast is ready. Cora came out of the kitchen with a tray, and on it was the roasted demonic beast meat I had taken out of Merrick's pantry and been too greedy to eat. It has to be said that the fame of the Cora Tavern was never only about the food. The woman moved through a room like she owned it, and after 2 weeks as head chef, she had all of it back. I cut a piece and put it in my mouth. So that is what a gold coin a pound tastes like. Rich without being heavy, the spice is doing something I could not identify. And then, as it went down, actual magic in it, spreading out through my body like sinking into a hot spring. Cora, that is superb. Thank you, my lord. It is my honor. I ate a full pound of it and was still thinking about a second. My lord? Ilara came in with Iris behind her, and the kid's eyes were red. What's happened? My lord, Iris has done something terrible. She was tidying your study, and she dropped a book into the wash basin. Understand the scale of this crime in local terms. The cheapest book in this world runs 4 or 5 silver coins. A 12-year-old maid who ruins one has, in most castles on this continent, done something that gets a person beaten. She had run straight to her sister, and her sister had walked her here immediately to confess, which tells you what kind of girl Ilara is. Which book? I did not care in the slightest. The books in that study were not mine. They were left behind by dead barons, and they were almost entirely noble biographies and chivalric romances. I had been hunting for a history or a geography and found nothing. This one, my lord, the life of Baron Croft. It's nothing, Iris. Dry it slowly and keep the pages apart. It had gone in and come straight back out. Only the heavy boards on the front and back had really drunk anything. Baron Croft, incidentally, would be the 3rd of my 4 dead predecessors, and nobles in this world love writing their own biographies and having copies made to send to their peers. I was handing it back when I stopped. Through the damp front board, I could see printing, small lines of it on the inside of the cover where no printing should be, and when I turned it in the light, there was a very slight ridge under the leather. 9 days earlier, the system had promised me a fighting technique for solving the salt problem, and then gone completely quiet. I picked up my meat knife and cut carefully along the inside edge of the board. A single sheet of parchment slid out, almost the size of the page. Triple flame slash. I sat at my own dinner table and laughed out loud. Not just a fighting technique. A fire attribute fighting technique, which is the exact attribute I cultivate, which means it had been sitting inside a dead man's vanity project in my own study, waiting for a 12-year-old to knock a wash basin over. Iris, the book is yours. Dry it out. Then, because I was in an excellent mood, I gave Ilara a bottle of the perfume for her and her sister to share, which I had made for her that afternoon anyway. She looked at it like it might be a trick. Her sister had destroyed a 5-silver book, and she had come here braced for punishment, and was leaving with a scent that Alaric rated above the Earl's own. Cora, this one is for you and Daisy. Thank you, my lord. She used to be a regular at the perfume shops in Fleur City. She knew precisely what she had just been handed. And afterwards I went out into the back garden with a sheet of parchment and started trying to learn my brand new secret technique. Triple flame slash. I understood every individual word. Put together, they made no sense whatsoever. The theory I could follow. A fighting technique compresses your fighting spirit through your meridians in a specific pattern and then releases all of it at once, the way compressed air releases. And what comes out the other end can end a fight in a single stroke. The practice after half an hour in the dark was that I could not make my own body do step 1. So I decided to be sensible about it. Learn the movements first, get the path of the blade into my hands, and only attempt the compression once I knew what I was doing. Fighting techniques are taught father to son to grandson, with somebody standing over you correcting your body. Nobody in the history of this world has learned one off a sheet of parchment in a garden by candlelight. And the reason is that getting it wrong ruptures your own meridians. Triple flame slash, first slash. I gathered what I had and swung wide, all the way across. Second slash. No pause. It is a 3-part combination, so the moment the first ended, I turned my whole body through a full circle, and the sword accelerated on its own momentum and came around in a flat ring of light. Third slash. Straight up over my head and straight down. The stone flagging in my back garden broke. I stood there looking at a fractured slab and thinking about what that would do with the compression actually working. Each strike feeds the next one. 3, and then everything you have, released at once, into a man who has already had to block twice. Move out. The next morning I took 20 guards and rode for the blazing forest, and Daisy came along in a mask which somehow made her look more impish rather than less. My lord, there was a bird back there, and it said run, these big monsters might attack us. She had been shut in the castle for a week and could not stay in the wagon. She walked beside my horse the whole way, reporting what the local wildlife thought of us, and I discovered that being described from an animal's point of view is one of the great underrated pleasures. We went through Maye village without stopping because the planting had started and everyone was in the fields. "Greetings, my lord!" Several ran up to the road to kneel. "Lend a village 50 pounds of meat and sell them salt at half price, and you are apparently a great and generous lord. People here do not ask for much. They ask to live. Get up." Then I actually looked at the field. "Why are those seedlings so far apart? There's a meter between them." "My lord, that is the correct spacing. Otherwise the wheat comes up with empty husks, and after a few years the land will not grow anything at all. Empty husks means the plant ran out of food, and that spacing is not high density, that spacing is a park." Then I stopped. "Do you fertilize the fields?" Blank faces all the way down the line. "What is fertilize?" And there it was again. The same hole in the world. This planet has elemental sprites, and because it has elemental sprites, nobody has ever had to solve a problem the hard way. Salt comes from a magic rock, so nobody boils seawater. Soil fertility comes from a green sprite, so nobody has ever thought to put anything back into the ground. Without one, the only strategy anyone knows is to plant thinly, take a small harvest, and let the land rest for years. They are not stupid. They have simply been standing next to a miracle for so long that the ordinary answers were never invented. "Elara, when you finish here, find Silas Foot, my order. Every field is replanted at proper density, no more gaps. And bring me every stonemason and carpenter in Maye village. Because Storm territory does not have much arable land to begin with, it is nearly all forest, and if they keep farming like a park, they will never eat." And the best fertilizer available in this territory was currently being poured into the street. "Yes, my lord." She had a notebook out and was writing it down before I finished. That is the real luxury of a literate subordinate. I do not have to remember anything. We went around Doom Village and turned southwest, and the blazing forest earns its name. The leaves on those trees are red the entire year, and from a distance the whole tree line looks like something burning that never goes out. "My lord, the edge is just ahead. Let us go first." Swift was right, and I let him have it. A lord rides in front where it is safe and behind bodies where it is not. And I had been a lord for under a month and had no intention of dying of dignity. The track narrowed, the woods pressed in. Every guard had a hand on a hilt. "My lord, these little bees are wonderful." Daisy, meanwhile, was having the afternoon of her life with a dozen bees hovering around her head. "They're not like the birds. They do what I ask." Her talent was still weak, so anything bigger than an insect ignored her. But bees apparently were within budget. "Then practice on them. See if you can get a whole nest." Her eyes went enormous because bees mean honey, and honey in this world is not a food. It is a status object that belongs exclusively to nobility. An hour deeper in, I stopped the column. "Hold. My lord, something is watching us?" A knight's senses are worth having. Somebody had been on us for several minutes. "A demonic beast?" Swift had his sword out instantly. If a demonic beast were stalking us, a bronze knight would not notice. I looked at Daisy. Off to our left, behind a big tree, a man in the weeds worked out that he had been made and started backing away very carefully, one silent step at a time. Some bees went over his head. He ignored them, because bees in a forest are furniture. He got about 10 meters, turned to run southwest, and heard a whistle. Then he was on the ground screaming with an arrow through his thigh. "Swift, fetch him!" They dragged him out, full leather armor and a long sword, which immediately told me what he was not. This world is poor in a way that is hard to convey. Guardsmen of minor knights routinely go to war carrying hoes and pitchforks. A man in leather with a real blade belongs to somebody with money. "Who are you, and why are you in Storm territory?" "My lord, I am a guard of Baron Volkov. I lost my way, that's all. Let me go back, and the Baron will pay you for my return." Lost. He watched us for several minutes, and then tried to withdraw deeper into the trees rather than step out and say hello. A genuinely lost man announces himself immediately, because being lost is not a crime. "Swift," I said. "He's yours. And I want to be straight with you about this part, rather than dress it up." Swift took him into the trees, and it did not take long, and I stood on the road and let it happen. "My lord," he talked, "he is Volkov's man. He was not lost. He was posted here on watch, because there is a new camp in the buffer zone up ahead." Then Swift's voice changed. "He also says the serfs who have gone missing were not taken by a demonic beast. His people took them. So Volkov had been kidnapping my people to work in a place he was not allowed to build, on ground that was not his, while charging my survivors triple for wheat. What is the camp for? He only knew one thing, my lord. There is a yellow sprite in there. A yellow sprite. The one that makes mineral veins out of nothing. The single most valuable of the four. The thing that turns a nobody into a house. The thing that made the man blockading my salt into a person richer than most viscounts. The system woke up. Storm territory is yours, it said. Baron Volkov is operating on your land and has already damaged your interests. Side quest. Locate the camp. Reward. A new plant variety. A plant, I said. Thank you, system. Very generous. Which direction? 3 miles ahead, my lord, inside the border buffer zone. 2 men stay with the prisoner. Everyone else move. 10 minutes brought us to the border, and there was no camp there, only trees and a boundary stone the size of a wagon, with the words Fleur Earldom cut into it. Let me explain a buffer zone, because everything that follows depends on it. Between any 2 noble territories there is a strip of empty land, about 3 kilometers wide, that neither lord owns. It exists so that neighbors do not end up at war over a hedge. Legally, the buffer between the Fleur Earldom and the Black Iron Earldom belongs to the king of the principality himself. In practice, no king has ever walked it, so the lords on either side developed a gentleman's agreement that everybody in this world honors. You may quietly use your half. You may not build in it, and you may not station troops in it. That is the whole rule. There is only one rule, and it is that one. Daisy, send the bees into the forest. I had just discovered what Daisy actually was. Everyone had been thinking about the tamer she would eventually become. What I had, right now, today, was aerial reconnaissance. Yes, my lord, she murmured something, and they went up. Searching that forest with 20 men on foot would have taken a day. A bee needs 40 meters of altitude in about 9 seconds. My lord, they say there's a camp in the trees ahead. 4 minutes of walking, and the forest simply stopped. A large clearing had been cut out of the buffer zone. Standing in the middle of it was a wooden wall 5 or 6 meters high, made of whole trunks, with a fighting platform along the top. There was an arrow tower every 10 meters and a longbowman in every tower. That is not a camp. That is a fort. They saw us at the tree line, and an alarm bell started hammering. Armed men came up onto the wall. I counted 20 on the face in front of me alone, which meant 40 or 50 in the whole place. Here is why that number stopped me. A baron in this world supports 70 or 80 guards. A rich baron might reach 100, and a baron typically has more than 10,000 people paying for them. Volkov had put half his entire army in a hole in the woods. Who are you? A big man in iron plate came out onto the wall, and my knight's eye read him instantly. Titled Knight, mid-tier bronze, comfortably better than me. I am the new lord of Storm Territory. Who are you? So you're the Storm Territory lord. He produced a smile with nothing behind it. I am Sir Lorcan, vassal of Baron Volkov. You have trespassed into Baron Volkov's sphere. Leave immediately. Baron Volkov's sphere. I stopped smiling. Sir Lorcan, this is a buffer zone. When did it become Baron Volkov's? I had been counting my paces from the boundary stone. 400 meters, maybe 5. And not merely a buffer zone. Most of this is the half that belongs to Storm Territory. So he was breaking the one rule twice over, building and garrisoning in the buffer, and doing it on my side of it. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. This area is under Baron Volkov's jurisdiction, and the Baron has ordered that nobody approaches, leave, or face the consequences. Every longbow on that wall came up. My men had steel out, and Alara had her arrow on Sir Lorcan's chest before I could speak. Your Excellency. He had dropped the pretense entirely now. My advice is to go home and enjoy yourself for a few more days, while the dark creatures still haven't got through your gate. The buffer zone is not your business. And do bear in mind, this is the blazing forest. Demonic beasts are common here. It would be dangerous to linger. And then he lit himself up, deliberately. And the light of a mid-bronze knight came off him where every one of my men could see it. Nobody moved for 10 seconds. I stood there and looked at him and did not look away once. Then I laughed, genuinely, out loud, with real pleasure. You know, you're completely right. This place is different from other places. Swift, Ilara, weapons down, we're leaving. And I turned 18 men around and walked back into the trees. Ha! Sir Lorcan was delighted. A coward, after all. A few words and off he goes. That saves us the trouble. Sir Lorcan? Was it wise to provoke him like that? What could he possibly do? The Baron sent word already. If we meet this lord, frighten him off and don't worry about it. He's the second son of some baron. Volkov had asked around after hearing Storm Territory had a new occupant, learned that I was a spare son with no prospects, and stopped thinking about me entirely. He hasn't even got a beard on him. Never mind 50 guards, I could clear that lot myself. He also mentioned, on his way down the ladder, that when the man on Forest Watch came back, he should be given 10 lashes for sleeping in the woods. That guard was already in the ground. This is outrageous, my lord! Swift was shaking on the walk back. We report it to the Earl. He will make Count Blackiron answer for it. Swift. Sir Lorcan knew exactly who we were, and he still stood on that wall and threatened us. Do you think he'd do that if a letter to the Earl frightened him? Because I had the old owner's memory of how these things go, and they go like this. The blazing forest is the far edge of the principality. A violation out here injures exactly one person, and that person is me. It does not inconvenience the Earl, and it does not interest the king. Even if the king eventually instructed Count Blackiron to look into it, Blackiron would find reasons to be slow, because it is remote and nobody important is bleeding. 2 earls would have to genuinely want to fight before the crown pays attention. And I will admit the rest of my reasoning was not noble at all. That camp was standing on my half of the buffer. Whatever was inside it could be mine. And the instant a king or an earl gets involved, it becomes theirs. But my lord, they're stealing from storm territory. Locate the camp. Complete, said the system. Reward, 1 new plant variety, issued, and then, immediately. Baron Volkov persists in seizing your interests and has now threatened you, damaging your standing as lord. You should give your enemy a beating. Side quest. Destroy the camp inside the buffer zone. Kill or drive out every enemy in it. Reward. 1 basic fighting technique, and information on 2 sprites. I nearly came off my horse. 2 sprites, not 1. 2. Swift, I said, when I had my face back under control. You've forgotten something. Defending a territory's rights does not require the Earl. My lord, do you mean? Sir Lorcan told us himself. This place is different from other places. It's the blazing forest. Demonic beasts appear here constantly. I let that sit for a second. It would be perfectly natural if one day they were all simply gone. Swift's whole face changed. Then the practical man in him came back. But my lord, there are too few of us. 40 men on the wall alone, and that place is a fortress. My lord. Ilara, who had not said 1 word since the wall, spoke up. Shall I go back tonight and shoot at them? I can go every night. I can thin them out. She had been just as angry as Swift. She was simply not built for saying so. It had gone in and stayed there. And what she was proposing was, in fairness, entirely within her ability, even across 50 or 60 meters of cleared ground. No, I want all of them at once, so nothing warns them. I shook my head. This needs planning, and the caravan leaves tomorrow, or we miss the Earl. We deal with the camp when Alaric gets back. Those 10 days are exactly what I need. 1 more thing before we go. I want to count. Daisy sent her bees over the wall, and they went around that fort and came back, and my 14-year-old kitchen scout gave me an order of battle. 51 men dressed like Swift, which meant 51 armed guards. 30 dressed like Alara, unarmed, which meant 30 serfs down a mine. More guards than workers. Nobody puts that ratio on a whole unless what is coming out of the whole is worth more than the men. We collected the 2 guards from the prisoner on the way past. The prisoner did not come home with us. I could not release a man who had watched my column and knew my face, not now. And I did not agonize about it either. That is what this world is. My lord. Daisy came trotting up beside my horse, maybe 5 miles from the castle. The bees say their home is near here. Can we look? A hive means honey forever. Of course. I took Ilara and 2 guards, and we followed a 14-year-old off the road into the scrub for 8 minutes, and then she pointed up. I have never seen a nest like it. It hung there a full meter long and nearly as wide, oval, and when we got close, it started to hum. My lord, wait here. I'll speak to them first. Carefully. We'll be fine, my lord, she said, cheerful as anything, and walked into a cloud of them. My lord, there's a rock here. Please sit. Ilara had already cleared me a seat. I was in full kit that day because of the demonic beast. And even in the inscription armor off the Headless Knight, I was carrying 20 kilos, and I had been in a saddle since dawn. That, incidentally, is why ordinary men do not wear iron. It costs more than they will ever earn, and they could not carry it if you gave it to them. Plate is for titled knights and nobody else. My lord, are you thirsty? Would you like a wild fruit? What wild fruit? This little tree, my lord. She was already at it. Don't be put off by how hard it looks. The inside is sweet. I looked at the little tree. That's sugar cane. Smaller than the sugar cane I knew, purple-barked, growing in segments like bamboo with a spray of leaves on top. But it was sugar cane, and I would have known it in the dark. My lord, what is sugar cane? Only Doom Village knew what it was, and they knew it for a specific and unpleasant reason. The girls there could not farm, so they went into the weeds and ate whatever the weeds had, down to and including tree roots. Ilara had found this one that way. Her first year in Storm Territory, before anyone knew she could sew, she had been out in the scrub chewing roots, and she bit a piece of this, and it was sweet. And it did not fill her up, but it put strength back in her legs. She was telling me that as a helpful piece of local knowledge, just a thing she happened to know. I got up and cut one down at the root and chewed it. Sweet. Properly sweet. Thinner than the cane I remembered, and, if anything, sweeter. Ilara, this is excellent work. She looked completely baffled, because in her understanding she had just offered her lord a snack that does not fill you up. In this world, sugar does not exist. It has not been invented. The only sweetness available to anybody is honey, which is why honey is a noble's privilege and why people write it into their wills. That is not fantasy nonsense either. That is simply how it was at home. Medieval Europe ran on honey. They listed barrels of it in wills as proof of wealth, and it took the Crusades before anyone in the West found out that solid sugar was a thing that existed. And when it arrived, it was so precious it was sold as medicine. I was standing in a ditch on the edge of a cursed territory, holding the entire confectionery industry. My lord, there are more of these little trees if you want them. Sugar cane. Show me. There was cane scattered through the whole area in 2s and 3s, wild and untended. And Alara said it grows in many places across storm territory. Most of it was a month off ripe. I did not mind. I needed a month to work out what to do with it anyway. My lord, look! Daisy came running back with both hands cupped and opened them to show me an extremely large bee. That's the queen! Daisy, that is outstanding work. Sugar and honey in one afternoon. And the beginnings of an idea about the camp, because nobody in this world has ever been to war against a beehive. 2 guards took the whole nest down, with Daisy directing traffic. There is no such thing as beekeeping here. You find honey in the wild, or you do not have honey. Now I had a hive, a queen, and a girl who could ask them politely to stay. The next morning, 3 loaded wagons stood in my courtyard. 12 men went with them. Swift and the whole first squad. And Alaric, who was going because he was the only literate person left alive who knew Fleur Castle. And because somebody had to stand in front of the Earl and report the state of my territory, and explain how my civil administrator died. My lord, I depart. Please take care of yourself while I'm gone. Alaric was visibly reluctant to go. 10 days is a long time to leave a household you consider yours. Don't worry, Steward Alaric. Simply do it the way I told you. He nodded, deeply moved. I stood there feeling awkward. The man's concern was completely sincere, and I could not stop noticing that if my steward had been a beautiful woman, I would have known exactly what to do with that moment. Swift, the caravan's safety is yours, and remember the list, especially the leather armor. Alara's archers were still going into battle in rags, and I was about to have money. Yes, my lord, Swift will guard the caravan and complete every task you have set. He hammered his left fist into his chest, which is the salute in this world, and they rolled out. I went straight up to the study. System, lottery. The night before had been a meteor night, and I had not dared spend an energy point on a blind search, because without the system pointing at something, the odds are dismal, and I had 3 points left in the world. The wheel came up. I hit it. Congratulations, said the system. Intelligence fruit. An intelligence fruit, well, better than the charm fruit. A small purple thing like a plum. Excellent smell. I ate it. And this one was not like the strengthening fruit at all. There was no warmth. There was a jolt straight up my spine, and then everything in the room got sharper, as though somebody had cleaned a window I did not know was dirty. If my head had been running on 1 core, it now had 2. Right, I said, from a chair, blinking. That's real. And then, because the fruit had put the idea directly into my hands, I went and got the parchment out. Triple Flame Slash, which had defeated me completely for 2 nights, opened up in about 4 minutes. There it is, I said. There's my finisher. I had a lot to do that week. Humble servants Bide and Kaylee greet your lordship. Alara brought me the stonemasons and carpenters, and I handed them a drawing I had made the previous night. You should know that outside a castle, there are no toilets anywhere in this world. Not in the villages, not in the towns, not in the cities. They studied the drawing with enormous seriousness. Can you build that? My lord, it can be built, but it is divided into many small rooms, and there are channels dug beneath it. I fear nobody could live in it. Nobody is going to live in it. Build it well. Start today, and take what you need from the guard captain. I tapped the drawing. 3 of these in Maya village, 1 in Doom village. Then I had Alara issue the first law of my reign, which I appreciate is not a heroic one. From tomorrow, nobody empties anything into the street. 10 lashes for a first offense, and the square for anyone who keeps doing it. And because I am not a monster, and the buildings were not finished, I told them exactly what to do in the meantime, which was to dig a pit, put it in the pit, cover it, and leave it there. 3 days later, my caravan reached Blackrock territory, the first neighbor northward. And if you have ever wondered what it looks like when a market gets hit by an idea, this is it. Black Rock is a barony named for its stone, remote but not desolate, and everything north of it is proper noble country. The town watched them come in, puzzled, because caravans come from the north or the west. Nothing comes up from the south. There is nothing down there but the Land of Misfortune. Baron Theron himself rode down with 30 guards. Who are you? Your Excellency Baron Theron. We are a caravan from Storm Territory, sent by my master Sir Kalen to sell our goods in your town. Alaric in public is my reputation with legs. Respectful without 1 gram of grovel. Storm Territory? Theron caught up with himself. Ah, a party did pass through some weeks ago. Is your lord one of the Earl's new knights? How in the world did he end up in the Miser, in Storm Territory? Everyone in the earldom knew about the competition and the 8 second sons. If Theron had had a suitable son of his own, he would have wanted in. My master Kalen is of the Thorn family, 2nd son of Baron Arthur. The Thorn family? Ah, I see. And he stopped wondering immediately because every vassal in that earldom knows about the feud between Viscount Torvin and the Thorn family. My grave had been public knowledge before I ever arrived. And what have you brought? He asked it, I later learned, while privately assuming the answer was that the new lord had squeezed the grain out of his starving serfs, because what else could possibly come out of that place? A crowd had gathered by then, which was exactly what Alaric had been waiting for. Your Excellency, we have brought salt and some dried seafood. The guards pulled the covers off all 3 wagons at once. That much salt! Dried fish! Where does anyone get that much dried fish? Aren't there sea monsters on that beach? How many fish is that? Theron's eyes narrowed to points. Salt and dried fish are 2 things his own barony cannot produce. Dried fish sells at 30 copper a pound and is eaten by nobles. Where did this come from? Your Excellency, the salt is produced by our own sprite within Storm territory. The dried fish, our lord caught himself, leading the serfs personally. I had written that answer before they left. A salt mine sprite, what luck he has. He swallowed it whole, because that is the only way salt has ever existed, and he did not press on the fish, because he knew perfectly well that nobody hands over a method. And what are you charging? Common people can't afford dried fish. 7 copper for a packet of salt, Your Excellency. 10 copper a pound for the dried fish. There was a pause. That cheap? Are you certain you have not made an error? Salt sells at 10. Dried fish sells at 30. Alaric had just cut one by a third and the other by 2/3, and Theron genuinely could not work out whether he was watching a business or a charity. It is the price my master set, Your Excellency. It will not change. Very well. Sir Kalen is my neighbor. Sell. And he rode off, and on the way back to his castle, his own captain asked him the obvious question. My lord, should we not buy some ourselves? At that price, how will we ever sell the salt we bought from Volkov? Buy it? It's a specialty of the Land of Misfortune. Would you eat it? Then Theron said the part that mattered. And as for selling salt, I have never once dealt with that wretched little man, Volkov, by choice. If Storm territory will sell salt to my people, excellent. I would rather lose the margin than let Volkov earn another copper off me. Theron could not have refused us a market anyway, since we served the same earl, but he did not want to. Volkov had spent years mixing sand into noble orders and deliberately dragging out deliveries, so visiting caravans had to spend another 3 days paying for lodgings in his town. The nobles were worried about catching bad luck. The commoners could not have cared less. Sir, is it true? 7 copper a packet? 7 copper a packet. And the dried fish is really 10 a pound? 10 a pound, and buy now because we leave at noon. 2 packets! 3 for me, 5 packets and a pound of the fish. The convoy disappeared into a crowd. Swift and the guards ended up doing crowd control while Alaric stood on a wagon with a jar, taking coins and handing down goods for 4 solid hours. That's the hour, gentlemen! We have to move! Villagers were still arriving from the surrounding countryside. Sir, will your caravan come again? We will not, said Alaric loudly from the wagon. From now on, our caravan travels only to Fleur City. We won't be stopping in Black Rock. The mood collapsed. Not coming? But we want your salt! They wanted it badly, and they had a specific reason. They had already noticed that the salt they bought from their own lord's supply was full of sand, and the salt in that jar had none. However, Alaric let it hang exactly as long as he had been told to. Although the caravan will not come to you, there is nothing to stop you coming to Storm territory. 2 days there and back, for a saving of 3 copper, to the cursed Land of Misfortune. The crowd did the sum and did not move. And our lord says that anyone who comes to Storm territory to buy pays less, 5 copper a packet. 5 copper, guaranteed free of sand. And Storm territory sets no limit on how much you may buy. Then Alaric delivered the actual payload. If I may offer a suggestion, those of you with means might form a small caravan of your own, buy in quantity, bring it home, and sell it here at 7. And he climbed down and drove out of town. The people he left behind had a very particular look on their faces. 2 coppers a packet is not a fortune, but nobody on this continent ever stops needing salt. And in this world, trade is something nobles do. It had never occurred to a single one of them that they were allowed. I did not just sell salt in Black Rock Town. I recruited a distribution network that pays for itself and works for me for free. 3,399, 4,000. Alaric sat in a wagon that evening, dropping coppers into a strongbox one at a time. 40 silver coins in one morning. Nearly 400 packets of salt and over 120 pounds of dried fish. The goods had cost under 3 silver to produce. If they had stayed the full day, it would have been a gold coin, and people were still walking in from the villages. Steward Alaric. Swift had been chewing on something the whole afternoon. Why is the Lord selling it so cheap? We would make far more at the proper price, especially the salt. We put no sand in it. Nobody would call it expensive. He was not being greedy, he was offended on my behalf. Swift, said Alaric, that is the difference between us and Lord Kalin. Then he looked south, toward home, and repeated what I had told him before they left. We are going to have salt and dried fish without end, but salt in a warehouse is not money. It only becomes money when somebody buys it. And there are only so many nobles in the whole principality. If we sell only to them, we will never empty the warehouse and we will earn a little. But if we sell to commoners and serfs, it is a different world. There are tens of thousands of them for every noble. If every one of them buys a single packet, the copper would fill the castle. And if the price is too high, a serf simply doesn't buy, so the price comes down. Also, Alaric added, the Lord said that most importantly of all, he wants Baron Volkov on his knees, singing. Singing? Said Swift. Singing what? I don't know, said Alaric. I'm sure the Lord will teach him. They ran that play in 5 noble territories on the way north, half a day in each, the same speech every time, and by the time they were a day out from Fleur City, they had sold every grain of the 300 caddies of salt and all 2,000 caddies of dried fish, 4 gold coins and 20 silver. I had sent out goods worth less than a gold coin. They also stopped near Thornland long enough for Swift to send a rider in with a gift of salt and salted fish from my father's house, which cost me almost nothing, and which I want you to remember for later. Back home, meanwhile, I had 100 serfs building toilets, and the entire territory was trying to work out what they were. What do you suppose it's for? It's a fine stone house. It must be for the next civil administrator. There's 1 civil administrator, and he's building 3 of them. Maybe it's for selling beer. There's a stone house in Baron Volkov's territory that sells beer. That's a tavern. This is not a tavern. Who cares? The Lord is paying 30 copper a day. Dig. He is generous. He just doesn't know farming. He's made us plant the seedlings so close together that half the wheat will come up empty. Quiet. Do you want to hang in the square? Besides, he lent us 50 caddies of meat. Let him waste all the wheat he likes. Right. Ask yourself when you last ate meat every day. Then the first building was finished, and they discovered it had been built for them. They could not process it. A brand new stone house, spacious, clean, better than any structure any of them had ever been allowed to stand inside, and it was for that. They started using it with tremendous enthusiasm, and not because of the 10 lashes. It was because a serf in this world will not enter a new stone building once in his life, and now there was one he was allowed to walk into every single day. When all 4 were up, I rode out and inspected them, and I inspected the roads too. The roads did not smell. They had obeyed the order to the letter before the buildings even existed. 5 days in the pits, that should be fermented. Both village chiefs had passed along the serfs' worry about my insane planting density and the wheat coming up hollow. So I gave Silas Foot and Bramble Stump an order that neither of them understood at all, which was to dig up what they had buried 5 days ago and spread it on the wheat fields. They did not ask one question. They took it as revelation and did it, which is what happens when you feed a territory once. Triple flame slash. In the back garden, 4 breaths of gathering and packing the fighting spirit down into channels that were never meant to hold that much. First slash. The sword came out of the draw wrapped in fire. Not glow, fire. Actual fire. The kind that burns. Produced by compressing fighting spirit hard enough that it has nowhere left to go. Second slash. Third. By the last one, the flame had climbed the whole blade, and the air above it was bending. I brought it down on a rock the size of a barrel, and the rock came apart, and the pieces were black on the broken faces. There it is. That is what the intelligence fruit bought me. 2 nights of complete failure, 1 purple plum, and then several days of practice, and I had my first finisher. If I had owned that when the Hellhound landed on me, that fight would have lasted 4 seconds. Sir Lorcan is mid-tier bronze. With this and with Alara, I can take him. Meanwhile, in a hall lined with snowfox fur, Baron Volkov was working on a puzzle. Why haven't those wretches brought their fish to sell? My lord, Captain Finn requests an audience. Send him in. My lord, 2 days ago the steward reported that fewer caravans are coming for salt at the end of this month. He did. Noble caravans come to Volkov's territory once a month to buy salt, always at the end. This month the ones out of the Fleur earldom had dropped by more than half. Volkov had ignored it because he owns the only salt for 100 miles, and sometimes the roads are bad. My lord, I think I know why. In the tavern, I heard a caravan master from Fleur territory say, Storm territory is selling salt. Storm territory has salt? They came here begging for salt to dry their fish 4 days ago. My lord, I bought the man a beer and asked again. He says salt is far cheaper at Storm territory. 7 copper a packet to any commoner, and 5 if you go there yourself. Finn got smaller with each word. He also says the Storm territory salt is pure, no sand at all. He says if the nobles weren't afraid of catching bad luck from that place, they would have stopped buying from us entirely. There was a sound of a silver cup hitting a stone floor. 5 copper a packet to commoners, with no sand in it? Has that useless second son gone insane with poverty? What does he imagine he'll earn? Find out how they're doing it. Find that salt sprite. Salt in this region belongs to me. You have to understand his position. Volkov had a mountain of expenses and 1 income, and I had just walked up to the only thing he owned and cut it in half without ever meeting him. 3 days after that, in a hall 5 miles wide carved into the side of a mountain, Count Octavian of Fleur sat on an iron throne and counted his second sons. Torvin, whose civil administrator has not arrived. 7 men stood below him. He had ennobled 8. Your Excellency, it is the second son of the Thorn family, Kalen Thorn. Viscount Torvin was in an excellent mood when he said it. Merrick was his man, sent specifically to make my life short, and a civil administrator failing to appear meant Merrick had already produced a result. Behind a pillar to one side of the throne, 2 young women were listening because one of them had been ordered to attend and had no intention of doing so visibly. Young miss, that second son has some nerve. The Earl is sitting right there, and his administrator hasn't even come. That was Phelan, who is technically a lady's maid and actually a baron's daughter, and who was very interested indeed in the outcome of this competition, since her mistress's husband would be her employer for life. Her mistress was Lyra, the flower of the Fleur, the Earl's only heir, and the prize at the end of all this. Lyra was not listening. Lyra had brought a book, and in fairness to her, she had good reason to be bored. She had met the sons of her father's vassals at parties, and found most of them to be men who talked a great deal, trained very little, and were still stuck at Bronze Knight in their mid-20s. She was a woman, which in this world is supposed to be a disadvantage, and she had ground her way to silver rank 1. Thorn's second son, then begin. Your Excellency, I am Sir Liam Archer's administrator. Last month, Greenwood Territory collected 20,000 caddies of wheat in tax. His lordship used that grain as wages to hire commoners and serfs to break new ground, and after 10 days the arable land of Greenwood has increased by more than 1,000 acres. Your Excellency, Sir Gareth Stone's administrator, High Hill collected 19,000 caddies in tax. His lordship spent it on livestock. The territory now has 10 dairy cows and 30 sheep. The Earl nodded along, genuinely pleased. Greenwood was the standout, and deserved to be, because that young man had taken his tax revenue and paid it straight back out as wages instead of simply confiscating labor, which means he had worked out on his own what makes a territory grow. Nobody mentioned my name again. Then the reports ended, the written records went up, and the last item of business began. Your Excellency, Sir Dean asked me to present a small gift to Lady Lyra. Because there are 2 ways to win this competition. You can spend 3 years building the best territory in the earldom, or the Earl's daughter can simply decide she likes you, at which point the barony is a formality and the viscountcy is not far behind. 7 administrators had come to the first monthly meeting with 7 gifts. Very good, tell my second sons I will pass these to Lyra. The Earl was delighted because they had correctly understood what he actually wanted. My lord, there is a man outside who says he is the steward of Storm Territory. Storm Territory? Baron Croft is dead. The Earl was genuinely confused. He had stopped assigning anyone to that place. He had written it off. My lord, he says his lord is Kalen Thorn. Kalen Thorn was sent to Storm Territory? The Earl could not believe it, and neither could any of the 7 men on the floor, because the territories were kept secret until after everybody had ridden out, precisely so nobody could cheat. Only one man knew which envelope held which fief. Torvin, explain. Torvin was on the floor before the sentence finished. My lord, I remember now. Kalen was indeed assigned to Storm Territory. A clerk of mine recorded the address incorrectly. By the time I discovered it, he had already departed. And I have punished the man responsible. He has been hanged. Think about that for a moment. His alibi cost a human life, and he offered it up in a public hall as proof of his diligence. And you did not report this to me? My lord, I intended to. It was the season for collecting the half-year taxes, and it slipped my mind. Torvin knows his fault. Punish me. The Earl snorted and did nothing, because Torvin is a viscount and his own brother, and there were 15 people watching. Bring in the steward. Young miss, did you hear? That useless second son has been sent to the Land of Misfortune. How unlucky can one man be? Lyra surfaced from her book. Which useless second son? Kalen, of the Thorn family, young miss. He's 16 and still hasn't made Bronze Knight. He was the most useless boy in the whole Noble Academy. He was sent to the Land of Misfortune? For the first time that afternoon, Lyra put the book down and started listening. This humble servant Alaric, steward of Storm Territory, greets your Excellency. Rise. Why have you come, and where is your civil administrator? Your Excellency, Sir Merrick is dead. The whole hall moved. Dead, said Torvin, and there was a beat too much in his voice. Merrick was a nobleman and a knight. How? Your Excellency, Sir Merrick was killed by dark creatures. Storm territory has been attacked twice in a month. In the second attack, the dark creatures numbered 28, including a hellhound and a headless knight. The room came apart. 28? In one night? A tier 2 hellhound and a headless knight both? The Land of Misfortune indeed. Poor Sir Kalen. 28. Dark creatures will erase a small town. The professional consensus in that hall was that you need 70 or 80 guards to survive that. And the 2 tier 2s are titled knight business, exclusively, and every one of those men was privately writing me off. Not 3 years, not 3 months. And your casualties? Your Excellency, besides Sir Merrick, more than 10 guards died in the fighting. Among the common people, none. That number was mine. I had told Alaric to invent it, because the truth, which is that I lost nobody at all, is not believable and would have started the exact conversation I was trying to avoid. Such small losses? Impossible. Torvin was on it instantly. 28 dark creatures and he loses 10 men? 4 barons with real fighting skill died on that ground. Am I to believe Kalen, who could not cultivate at all, did better than all 4? He had gone straight to the conclusion that suited him, which was that I had murdered his man and invented a monster attack to hide it, which, I want to note for the record, is about 60% correct. Sir Torvin has a point. The previous barons all died fighting. Kalen had never fought at all. Alaric did not hurry. My lord, Lord Kalen is a titled knight. The dark creatures landed at the castle gate, and Lord Kalen led the sortie personally and killed the hellhound and the headless knight himself, which is why his guards were able to finish the rest under his command. Then he delivered the part I had spent 2 days packing into a wagon. Your Excellency, we have brought the remains of both. They are in the courtyard. May I have them brought in? 2 complete dark creature skeletons came into the council hall of Fleur Castle on the shoulders of my guards. They're real. That is a headless knight. Sir Kalen did that. They used to call him useless. Luck, surely. They landed at the gate. They're weakest as they land. Nobody said the word conspiracy again. The Earl looked at the bones and nodded, and I was informed later that his exact assessment was that luck had certainly been involved, but that a boy who chose to walk toward a tier 2 dark creature at all had already done something most of his vassals would not. Young Miss, the useless one, killed all of those. He was promoted very recently, from what your gossip says. Lyra had gone from bored to interested. That is unusual. She knew what she was looking at, better than most people in that room. Plenty of noble children at the academy have killed a hellhound. Every one of them was high bronze or silver when they did it. She had never once heard of a low bronze knight doing it. Kalen has done well, Arthur's son after all, to face 2 tier 2s so young. I shall convey your Excellency's praise upon my return. And then somebody kicked the door of the council hall off its hinges. Aldine, where are you, you snake? I am going to kill you today. A very large man came through the wreckage with an axe. That was Baron Arthur, my adoptive father. And the axe over his shoulder was the plain battle axe I had taken off the headless knight and sent to him 3 days earlier with a load of salted fish, as a gift, purely because I felt I owed the man something for walking around in his son's body. I gave my father the weapon, and he took it directly to a viscount. Torvin, you dare frame my Kalen. High silver knight aura came off him like a furnace, and he crossed that hall in 4 strides. Torvin is silver rank 1. Torvin took one look at an axe head wider than his own skull and ran. The blade came down and destroyed a section of marble floor that had been laid by the Earl's grandfather. You're not getting out of this room! My Lord Earl, help! Arthur has lost his mind. Torvin made it to the dais, which was the only correct decision he made that month. Arthur, calm yourself. My Lord Earl, I am guilty. I accept it. Let me kill this bastard first and then do as you like with me. He did not go up the steps. He simply stood at the edge of the platform, staring at the Earl's brother, breathing. The Earl had been intending to smooth this over with Baron Arthur at some quiet later date, and had not expected the old man to arrive inside the hour with a battle axe. Arthur, Kalen is unharmed. You will have satisfaction from me. Sit down. Then to a servant frozen against the wall. Why has nobody brought Baron Arthur a chair? Arthur glared at Torvin for another several seconds, put the axe away, and sat. The Land of Misfortune is far too dangerous, the Earl said, once the room could breathe again. Kalen survived this. He may not survive the next. I have decided to grant him a different territory. Arthur, does that satisfy you? Thank you, Your Excellency. Huh, said Alaric. Every head in the room turned. Steward Alaric, do you have something to say? My lord, it is only that before I left, Lord Kalen instructed me that he does not wish to change territories. He what? Arthur was on his feet. He does not want to change? Has the boy fallen in love with the Land of Misfortune? And I want to be fair to my adoptive father here. He knew his son. His son was timid, and had been timid every day of his life, and no version of that boy stays in a place where 4 lords are buried. Lord Arthur, those were his words. He said that Storm Territory may be a land of misfortune to other men, but to him it is a land of fortune, because he is a lord blessed by the god of glory. The council hall of Fleur Castle laughed out loud. The land of misfortune is a lucky place. And what does that make everybody else's territory? Exactly, paradise? Even the earl had to work at his face. And the second half was worse. Servants tell their masters they are blessed by the god of glory 40 times a day. A nobleman never says it about himself, ever, because saying it about yourself is the single most shameless thing available in this culture. Young miss, he's ridiculous. He announced that he's favored by the god of glory. Lyra smiled slightly and said nothing. Arthur looked around the hall once, and the laughing stopped. Then explain it to me. He had his temper back on a leash. How is Storm Territory a lucky place? If the reason is not good enough, I will accept the Earl's offer myself, right now, as his father. Lord Arthur? Since arriving in Storm Territory, Lord Caitlin has acquired 2 sprites. 2? In 1 month? A purple sprite and a yellow sprite. The purple sprite took a swordwood forest as its habitat. The yellow sprite has produced salt. That yellow sprite does not exist. I invented it and made Alaric say it in front of an earl, because the truth is a pot, a tablecloth, and some charcoal, and I intend to keep it. The hall made a noise like a room full of people being punched gently. A swordwood grove and a salt mine? Both of those sell forever. Either one makes a house. Both, in a month, in the worst land in the earldom. Steward, is this true? Caitlin has a swordwood sprite and a salt mine sprite. It is true, Lord Arthur, which is why he does not wish to move. And Arthur went quiet, because he could not argue with it. A sprite that is already bonded to a habitat will keep producing the same thing forever, and moving territory risks the entire investment. The swordwood is at least visible, but nobody can promise that a salt sprite moved to new ground will ever make salt again. Arthur! The Earl broke the silence. If Caitlin truly wishes to stay, I will exempt Storm Territory from taxation, which is not a small thing. A vassal owes taxes, and owes his lord 2 months of military service a year, unpaid, on demand. The Earl had just written off the first half of that, permanently, out of guilt in public. Has he really made up his mind, steward? He has, Lord Arthur. Then let him stay. My father sighed. Your Excellency, let Caitlin remain in Storm Territory. He told me much later why he agreed. No lord worth anything ever grew up under his father's arm. You get there by walking at things. Then it is done. I will have the exemption drawn up. If there is nothing further, we are adjourned. Your Excellency, Alaric suddenly said, I have a gift here from Lord Caitlin to Lady Lyra. He had just watched 7 servants carry 7 gift boxes across the hall and realized with total horror that his master had sent nothing because his master had forgotten the Earl's daughter existed. Which is true. I had never seen her. I did not know if she was tall, short, kind, or cruel, and I had a war with a fortress to plan. Very well. Give it to the servants. Alaric reached into his own coat and produced the bottle of perfume he had been carrying around for 10 days. The servant who took it had worked in Fleur Castle for years and recognized the bottle instantly because it was the plain porcelain the castle buys by the crate to scent its own corridors. His mouth did something complicated. 7 crystal boxes and 1 hallway air freshener. The other administrators stared. The Earl saw all of it and elected mercifully to say nothing. Back home, I had my own problems. My lord, following Daisy's directions, 2 more spies have been taken. What's the count? 6 now, my lord. Put them with the others. Volkov had started pushing men into my territory 2 days after Alaric left, exactly as I expected, because I had just cut his income in half, and he was going to come looking for a sprite that does not exist. So Daisy's bees patrolled my border with Volkov's every single day, and every time somebody crossed it, my 14-year-old kitchen scout knew before he had walked 100 meters. 6 for 6. The caravan should be in Fleur City by now, home in 5 days at the outside. I did the arithmetic on my fingers. Salt was only the opening. You have been very arrogant, so do not blame me for what comes next. My lord, today's bees are away. Daisy came in at a run. She now spent her entire day in a cloud of them, which the servants found genuinely upsetting to look at. Excellent. Tell your mother to bake 2 extra white loaves tonight, 1 for you and 1 for Ilara. Thank you, my extremely generous and handsome lord. For all the terrifying things the girl could do, she was 14 and she could be bought with bread. I was not above using that, because Daisy had a second job that week, and it was step 1 of my plan for Sir Lorcan. Every day, twice a day, she sent the bees to the buffer zone camp with instructions. Sting the men on the wall, concentrate on the archers in the towers. That camp had 5-meter walls and 51 armed men, and I had 25. I was never going to storm it. The only way in was to get over that wall without being seen, and the only way to do that was to make standing on it unbearable. So the guards of Volkov's fortress spent that week being visited by bees several times a day. Everybody got stung, several men swelled up. The archers in the towers had it worst, because a tower is a box you cannot leave quickly. Sir Lorcan, a mid-tier bronze knight, personally tried and personally failed to do anything about it, and eventually issued an order that when the bees came, men were to take cover until they left. He also sent search parties into the woods to find the hive. They found nothing because it was in my castle courtyard, and he never once suspected a person was doing it because nobody in the history of this world has ever commanded an insect. Meanwhile, in a white marble cottage in the gardens of Fleur Castle, Lyra's maid was unwrapping 7 presents and being extremely happy about it. "Young miss, look at these shells from Sir Liam of Greenwood. If you like it, keep it. Young miss, I couldn't. If Sir Liam heard, he would blame me." She said that while opening the next box faster. Colored crystals, fresh magic potion fruit, a worked bracelet, every one of them expensive and chosen to be seen. "Is this a gift?" She had opened the 7th and found an 8th item, and every box had come with a card in the sender's own hand, so she knew whose was left. "Sir Kalen hasn't been opened yet. Young miss, Sir Kalen is a miser." "Why a miser? Look at it. This is the perfume they spray in the corridors here." She was holding out a porcelain bottle worth less than 10 copper coins, unwrapped, uncarded, and her face was a small storm. "Phelan, it is Sir Kalen's goodwill, whatever it looks like. If he ever hears what you just said, I shall not defend you. He obviously doesn't care about young miss at all. I'm not frightened." Lyra went back to her book, and Phelan, who was still annoyed, put the bottle down on the table, and then, because she is a young woman and there was a cork, pulled the cork. She never got it to her nose. "Oh." Lyra looked up from the sofa. Young miss this. I have never smelled anything like this." Lyra took the bottle out of her hand. "What perfume is this? I know Jasmine. Jasmine has never smelled like this." She was holding a container worth less than a loaf of bread, and she is the daughter of an earl, and she has smelled the best perfume the principality produces. And she was completely certain that whatever was in that bottle stood beside any of it. "It seems I misjudged Sir Kalen." Phelan had gone very red. "But who put something like that in a bottle like this?" "What a strange man," said Lyra. And she was right to be baffled. Any other second son would have put that in crystal with gold on it, precisely so it could not be mistaken. If Phelan had not pulled that cork out of idle habit, my reputation in Fleur Castle would have been fixed as a cheapskate forever, and I would never have known. I had not remembered to send a gift at all. The only thing I had deliberately sent to that city was an axe and some salted fish to my father. "Phelan, go and see whether the Storm Territory caravan has left. If they haven't, ask whether they have more of this." Down in the city, at the foot of the mountain, a crowd was gathering around something Fleur City had never seen. A caravan had set up a stall in East Square. East Square is where the great houses live. Nobody sells anything off a table in East Square. It is not illegal, it is simply unthinkable, in the way that turning up to a state dinner in your underwear is unthinkable. The salt and the dried fish were long gone, sold out across 5 territories on the road. The perfume was not, because at 50 silver coins a bottle, the only people who can buy it live in the east of the city. So, my steward, a man of profound personal dignity who has served in a castle for years, borrowed a table from Fleur Castle, put 17 porcelain bottles on it, and began to call out to passing aristocrats. "Ladies, gentlemen, precious perfume of the Thorn family at a bargain price. 1 drop will keep a room fresh all day. On the skin, better still." A crowd formed. Nobody approached. Somebody laughed. "They've set up a stall in East Square. Are they from a farm? Look at the bottle. That's the corridor perfume. It's a silver a bottle in the south of the city. Wear that out of the house, and you'd be finished." Alaric heard all of it, and rather than argue, pulled a cork. The laughing stopped in about 2 seconds. "That is jasmine. There's something else in it. Why does it smell like that? Ladies and gentlemen, this perfume is made by the Thorn family to our own formula. Please, come and try it." Not one of them moved. And I want you to understand why, because it is the part I got wrong. Every noblewoman in that square wanted that bottle. If it had been sitting in a shop 40 meters away, they would have fought over it. But it was on a table in the street in public, in front of everyone they know, and being the first person to buy from a stall in East Square is a story that follows you for 10 years. Alaric realized he was going to fail, and he had warned me about it before he left. He had suggested selling to a perfume house in the city. I had told him no, because I am not handing a merchant the margin on my own product, and because I intend to build a name of my own, and you cannot build a name inside somebody else's shop. Good wine needs no bush, I had said, like an idiot in a garden 400 miles away. There are only 17 bottles remaining, ladies and gentlemen. If you want one, do not delay. The noblewomen stood exactly where they were, with their eyes burning. Only 17? That's hardly any. The voice came from the back, and it was not shy. Everybody turned to see who was brave enough to be the first person to buy perfume off a table. Then everybody bowed instead. Lady Lyra. She came through the crowd unhurried, nodding to either side. Phelan walked behind her, looking extremely pleased with herself, since Phelan was the one who had spoken. Alaric nearly folded himself in half. "Your perfume is wonderful," Lyra said. "I will buy it." "You honor us, my lady." "How many bottles shall I bring?" "My mistress will take all of them," said Phelan, stepping in, "because negotiating is a maid's work." "Steward Alaric, the price?" "All of them? Is there a problem? Are you not selling?" "Lady Lyra, Alaric has never in his life been closer to the edge. Lord Kalen instructed me that it is 1 bottle per person." He watched Phelan's eyebrows go up and her temper start to arrive, and he changed course at speed. "Although Lady Lyra is naturally an exception, my lady, may I sell you 7? He was guessing. He had no idea whether refusing an earl's daughter would get him punished at home, and he only did it because I had told him the point of the day was to launch the perfume, not to empty the table. "Alaric, this is Lady Lyra. You cannot possibly—" Lyra stopped her maid with one hand. "That's fine," she said. "How much per bottle?" 50 silver coins, my lady." Lyra blinked twice. 50 silver? That's cheap. Nobody in that square had expected that sentence. A perfume like this should not be cheap. She said it lightly, and she said it loudly enough. "Phelan, give Steward Alaric 7 gold coins." 7 gold. For 7 bottles she had just been offered for 350 silver. She had precisely doubled the price of my product in public, in front of every noblewoman in East Square, having worked out in about 4 seconds exactly why it was underpriced and exactly what a cheap bottle does to a good thing. Phelan looked at her mistress in open disbelief, and then counted out 7 gold coins. "Thank you, Lady Lyra." She walked away with 7 bottles. Alaric turned back to the crowd. "Ladies and gentle—" He did not finish that sentence either. "I'll take one. Here's a gold coin. And me, a gold coin. Me!" My steward disappeared entirely. Swift and the first squad had to physically hold the table down. 17 bottles. 17 gold coins. The goods had cost me 17 silver and a fingernail of ambergris. And the thing worth more than the money is that Storm Territory now had a product with a name on it, sold in East Square, worn by the flower of the fleur, at a price she set herself. I did not know about any of it yet. At that moment I was standing in my own courtyard with sugarcane juice on my boots. "My lord, what do we do now?" Alara and Daisy were looking at a wagon load of cane with enormous expectation. "We crush it, every stalk, into the new mill, and catch every drop." I said that while eating one, which I accept is not a dignified way to give an order. "Wash it first." 6 days after the caravan left, the earliest cane had ripened, and while the masons were finishing the toilets, I had put them on a second job in the corner of my courtyard, which was a stone mill and a stove. Not a stove. The stove. 12 meters of it, with 8 iron pots in a row along the top. I built that from memory, and the memory is this. As a boy, I spent summers at my grandmother's house, and next door to my grandmother's house, there was a small rural sugar works, and a gang of us used to hang around it all summer, trying to steal cane. You cannot loiter around a sugar works for 5 summers without learning how sugar is made. It is not difficult. It is barely a technique. It is patience in 8 pots. Crush the washed cane and catch the juice. Put the juice in the first pot and boil it, stirring the whole time so it heats evenly. When it has gone down, ladle it into the second pot, then the third. Each pot it gets thicker and darker. By the 8th pot it is syrup, and you ladle the syrup into flat wooden trays and let it cool. When it sets, that is sugar. The cane went through the mill, and the juice ran down the groove into the buckets, and my household guards, who had spent the morning learning left from right, spent the afternoon standing along a 12-meter stove with ladles as tall as they were, stirring. "My lord, there's less and less of it. We're wasting it." Daisy had already eaten 2 whole stalks and was watching the level go down in the pots with real distress. Her mother had told her they were making something as good as honey, and now it was evaporating. "Daisy, you feel that way now. Say it again in an hour." She had no framework for it. Sugar does not exist here. There is no word for it. The girl was watching me boil away a perfectly good sweet and could not imagine what could possibly be left at the end. I was already 3 moves ahead and thinking about bread. Brown sugar first, then white sugar is not far behind. And once you have sugar, you have preserves. And once you have preserves, you have changed how an entire continent eats breakfast. "My lord, the last pot has gone thick. Is that it?" Ilara had been running the stove for half an hour. "Let me see." The 8th pot had come down to a heavy syrup. "That's it. Daisy, the box." She dragged over the flat wooden tray. We ladled the syrup in and spread it flat. And then the 3 of us stood around a wooden box in a courtyard and watched it cool. "My lord, is it ready?" "And it's gone yellow. It isn't red anymore." Daisy was not worried about waste any longer. The smell coming off that tray had her entirely. "It should be about there." I pressed a finger into it. set, all the way through. So I took a spatula and cut the slab into small bars, one each. Ilara and Daisy took a piece of sugar each, and neither of them had ever held anything like it in their lives. I took a piece myself and bit straight into it. There it is. Brown sugar boiled out of nothing but cane juice does not taste like the industrial stuff I grew up buying. It tastes like the works next to my grandmother's house on a hot afternoon. The two of them were standing there holding theirs, not eating, swallowing. Go on, both of you. They put it in their mouths, and Daisy's eyes went so wide I was concerned for her. My lord, this is... Ilara did not say anything at all. She just pressed her lips together and stood absolutely still, working through it. Daisy, sugar cane or brown sugar? Brown sugar, my lord. Daisy loves brown sugar. Good, it gets better. Go and fetch your mother. She was gone before I finished. Ilara, write me a decree. Every villager in Storm territory may hunt for sugar cane in the scrub in their own time. Cut it, bring it to the castle, and I pay 1 copper coin for every 3 stalks. And take a few stalks with you so people know what they're looking for. Here is the reasoning, and it is the same reasoning as everything else. Storm territory has a small population and very little arable land. Farming keeps people alive. Farming does not make a place rich. A territory becomes rich by making something the other territories want and selling it to them. I now had 3 of those: salt, dried fish, and sugar. Cora came out and I explained bread to her, badly, because I lived alone in my old life and I could cook about 6 things and none of them involved an oven. She got it in about 40 seconds. My lord, do you mean that when the loaf is baked, one brushes brown sugar or honey over it? Exactly that. And today it goes on the black bread as well, for the servants and the guards. Honey too, incidentally. There was honey in the castle now, from Daisy's hive, which made me one of a very small number of people on this continent eating honey bread that week. In my old life, every doctor alive would tell you to cut down on sugar. In this world, that advice is a joke. Nobody here is at risk of getting fat. What sugar does here is make a person who has eaten boiled black bread every day of their life suddenly, briefly, happy. And I decided that was a thing worth handing out. At once, my lord, I praise your wisdom and generosity. She took a handful of sugar and went, and she was not being polite. She had already tasted it, and she was a serious professional, and she had just been handed a new ingredient that does not exist anywhere in the world. Outside the castle, my decree hit the territory like a gold rush. Almost everybody had seen sugarcane. Almost nobody had ever looked at it. It is a scrawny little stick in the weeds. Only Doom Village even knew you could eat it, and they knew because they had been hungry enough to try everything. Now it had a name given to it by the Lord, and a price, 1 copper for 3. Finding it needs no muscle. It is not logging. It is not the plow. A 7-year-old is as good at it as her father. So every single person in Storm territory with a free hour began combing the undergrowth. That evening, at dinner in my courtyard, I ran a small experiment. Food! The guards came off the wall at speed, which they always do, and lined up with their trays, and got black bread and a big ladle of whale soup. Thank you for your grace, my lord, said Gareth Horn, to a lord who was not even present, because they say it anyway. Gareth, wait. Ilara was supervising the line. Tonight the lord has also granted you a piece of brown sugar bread. She put a lump of black bread the size of a child's fist on his tray. Brown sugar bread? He had no idea what those words meant together. But extra food from the Lord is extra food from the Lord. Thank you for your grace, my lord. And then Gareth Horn sat down and did what every one of them did. He ignored the small, strange bread entirely and went straight for the soup. Fish broth is the best thing that has ever happened to that man, and it goes cold. He finished. He sat back. He patted his stomach. Then he noticed the little red-brown lump still on the tray, and being a man who has been hungry his whole life and does not waste food, he put the whole thing in his mouth in one go and stood up to wash his plate. He got about half a step. Ah! Every guard in the courtyard jumped. Gareth, you idiot, did a cow tread on your tail? What are you screaming for? It's not me. It's the bread. It's... He had actually spat it back out into his hand so he could point at it, and then could not produce a sentence. What's wrong with the bread? A stone in it? There haven't been stones since Lady Cora came. No, it's that it's good. There was a pause. Good? Good enough to scream about? Gareth, are you having us on? Which is a fair challenge, because it was black bread, and they know exactly what black bread is. If he had been given white bread, they might have believed him, since none of them had ever tasted white bread in their lives. I'm not. Try yours. And he put it back in his mouth, and this time he did not chew. He just held it there. 4 seconds later, that courtyard sounded like a room where somebody has been proposed to, because none of them had ever eaten honey, not one. Sweetness was not a flavor they had a memory of. 27 grown men, several of whom had killed a skeleton soldier with a shield 11 days earlier, sat around a wooden table making small, helpless noises at a piece of bread. 3 days later, Ilara came up the stairs at a run. "My lord, the caravan is back." "Back?" "2 miles out, my lord. Get Lightning saddled. Iris, help me dress." I had just come out of a wash and was standing there in an undershirt. I could have waited in the hall like a dignified nobleman. Instead, I dressed at speed and rode out to meet them. I had put every asset I owned on a wagon, sent it 400 miles away, and I wanted the number. 3 wagons came up the road, as full as they had left, and behind them, on foot, 20 people in plain linen, the families of Merrick's 5 guards. I had promised those men I would bring their people out of Fleur City on the night they knelt in front of me with monsters coming up the hill, and Swift had gone and got them. "Greetings, my lord. Reporting, my lord. The first squad completed every task. The caravan took no losses. Reporting, my lord. All goods sold. Good, both of you. Home now, and tell me everything." So it took 6 territories to sell out. "Yes, my lord." Alaric had honey tea in front of him, which he had earned, and only because we stayed half a day in each. Had we stayed longer, 2 or 3 would have done it. Which surprised me, and it surprised me because I had made an assumption from inside my own territory. I had assumed everywhere else was storm territory with better weather, all serfs and no money. It is not. Other territories have a real population of free commoners with actual coins, and free commoners buy dried fish. The nobles stayed away from all of it. Not one lord bought a grain of my salt, because it came out of the Land of Misfortune, and they were afraid of catching it, which I decided, after about a minute of being annoyed, was the best thing that could have happened. Think about who I am selling to. If the nobles had bought in, they would have bought in bulk, controlled the distribution, and set the price. Because they refused, I get to sell directly to every commoner in the earldom at a price that teaches an entire generation that salt is cheap. And once ordinary people believe salt is cheap, they will come to me. Which means foreign caravans start rolling into storm territory, and a territory that caravans drive into stops being a place where 4 lords died and starts being a market. Go on, Alaric. We delivered your gift to Lord Arthur as instructed, and then arrived at Fleur Castle. And then I sat in my own hall and had the story of my father coming through the council chamber doors after a viscount with an axe. He chased Torvin in front of the earl. He did, my lord. Fortunately, the earl did not take offense, and in the end comforted Lord Arthur. Of course he did not take offense. Baron Arthur is the most dangerous fighter that man has under his banner, and you do not find a war axe for being a war axe. But there was a detail in Alaric's account that told me something more useful. Arthur chased Torvin the length of that hall and destroyed a floor. And when Torvin fled up onto the raised platform where the earl sat, my father stopped at the edge and did not set one foot on it. That platform is a throne dais. No subject steps on it uninvited. A man too angry to think does not notice the line. My father noticed the line while sprinting, so the old man is not simply a hammer, good to know. And the earl offered to move me. He did, my lord. I gave your answer. And they laughed at you, my lord, said Alaric with enormous care. Including, I regret to say, somewhat, the earl. Fair enough. In their position, I would have laughed too. But I got what I came for, and Alaric laid it on the table in front of me. A single sheet of parchment with about 2 lines on it, under the earl's own seal, saying that from this day, all taxes are waived on the fief of the vassal Kalin, storm territory, and that this holds without term. That document does not expire. It has no review date. It is good until the Fleur family stops existing, and here is why I refused to move, which nobody in that hall understood. The other 7 second sons were handed a slice of somebody's barony, split 2 or 3 ways, safe, small. Some of them do not even have a castle, and a lord without a castle is a man with a nice hat. I was handed a whole barony, an entire coastline, a forest nobody has ever cut, a buffer zone with a mine in it, and now no tax forever. The earl thought he was compensating a boy for a death sentence. In a few years, he is going to think about that afternoon quite a lot. And the perfume, my lord. I listened to the whole East Square story, with a cold feeling climbing up my back, because that failure was mine, entirely mine. Alaric had proposed selling to a perfume house in the city, and I had overruled him out of nothing but arrogance, and I had also specifically ordered him not to say the perfume came from storm territory, which was correct and which I congratulated myself about at the time. I avoided the one problem I could see and walked straight into the one I could not, which is that, for the nobility of this world, dignity outranks desire. Every woman in that square wanted it. Not one of them was willing to be seen wanting it first. 17 bottles were about to come home unsold, and my brand was about to die in its first hour. And I was saved by a young woman I have never met, whose face I could not pick out of a crowd, and to whom I had accidentally sent corridor air freshener in an unwrapped bottle. She did not just buy it. She stood in the middle of East Square and told a crowd of aristocrats that my price was too low, and then paid double, in public, which is the single most effective thing anybody has ever done for me. That is not a purchase. That is an endorsement. In my old life, you paid a great deal of money for an hour of that. I owe the flower of the floor, I said, to nobody. The rest of Alaric's report was purchasing and roads and nothing worth repeating, and then he took a small box out of his coat. My lord, Lady Isolde asked me to bring you this as we were leaving Fleur City. Isolde? The name arrived with a memory attached, and I had to sit with it for a second. Arthur has 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Isolde is the youngest, 2 years behind this body, and she is the one with the talent. More than her useless brother, more than the heir. She is at the Noble Academy in Fleur City on her own merit. I opened the box, and inside it there was a crystal. And the crystal was on fire, a flame crystal. Cut like a gemstone, sharp-edged, half-transparent, and inside it a red flame moving as though there were air in there feeding it. There are 4 of these in the world: flame, ice, whirlwind, and earth for the 4 attributes. And all 4 are formed only rarely inside a yellow sprite's mineral vein. What they do is simple and enormous. A titled knight absorbs one and takes in the fighting spirit stored inside it. 1 crystal is worth roughly a month of meditation. That is the real, ugly truth about power in this world, by the way. Wealthy nobles do not advance faster because they are more disciplined. They advance faster because demonic beast meat strengthens the body without training and costs a gold coin a pound. And because a flame crystal lets you skip a month of your life lying down, and a flame crystal costs at least 10 gold. The whole system is a ladder where the rungs are priced. And I cultivate fire attribute, so the crystal in that box was precisely the one I needed. There was a letter under it. Kalen, I heard you planted the seed and became a titled knight. Congratulations, brother. Father says you have been sent to Storm Territory, which is a very dangerous place. I am giving you this flame crystal. I hope you break through again soon and become the pride of the Thorn family and the pride of your sister, your dearest sister, Isolde. I sat in my own hall with that in my hands for a while. I have to be honest with you about something. Up to that afternoon, the Thorn family was a set of facts in a borrowed memory. Not mine. I was a man from another world walking around in a dead boy's body, using his relatives as background information. Then his father kicked in the door of an earl's council chamber to defend him, and his little sister sent him 10 gold coins she did not have. Because that is the other thing. The Thorn family is famously poor across the whole earldom. Isolde cannot buy a flame crystal. The only way a girl at the Noble Academy comes into one is by winning it, which means my sister took a prize for top academic performance and put it in a box and sent it 400 miles into the Land of Misfortune. Fine, I said out loud to an empty room. You've all decided to stand with me. Then from now on, I protect you. Then I put the letter away and got back to business, because sentiment is lovely, and Sir Lorcan was still standing on my buffer zone. My lord, the caravan took 21 gold coins and 10 silver in total. After 14 gold, 30 silver spent on supplies, 6 gold and 80 silver remain. Shall I hand it to you, or store it? Register it and put it in the vault. 21 gold, out of goods that had cost me under 2. Then I checked what the 2 gold had bought, which was 15 complete sets of kit. Leather armor, helmet, round shield, boots. 10 of them went straight to Ilara's archers, who had gone into a battle against dark creatures in rags. The next day I let the first squad sleep, and by noon they were on their feet again and looking at me expectantly. The caravan's home and the money's counted. Now we deal with the buffer zone. Every day I left that camp standing felt like a day of being robbed, and I still did not know what was in it. More importantly, the bee campaign had done its work. For over a week those men had been stung 2 and 3 times a day, and they had learned a habit. The instant somebody spots bees, get off the wall and take cover. The bees leave inside 3 minutes. Nothing bad has ever happened in those 3 minutes. That is the entire plan. I was not going to break a fortress. I was going to teach a fortress to open itself. My lord! Daisy at a dead run. My lord, I sent the bees to the camp as usual, and they came back and say there are more than a dozen new guards in there, and a wagon. A dozen men and a wagon. I was frowning at nothing for about 2 seconds, and then my stomach went. They're shipping the ore. That camp is a mine. A mine does not need extra guards and a cart unless something is going out. Daisy, fetch Ilara and Swift to the hall. Sir, you sent for us. Daisy says a convoy has arrived at the camp. I believe Volkov is moving the ore out. So we go now, tonight, and we deal with the situation as we find it. Neither of them looked surprised. Swift looked, if anything, delighted. Yes, my lord. I swear to serve you to the death. Then get the men kitted. 10 minutes. The whole castle woke up. This was not the dark creatures. This was an assault on a fortified position, and it needed things. The ladders I had built in advance, the hive, food, and water. I had planned to hit them at dawn. Now I was going at dusk, into a camp with 100% more men in it than my order of battle. And the difference between planning and improvising is the difference between a victory and a story people tell about you afterwards. 25 armed men in my front courtyard. Storm Territory is mine. It's also your home. I had the helmet on and my hand on the hilt. And there are men wrecking it. They are stripping wealth out of our buffer zone, and they have been coming into storm territory and taking our people. So tell me, what do we do about bandits like that? Kill them! Swift got there first, at volume. Kill them! Kill them! Good. Then tonight your lord takes you out and clears them off this land for good. 3 wagons because I needed the men's legs fresh, and an hour on the road, and then we hid the wagons a mile short of the border and walked in. Daisy, what's in there now? She was with us because her bees were the operation. She would not go near the fighting, and without her there was no fighting. My lord, the bees say the people in the camp are putting things onto the wagon, over and over. Loading ore. I looked up. It was barely dusk. Because here was my problem. Everything I had depended on darkness. 25 men do not storm a wall in daylight. If that convoy rolled out before nightfall, I had 2 choices, and they were both bad. I could ambush the convoy on the road, take the ore, and lose the camp forever because the survivors would tell Sir Lorcan and he would never sleep again. Or I could let a wagon load of somebody else's ore drive right past my face and wait until midnight for the fort. I genuinely could not decide, which tells you what kind of lord I am. Please, I said to a sky I do not believe in, let them stay the night. Inside the camp, at that exact moment, Sir Lorcan was pouring Finn another beer. Drink, Finn, it's hours until dark. Finn was a commoner, but he was Volkov's most trusted man, so Sir Lorcan treated him like a peer. Finn, how are things at the Barrens? I've been sitting in this camp for 2 months. Nothing much, Sir Lorcan. Lord Volkov's brother has been quiet. Good, good. And with this mine, another year or 2, and perhaps your chance comes. Here is what they were actually discussing. Count Blackarin has 2 sons. The elder is the legitimate heir with the backing of the earldom's vassals. The younger is Volkov, who is a bastard, and who cannot stand being one. 3 years ago, the Count's first wife died, and Volkov's mother moved into the space she left, and Volkov's position has been rising ever since. He wants the earldom. On any honest reckoning, he has almost no chance, because an heir with vassal support does not lose to a bastard with an ambitious mother. Except that 2 months ago, Count Blackiron gave Volkov a yellow sprite, and a yellow sprite makes a mine, and a mine mined for a year or 2 changes the arithmetic completely. That is what was in the woods on my border, not a business, a bid for an earldom. And every man in that camp knew that if Volkov won, they would be the men who made it happen. By the way, Sir Lorcan, there has been a small trouble. It has the Baron very angry. What trouble? You won't believe me. It's from next door. Storm territory. Storm territory? Those wretches dare to cause Lord Volkov trouble? Sir Lorcan was genuinely amused. He had threatened the Lord of Storm territory across a wall a fortnight earlier and watched him walk away. He had stayed alert for a few days afterwards, yet nothing came. No arrow in the night, no messenger, no complaint. In his professional opinion, if that boy had possessed a single vertebra, he would have done something. It isn't that he's strong, he got lucky. Finn shook his head. That unlucky lord somehow came into a salt mine sprite. And whether he's desperate or doing it deliberately, he is selling salt to commoners in the Fleur earldom at 7 copper a packet. And he tells them they can come to the Land of Misfortune and buy it for 5, with no sand in it. 5 copper to commoners, with no sand? Where is his profit? The Baron is furious, but here's the strange part. I've sent several men into Storm territory to find out how, and not one of them has come back. Ha! He'll have posted guards. Sir Lorcan knew the local ground better than Finn did. There is 1 road in that whole territory, and nobody on it. 2 men by the roadside would catch a stranger in an hour? Correct. Except it was a 14-year-old and some bees. That may be, but the Baron has ordered me to find that salt sprite and destroy it. I'll help. When you've got the ore home, I'll send you 2 men who know this ground. Thank you, Sir Lorcan. It's all for the Baron. Now drink, because you're leaving at midnight anyway to stay out of the heir's sight, so you may as well drink now. Outside in the trees, the light went out of the sky, and I finally started breathing again. Thank you, I told the God of Glory, who I'm increasingly willing to believe in on a transactional basis. This makes it harder, but if it works, the ore is mine. I was now looking at 60 men instead of 50. And I was going to take that trade, because a full wagon is 10 days of a mine, and I wanted it. Swift, Alara, pass the word. Rations now. You do not feed men heavily before a fight, so I had kept them empty through the afternoon, so they would be ready at any moment. Now that it was full dark and nobody was going anywhere, they could eat. Black bread and roasted salt fish, in the dark, 400 meters from a fortress. We waited until nearly midnight, and I had actually dozed off against a tree when Daisy shook me. My lord, they're moving. I think they're leaving. Now, it isn't even midnight. I had been counting on the deepest part of the night, when men are stupid with tiredness. They're already forming up, my lord. Then we go now. I hate improvising. Daisy, call the bees and split them. Half to Alara, half to Swift. She started talking to the queen in the wooden box under her arm. Bees navigate by the sun and are effectively blind at night. which is exactly why a night attack by bees is an impossible thing that nobody prepares for. But they will also follow the sound of the swarm, and the queen's wings are the loudest thing in that box. The hive lifted off in the dark and divided itself in two. Alara, my lord, when the wall clears, take the archers up on the ladders. Once Swift and I are in, shoot at will. Yes, my lord. Inside, Finn was standing up and putting on his gloves. Sir Lorcan, thank you for the hospitality. Time I was on the road. Safe journey, my regards to the Baron. See you in 2 months. Open the gate. Volkov had spent real money on that camp. The gate did not swing. It dropped on a winch from the top down, which is far harder to force and takes several men to raise. It was halfway up when somebody on the wall shouted, "Bees! There are bees in the middle of the night!" Sir Lorcan, what's happening? Finn had 10 men, and all of them had steel out. Strange, why would they be out at this hour? Perhaps the gate startled them. And then Sir Lorcan, a competent professional soldier with 2 months of experience of exactly this situation, said the sentence that lost him everything. Don't concern yourself, Finn. There's a nest somewhere nearby, and they've been stinging my men for a week. Shame we can't find it. I'd have liked the honey. Finn put his sword away. Ah, well, I'm off then. Look at that sky, not a star. I hope it doesn't rain on me. Get back on the wall as soon as the bees clear, Sir Lorcan told his men, and yawned and turned toward his quarters. Drakenor! He stopped mid-step. What in the world was that? Finn rode out of the gate and had not yet adjusted to the dark outside when something came at him from the left, low and very fast, with a sword lit up red, screaming a word in a language nobody on this continent has ever heard. He went off the horse. About the word, I have had to explain it several times since. In my old life, when we played games, we shouted things. It is not a spell. It is not a battle cry of any nation. It means nothing at all. It came out of me the way a hiccup comes out of you, at the exact moment I killed a man, and I have regretted it ever since. There was a full second of complete silence in that camp. Then, enemy, enemy, attack! And the alarm bell started. Drakenor! That was Swift. Swift had seen his lord open an engagement with an incomprehensible foreign war cry and a one-stroke kill, and had drawn the obvious conclusion, and came out of the tree line yelling it at the top of his lungs with 15 swordsmen behind him doing the same. They went through Finn's 10 men before those men had finished turning round. What does it mean? Swift shouted at me later, genuinely thrilled. My lord, when I shouted I feel strong, and you should see their faces. I have created something, and I do not know how to stop it. I did not have time to worry about it then, because I was already running at the men on the winch. Don't panic, hold them and get the gate down. Archers to the wall, everyone else with me. Sir Lorcan was not a fool, and he was not drunk enough to matter. He was awake and giving orders inside 4 seconds, and moving toward the gate with his sword out. Then, the arrows started. They're on the wall. They have archers on the wall. Because while Sir Lorcan was crossing his own parade ground, 11 ladders had gone up against the back of a wall that nobody was standing on, and 11 archers trained for a month by a daughter of luck had gone up them. Where did those archers come from? Sir Lorcan was genuinely bewildered, and he had reason to be. His men were being hit nearly every time. That does not happen. You get that standard of massed archery out of a great house that has been training bowmen for generations, not out of a barony with 1,000 serfs in it. Hold, and clear the wall first. Which was the correct order. As a mid-bronze knight, he could shrug off an arrow. His men could not, and archers above you decide a fight. His own guard captain took most of the camp's men at the stairs, roaring, and led them up. An arrow came at him, and he threw himself flat, and it took the man behind him in the chest instead, and that man came back down the stairs in a way you do not forget. But he got up onto the wall. He was a veteran, he was furious, and he was 4 or 5 meters from a line of archers with no sidearms, which is a slaughter he has performed before. He raised his shield and charged, and the second half of the hive arrived in his face. Not 2 bees, not the 6 that had been irritating them all week. Every bee that Daisy had sent with Swift, arriving at once in the dark, on a man who was mid-charge. Half his face went black with them. Behind him, 20 men stopped being an assault and started being 20 people slapping themselves. My archers did not waste it. Keep firing here. I'm going to the Lord. Alara had seen enough. She left the wall to her squad and went for the gate. You wretched little lord, Sir Lorcan had found me. He got close enough to see my face, and I watched him recognize it. The unlucky boy from the Land of Misfortune, the one he had been laughing about over a beer an hour ago. Sir Lorcan? I had just put down 3 men at the winch, and I could not stop myself. You told me yourself. The blazing forest is dangerous. A demonic beast could turn up any day. Boy, I'm going to kill you. And he meant it. And he had a very good reason to, because Finn was already dead, and Sir Lorcan knew exactly what Baron Volkov does to a man who loses his most trusted captain. He was not fighting for the camp anymore. He was fighting for the version of the night where he had something to bring home. Funny, I said. I was about to say the same. He came at me with everything he had. 2 sword lengths out he roared and his blade lit up, and I got my own fighting spirit into mine and went to meet it. Because backing up from a mid-bronze knight is how you get cut in half from behind. The swords met and the shock went up my arm and stayed there. I train on rock. I hit rock every morning as hard as I can. My hand had never once felt like that. Still green boy? You picked the wrong knight. He was right, and we both knew it. I was well above a normal low bronze, and I was still a tier below him, and he had just measured it in 1 stroke. He shoved, and I went backwards, and before my feet were under me, his sword was already coming down. I gave ground and kept my blade between us, and for about 15 seconds, that courtyard was nothing but the noise of metal. Where exactly do you think you're going, boy? He was better than me, and he was landing nothing, and that is entirely down to the previous owner of this body. Everybody called that boy a waste because he could not gather fighting spirit. Nobody ever mentioned that his father was the most dangerous man in the earldom and had trained him personally since he could hold a stick. The strength was new, the hands were his, but hands do not fix a tear gap, and I ran out of ground. My heel hit the wooden wall. Now you die? Do I? I smiled at him, and he had exactly enough time to realize that a man with his back to a wall should not be smiling. Then he heard it behind his ear. He got his sword around on instinct, and an arrow with red light running along it struck the blade and burst. Another bronze knight. He was recalculating fast and out loud. You think 2 beginners are enough for me? I'll finish you and then take her. He came at me again, while Alara was still knocking. 2 beginners? No, I agreed. What about 2 beginners and a secret technique? I want to be clear about what was actually happening, because it looks like I was showing off, and I was not. A fighting technique needs charge time. 4 breaths of compressing everything you have down into channels that hate it. 4 breaths is an eternity in a sword fight, which is why nobody ever lands one on a knight who is looking at them. Alara was never there to kill him. Alara was there to buy me 4 breaths. A secret technique? I watched it arrive on his face. Triple flame slash. First slash. He tried to disengage, and it was already far too late. The blade came around at his waist with fire on it, and he got his own sword down across it just in time. Second slash. Full turn, and the second one came in with all the momentum of the first behind it. He blocked that too, and his face changed color, because a combination gets heavier, and he had just felt exactly how much heavier. Third slash. Wait, I surrender. He did say it. I did not stop. There was no point at which stopping was possible, even if I had wanted to. A compressed technique is not a decision you can take back once it is moving. The third strike came down and cut his sword in half on the way through, and Sir Lorcan went down and did not get up. Right, I said. Good. And then I turned around and was thoroughly sick against the wall, because that was the first human being I had ever killed with my own hands, in either of my lives. Merrick does not count. Merrick was a sword going into a man and 5 other men finishing it, and my blood was up and it was over in a second. The dark creatures do not count either. When a headless knight dies, it turns into clean, dry bone and blows away, which is, I have come to understand, a considerable mercy. Sir Lorcan was a person. He was a person right up until he was not, and there was nothing tidy about the transition. My lord! Alara came round the corner at a sprint. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Go and help Swift finish it. I waved her off, and I was extremely glad that only one person saw that, and that the one person was her. The rest of it did not take long. Understand the shape of the fight. They had 61 men, and we had 25, which should be a massacre in their favor. But we came out of the dark, and their wall was empty because a beehive had trained them to abandon it, and 11 of the best archers in the earldom were standing on it before anybody realized they were there, and the entire hive was working the ground. A few minutes after Sir Lorcan fell, it was finished. My lord, the enemy is destroyed. I was sitting on a barrel in my armor with absolutely nothing left, because a secret technique empties you out. Casualties? My lord, thanks to the bees, they're light. Swift's voice dropped. 5 men with minor wounds. 2 seriously. I don't know if they'll last. Where? He took me to a cabin at the edge of the parade ground. They chased some of the enemy indoors to get them away from our arrows. 5 of them were waiting inside. 2 men were lying on planks. I have decided not to describe what I was looking at, except to say that they had gone into a wooden room after 5 armed men, and their leather had not held, and the bleeding had not stopped. My lord, my lord. One of them was still conscious enough to greet me. He greeted me. Lying there like that, he still tried to do it properly. Don't move. You did very well. You! Get cloth on those wounds. Press hard. My lord, no use. He shook his head at me. Actually shook his head. This one is past saving. Please, make it quick. And, my lord, I beg you, tell my family that I fought bravely. You are going to go home and tell them yourself. My lord? Swift had come up beside me, and he kept his voice very low, and he was not being callous, he was being a veteran. Even a hot iron will not close a wound that size. It would be a kindness. That is not cruelty. That is the entire available medical science of this world, delivered by a man who has watched friends take 4 days to die. Then the system spoke. Side quests complete. Enemies eliminated or driven from the buffer zone. Reward, 1 basic fighting technique and information on 2 sprites issued. And then, immediately after, 2 valiant guards were wounded fighting for you. As their lord, you must do something. Side quest. Treat both critically wounded men and help them recover. Reward, 1 advance warning of a crisis in your territory. An early warning, in a territory where the sky drops monsters on a schedule. But I want to be honest with you, because it would be easy to tell this differently. I did not decide to save those men, because a quest appeared. The quest appeared because I had already refused. No, Swift, I don't give up on my people. We try. Here is the entire toolkit this world has for a deep wound. Cloth, herbs, and for anything serious, a red-hot iron pressed into it, which is exactly what they did in Europe for centuries, and which fails completely past a certain size. And after that, the man dies. I am not a doctor. I have never been a doctor. But I come from a world where every child knows 3 things that this world does not. Swift, needle and thread now, and boil several pots of water, and put the needle and the thread in the water. Yes, my lord. He did not argue. He had stopped arguing about anything I said several weeks earlier. He came back at a run. My lord, the water is on. We found thread, but there is no needle in this camp. Of course there was not. It is a mining garrison. There is water, there are pots, thread comes out of any garment. 60 men and not 1 sewing needle. My lord, I have a fine needle. Alara had gone to collect Daisy from outside the wall and had come back into the middle of that. You have one? She reached up behind her neck and pulled out a cord. On the end of it was a little porcelain vial, the long, thin, cheap kind they sell perfume in, tied on with a bit of hemp rope and worn as a pendant. She pulled the stopper out and tipped a single iron needle into her palm. My lord, this is the fine needle my mother used when she was teaching me to sew. I have kept it since I came to Storm Territory. Everything that girl owned in the world when I met her was a patch dress and her mother's needle. She wore it around her neck for 2 years, in a village where people were waiting to burn her. Thank you, Alara. I took it with both hands. Swift, boil it, get them inside, on the table. Both of them were unconscious by then. Is it boiling? Nearly, my lord. He was down on his knees at the fire blowing on it with 2 men fanning, which was pointless, and which I did not stop. Open their shirts. The abdominal wound on the first man was more than 10 centimeters long, and once the cloth came off, it started again. I took a boiled cloth and cleaned it. My lord, may I help? Swift was staring at me with an expression I could not read at all. I found out later what was in it. In this world, a noble does not touch a wounded commoner, not out of squeamishness, out of category. A guard is a thing you can buy more of. There are always more men. A lord who kneels down and puts his hands on one is doing something that does not have a name here. You can't help. Stand back. 2 basins of hot water. Alara, needle. Here, my lord. I put the point of it in beside the wound and pushed. I have been told since that the men in that cabin found this more disturbing than the battle. They had spent an hour killing people in the dark and been fine. Then they watched their lord sew a man shut like a torn coat, and several of them had to look away. Alara could not look away because Alara sews. She stood there holding the spool and watching a needle she had learned to hem with go into a person, and she did not make a sound. I was fast, and I was ugly. I had a second man waiting. I was not making it neat, I was making it closed, and the line of stitches came out crooked and lumpy and completely graceless. Just over a minute, and the abdomen was shut. Next one. Open his shirt. Yes, my lord. Alara, clean it and rethread it with a boiled thread. The second man had taken a cut that ran from his waist round to his back. Not as deep, much longer. Several minutes on that one. And when I tied off the last knot, the cabin cheered, because from where they were standing, I had performed a miracle. A wound like that bleeds until the man is empty. Everybody in that room had watched it happen to somebody, and their lord had stopped it with a tailor's needle. Don't celebrate yet. Give me the needle again. I want the rest of them closed too. Another 10 minutes, 7 or 8 more wounds, and I was sweating through my undershirt. That's all of it. My lord, wash. Alara had a clean towel ready. I did all I could do. The first hurdle is bleeding, and we had cleared it. The second hurdle is infection, and there is no penicillin in this world, and there never has been. From there, it was down to 2 men and how strong they were. Watch them. Get them onto a wagon when we move. Then I went outside and stood in the cold air for a while, and then I went to look at the reason for all of this. The wagon at the gate was covered in oiled hide. Alara, open it. Rocks. The wagon that Baron Volkov had timed for the middle of the night. that he had sent his most trusted captain to escort, that had half his army guarding the road it came out of, was full of ordinary rocks. "No," I said, and I could feel myself grinning. "Get them off." 3 minutes of unloading. "My lord, there's a box under here." It came out about 30 centimeters across, made of iron and locked. I did not smash it. Whatever was inside might be fragile. "Search Finn." They came back with 2 things off the body, a key and a book. The book was a basic fighting technique manual, my system reward delivered by the enemy in a dead man's coat, which is a very system way of doing business. The lowest grade of cultivation manual there is, and worth more than everything else in that camp, because it is the thing that turns an ordinary man into a titled knight. I put it in my pocket and turned the key. The lid came up and the inside of the box was on fire. Flame crystals, dozens of them, stacked on each other, every one of them with red light moving inside it. So that's it. That is why he built a fortress in the woods. 1 flame crystal is 10 gold coins. 1 flame crystal is a month of a knight's life, handed to him, free. That box was worth more than all 3 of Volkov's salt mines put together. And it was not even about the money. A man who controls a flame crystal mine can make knights faster than anybody else in the earldom. He can outgrow a legitimate heir. He had a real chance, and it was sitting in this box. "Unlucky," I told the box, and closed it, and left Alara standing over it. Then I walked to the back of the camp, where the mine entrance was, and where a small yellow light was hovering. "My lord, what do we do about the miners?" 2 wooden huts, more than 30 men locked inside them, and the state of those huts told me everything about how Volkov runs a workforce. The standard practice in this world, at this point, is very simple, and every lord on this continent would have done it without a second thought. 61 of Volkov's men were dead, including a landed knight. You leave no witnesses. It is not even considered cruel, it is considered tidy. Rope them and bring them home. Yes, my lord. They were serfs with picks. They were not my enemy. They were the thing my enemy used. Then I stood in front of the yellow sprite for a while. I had come here fully intending to destroy it, because a sprite that is bonded to a master cannot be stolen. It will never work for me. Carrying it home would gain me nothing, and would tell Volkov exactly who burned his camp. But a sprite that grows fighting crystals is not a salt sprite. There may be a handful in the whole world. I stood there and could not make myself do it. "Leave it," I said finally. "Put it outside the walls. Burning the camp sets him back a long time anyway." I have a superstition about it that I would not say out loud in front of my men. That little thing had done nothing wrong. And one day, contracts can change. Get the miners out, put the sprite outside, then burn all of it. They stripped every weapon and every piece of armor worth taking, walked the prisoners out, and set fire to the camp. And they did not stop at the buildings. My guards pulled apart the timber props and threw them down the mine shaft and set that alight too. We rode home by the light of it. The way back was slow, because 30 roped prisoners walk at the speed of 30 roped prisoners, and I kept looking at the sky because there was lightning stacking up on the horizon. Rain sounds harmless. In this world, rain is how a man with a chest cold becomes a man in the ground. And I had 2 people on a wagon who had been sewn shut with a sewing needle an hour ago. I pushed them the whole way, and we made the gates dry. "The Lord is back! Open the gates!" Alaric had been holding my castle all night with 3 male servants because I had taken every armed man I owned, and he was standing on the wall in the dark like a man who had not sat down since dusk. "My lord, you have returned," hot towel already in his hand. "Congratulations on a great victory, my lord." "Alaric, save it. 2 men badly hurt, several more cut up. Get the herbs, and tell Cora to put meat soup on for the guards." The rain started about 4 minutes after I got inside. I stood at my own window listening to it come down and said thank you to a god I have started to believe in for strictly professional reasons. Because Volkov was going to suspect me. Of course he was going to suspect me. I was the only person with a motive and the only neighbor he had. But suspicion is not a wheel rut, and by dawn there would be no tracks, no prints, no line of trampled grass from the tree line to his gate. Nothing anybody could take to a council of nobles. Meanwhile, in a hall lined with fur, Baron Volkov was walking in circles. Why aren't they back? It was arranged perfectly. Nothing could have gone wrong. 2 hours late. 2 months of mining sitting on a wagon somewhere in the dark. He was reassuring himself with the one thing he had, which was that he was still connected to his sprite, too far away to read it properly, but there. If the sprite was fine, the camp was fine. Knock, knock, knock. "Come." His steward came in, and Volkov knew from the man's face before either of them said anything. "Fen, news?" "My lord." "Speak. Has the convoy come in?" "My lord, the convoy has met with an accident." "What accident?" "My lord, the riders I sent found no convoy on the road at all. When they reached the buffer zone, they found the camp burned to the ground. Captain Finn is dead at the gate." "The camp is burned? That's not possible." He had been braced for a robbery. He had not been braced for this. Sir Lorcan? Where is Sir Lorcan? Where are my 50 guards? Sir Lorcan is dead, my lord. All the guards in the camp are dead. Volkov took several steps backwards and sat down. My lord, be calm. The riders recovered your sprite. It was outside the camp. That was the steward being merciful, and it did not help, because the man was not grieving over a sprite. He was looking at the thing he had spent 2 months and half his army building, and every one of those guards had come to him as a gift from Count Blackarin, and the mine that was going to make him an earl was on fire in the woods. Who did this? Who? Find out. I will find this person, and I will take them apart. I slept until noon. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was look at the iron box beside my bed, and then get up and open it again. 55 flame crystals. I had counted them at 2 in the morning, like a man with a problem. 550 gold coins in a box on my floor. 2 days earlier, my little sister had sent me one of these, and I had gone quiet for 10 minutes about it. Right, I told the box. Now we go up. Because a fight with Sir Lorcan teaches you a very simple lesson, and it does not require any interpretation. Everything I own is only mine until somebody stronger decides otherwise, and the entire value of a flame crystal is that it converts money into being harder to kill. Downstairs, the courtyard was covered in other people's equipment. 61 men had been in that camp counting the convoy, and most of their kit had been ruined in the fighting, particularly the leather, because arrows do that. The final count of usable salvage was 10 sets of leather armor, 5 longbows, and a bit over 20 longswords, which does not sound like much and is in fact excellent. A standard set of leather armor costs 30 silver in Fleur City, so those 10 are 3 gold coins, and 3 gold coins is most of what my caravan spent on the entire supply run. Longswords are cheap by comparison, 7 or 8 silver for a bad one, and 15 for a good one, plus 30 miners currently in my cellars, whom I had no plan for whatsoever. Then I went to the back garden, sat down, and held a flame crystal. Ordinary cultivation, drawing fighting spirit out of the air by meditation, is like filling a bucket from a dripping tap. Holding a flame crystal is like putting the bucket under a fire hydrant. At noon they came and woke me for the celebration. 4 or 5 long tables in the front courtyard, every guard sitting quietly, waiting. Normally you do this in the open, with the villagers watching, because half the value of a reward is the crowd. I could not. Officially, nothing happened in the buffer zone. Officially, a camp in a forest was destroyed by demonic beasts, which are common in the Blazing Forest, as a knight of Baron Volkov had personally explained to me. Greetings, my lord. Last night was hard, and it showed me what all of you are. Today I pay for it. Alaric handed me the note. Swift and Alara had counted kills before we left the camp, because in this world, that is the payroll. Daisy. She jumped. She had not expected to be called at all, let alone first, and for once in her life, she went shy. My lord? The bees that Daisy sent did more to win last night than any sword in this courtyard. That is not flattery, that is the after-action report. Without a 14-year-old and an insect, 25 men do not take a fort held by 61. Daisy receives 10 silver coins, 2 pieces of brown sugar white bread, and 2 bottles of jasmine perfume. 2 bottles? She came straight off the ground. Everybody in that courtyard now knew exactly what a bottle of that perfume sells for in Fleur City, which is a gold coin. I had just handed a kitchen girl 2 gold coins in glassware and 10 silver on top. Ilara, 10 silver, brown sugar bread, and a bottle of perfume. Ilara did not jump. Ilara walked up, bowed properly, took it, and went back to her place, and only somebody watching closely would have seen her face at all. Swift, my lord, you fought well. You... 10 silver coins. And this. I held up the manual. The noise that courtyard made was louder than the one for the perfume. Because that is a cultivation manual. That is the door. Fighting spirit is the single thing that lifts a man out of being a commoner permanently. And every guard in this world dreams about it exactly the way a man in my old world dreams about a lottery ticket, and with about the same odds. Noble houses hoard techniques the way they hoard land. A guard might get one for saving his lord's life. Might. My lord? Swift had gone completely still. My lord, I haven't earned this. 7 men isn't... Merit isn't the only thing I'm paying for, Swift. He stopped. I've watched you for a month. I've watched what you do when you disagree with me, and I've watched what you do when I'm wrong. Take it, get strong, and be worth more to me later. And I will tell you my actual reasoning, because I would rather you heard it from me. I have no titled knights. Every real baron has 1 or 2 sworn to him. I have myself and a girl who cannot fight at close range, and my territory is about to become the most attractive target in the earldom. Salt, sugar, perfume, a coastline, a swordwood grove. Right now the danger comes out of the sky. Soon it will come from neighbors, and neighbors are worse because neighbors plan. A titled knight takes years to grow. If I want one in 3 years, I have to start today. And Swift's loyalty is the only thing in this territory I have never had to think about. It was also, and I am not going to pretend otherwise, a piece of theater. Handing a manual to a common-born guard captain in front of 26 men is the cheapest, most effective purchase I will ever make, because from that moment, the thing they all want stopped being impossible. Yes, my lord. Swift swears to serve you to the death. He came up and went down on one knee and took it in both hands. And the rest of you. I let them look at it. That Swift is the first. He is not the last. Every one of you has a chance at this. Yes, my lord. And they meant it. And this time the hope in it was real and not ceremonial, which is a different thing, and you can hear the difference. Clay dirt, 3 kills, 9 silver, and 3 pieces of brown sugar bread. Amber rock, 2 kills, 6 silver, and 2 pieces. 3 silver and a piece of sweet bread per head, straight down the line. For scale, when a guard dies in service to a normal lord on this continent, his family receives a little over 20 silver coins, which is less than the cost of the armor he died in. There is no shortage of commoners, and nobles have been stingy for 400 years. The 2 men in the sick room got nothing that day. They were not awake to take it. They woke up 4 days later. Both of them, low fever, sore, and hungry, sitting propped against a wall being fed by a servant, with a line of crooked ugly stitches holding them together. I have been given a great many things in this world. A system, a territory, 550 gold coins in a box beside my bed. Nothing has come close to walking into that room and being greeted badly by a man who had asked me to finish him. Side quest complete, said the system. Both critically wounded soldiers recovered. Reward issued. 1 advance warning of a crisis in your territory. It did not tell me what. It did not tell me when. It simply sat there in the corner of my vision like a lamp that has not been lit yet. And I looked at it for a long time and could not decide whether it was a gift or a countdown. Then I went and paid both of them for their injuries, properly in silver, and told them what their families would have received if it had gone the other way. Rewards are done, now the celebration, there's soup, and I've had a barrel of beer brought up. The beer came out of Merrick's cellar. I have tried the beer in this world, and it is bitter enough to strip paint, and I would honestly rather drink tea. My guards did not share this opinion, and the courtyard went off like a festival. 3 days later, my castle was back to normal, which by then meant drill at dawn, Ilara and Swift running the training without me, and me in the garden with a crystal in my fist going up as fast as money can buy. And at dawn on the 3rd day, on the northern edge of my territory, something happened that had not happened in Storm territory for 20 years. 30 or 40 people walked into it on purpose. No wagons, no weapons. Commoners and serfs out of Black Rock territory carrying baskets, because they had heard a steward say 5 copper a packet, unlimited. And several of them had been thinking about nothing else for a week. They came down that road absolutely terrified. Every tree line was going to produce a dark creature. That is not cowardice. That is 30 years of everybody agreeing that this place eats people. Nothing happened. They walked for an hour in beautiful weather, and then somebody at the front pointed. There's the castle. They say the biggest village is 10 minutes past it. Keep your voice down, Orin. An older man came up the line fast. There's a lord here now, and he won't like hearing you call it the Land of Misfortune. It's Storm territory. If he hears it, even if he doesn't punish you, he won't sell to us, and this whole trip is wasted. Sorry, Uncle Eldrin. They came over the rise and into Maye village and stopped dead. Uncle Eldrin, this street is clean. They stood at the entrance of the poorest village in the earldom and could not process what they were looking at. No waste, no refuse, no smell. Not the reduced smell of a good day, no smell. We're here to buy salt. Why are you all standing there? Come on. It was early, and the road already had people on it. And then they came round the corner and found something even harder to explain, which was a long queue of villagers standing patiently outside a fine new stone building, waiting to be let in one at a time. Uncle Eldrin, is that a breakfast place? I haven't eaten. Shall I look? They had rations, but they had been too frightened to stop and light a fire inside the Land of Misfortune, so nobody had eaten. Go on and ask where we buy the salt. Orin went over with a few coppers in his hand, joined the back of the queue like a well-brought-up young man, and decided to make conversation. He tapped the shoulder of the man in front of him. Uncle, are you here for breakfast? Is it good? There's such a queue. The man turned round. His face did several things. Then he rolled his eyes and left the queue entirely. Orin decided the people here were unfriendly. He tried the young man in front of that. Brother, what have they got inside? All these people. I'm starving. The young man looked him up and down slowly, said nothing at all, walked away, and as he went, muttered something that sounded like a condolence. Orin stood there completely baffled about what he had done wrong. Then he tried an old man, on the reasoning that the elderly are patient. Grandfather, may I ask you something? Are you in a hurry, young man? Then you go ahead of me. I'm in no rush. Orin was genuinely moved by this, and started to explain that he was not in a hurry, and the old man patted him forward. Go on, someone's just come out. Others are waiting. Behind him, up the road, his own village was watching with real admiration. Look at Oren, straight to the front. He shouldn't push it. Those two villagers walked off. It's their territory. So, Oren, with everybody watching, went into the stone house and came out again a short while later with an expression his uncle described as worse than a man who has lost 10 coins. He can't have had money. No, I saw him take it out. Oren, what happened? Where's the breakfast? It's Uncle Eldrin. Oren had gone white and then a deep, magnificent red. He had walked into that beautiful stone building expecting to be handed a bowl of something, and he had known within one step that he had made a serious error, and the two men ahead of him in the queue suddenly made a great deal of sense. Uncle Eldrin, it's a toilet. A what? What's a toilet? It's the place, said Oren, where you... There was a pause. Then 30 people from Black Rock territory fell over laughing in the middle of my main street. That building? Oren, be serious. Eldrin was looking around at a village of thatch and plank huts with exactly one new stone structure in it and could not make the two facts sit together. A stone house, for that. Yes, Uncle Eldrin. The boy was close to tears. He had just asked 4 separate strangers what was delicious inside. That's why the streets are clean, Eldrin said slowly. He was past 40. He had been in a dozen noble territories in his life. He had never seen anything like it anywhere. Which territory are you from? They spun around, and there was a young man on a white warhorse behind them, with guards and a wagon. Greetings, my lord. They went straight down. Get up. You've come to buy salt? My wall guards had sent word the moment 30 people appeared on the road, and I had loaded a wagon and ridden out myself, which is not something a lord does. Yes, your excellency, we are from Black Rock territory. Then don't be nervous. You've come to trade, and Storm territory welcomes traders. I want to be clear that I was not being nice. These were the first outsiders to walk into this territory voluntarily in 20 years, and what they went home and said about it would determine whether there was ever a second group. Traders need 2 things, a margin, and the confidence that they will not be robbed, cheated, or held. Alaric, this is their first visit. Look after them. Then I remove myself to a shady spot, because a lord standing over a negotiation makes commoners agree to things out of fear, and frightened customers do not come back. That's the gentleman from last time. The moment Alaric walked up, the whole group relaxed, because they had dealt with him before, and nothing bad had happened. Gentlemen, a pleasure. Alaric, steward of Storm territory, tell me, since you have come to buy, did you bring anything to sell? Ah, Steward Alaric, forgive us. We came in a hurry and did not know what Storm territory lacks. That was a polite lie, and Alaric let it stand. What they actually meant was that they assumed the people here were too poor to buy anything, and if they carried goods in, they would have to carry them home again. Understandable. But when we have finished, walk through the village and ask what people need and bring it next time. Then he added casually, Storm territory has only 1,000 people, but under Lord Kalen, they are not poor. They have been eating meat every day for some weeks. Every day? Those were free commoners saying that, not serfs, and they could not afford meat every day either. Nobody argued because they were about to walk through the village and find out. And it was true. The whale was still feeding them. They had wages for the first time in the history of this territory. And I had put more than 2,000 copper coins into people's hands in a week just for pulling sugarcane out of the weeds. The people of Storm territory were richer than they had ever been in their lives, and the only reason they were not spending it was that the only market within reach belonged to Baron Volkov, and I had forbidden anyone to go there. Then let us trade, as I said in your town. Here, salt is 5 copper a packet, dried fish is 10 copper a pound. How much? Steward Alaric, we want 800 packets of salt and 100 pounds of fish. 7 or 8 men had pooled most of what their families owned to make that trip. That can be delivered now. The goods are on the wagon. Inspect them, and if you are satisfied, we trade. Eldrin thanked him with real feeling, and here is why. Before they set out, their private worry was that the salt they were sold on the doorstep would not be the salt they had been shown in their own town. That is what happens. That is how everyone does business. Being invited to open the sacks and check is not a courtesy in this world. In most territories, asking a second question about goods gets you a guard's hand on your collar. They checked every basket, no sand. Steward Alaric, this is exactly what we came for. While that was being weighed out, young Oren had started circling the wagon with his nose in the air. What are you doing? Ilara had been watching him do it for a full minute and had run out of patience. He turned round, saw leather armor and a longbow, and folded. Lord Guard, I wasn't doing anything. I only smelled something. You mean this? She opened the lids on 2 wooden barrels. The smell of brown sugar came out, and the boy stopped functioning entirely. Want one? 10 copper. My lord, that's very expensive. And he was right by his arithmetic. 10 copper buys a whole loaf of ordinary black bread, half a pound of it. What she was holding out was black bread the size of a fist. Never mind the price. You can smell it. This is better than white bread. Are you sure? My guard captain, ladies and gentlemen, closing a sale. The boy checked that his uncle was not looking and produced every copper coin he had in the world. I'll take one. I watched that from under a tree and had to work on my face, because I had loaded those barrels deliberately. And I want to explain why I sold bread instead of sugar, since it looks like a wasted opportunity. Brown sugar by weight is extremely expensive, which means only nobles can afford it, and the nobles will not touch anything from the Land of Misfortune. That is a closed loop with no way out of it. So, I do not sell sugar. I put a fingernail of sugar into the cheapest food in the world, and sell that. Black bread keeps for months and travels anywhere. Any commoner can afford one piece as a treat, and a pound of brown sugar makes at least 1,000 of them. I was not selling bread to that boy. I was giving an entire earldom its first taste of sugar at 7 copper a time, and once you have tasted it, there is no version of you that does not want it again. Ah! Orin, what now? I'm sorry, Uncle Eldrin. I didn't mean to. It's just that this is so good. It's black bread. How can black bread... Ah, forgive me, said Alaric, arriving with the timing of a man who has been waiting for this exact moment for 40 minutes. I forgot to mention, Storm Territory makes a brown sugar black bread found nowhere else in the Principality. It is better than white bread. Would you be interested in carrying some? Better than white bread. Eldrin was not having it. He was a shopkeeper, he had eaten white bread, and he was not going to be told that black bread beats it by a man trying to sell him black bread. Your nephew has one. Ask him. Alaric had been carrying 2 free samples to hand out, and the boy had saved him the expense. Orin, give me that. Orin handed over his half-eaten piece of bread with the expression of a man giving up a limb. Eldrin put it in his mouth with a polite smile of somebody preparing to say no. What is this? So, said Alaric, is our brown sugar bread better than white bread? Steward Alaric, I apologize. I was rude. And then, because he was a professional and he had recovered fast, how much? Uncle Eldrin, it's 10 copper, said Orin helpfully. Eldrin's face fell because 10 copper is 10 times ordinary bread, and he still has to add his own margin on top. 10 is the retail price, said Alaric. Buy 100 or more, and it is 7 each. 7. Sell them at 10, and I believe you will find buyers. Then we'll take 200. Only 200? Alaric was surprised. There were 500 on that wagon. Steward Alaric, I would take more, but we only have so many backs. We cannot carry it. Then he brightened. After this trip, there will be plenty of men willing to be hired for the next one. We will take more then. 64 silver coins, all in. Afterwards, Alaric walked them through Maya village and asked my own serfs in front of them what they wanted to buy. Linen, straw sandals, clay jars. Eldrin listened to a village of serfs, list things they intended to purchase with money, and revised his entire view of the Land of Misfortune on the spot. 64 silver, my lord, 800 packets, 100 pounds of fish, 200 breads. Small, but it's the right kind of small. Selling cheap goods to poor people is a volume business, and volume takes time. What I actually bought that morning was 30 witnesses. My lord, Eldrin said he would have bought more, but he had nobody to carry it. I stopped. Not enough hands. Because that is a real constraint, and it is the constraint on every commoner caravan in this world. Horses are noble property. A commoner cannot own one. So the entire load of a single wagon has to be carried on human backs, which means 20 men to move what one horse moves, which means the margin collapses. Nobody can fix that because nobody can give commoners horses. Alaric, fetch me 2 carpenters. Larry, a humble man, greets your lordship. I had a drawing ready. My draftsmanship is genuinely poor, but a carpenter only needs the shape and will work out the dimensions himself. They studied it. Then they studied it some more. My lord, this cart can be built, but... Say it, I won't be angry. My lord, it has only 1 wheel. It will fall over. Shall I make it 2? They were terrified. Not of building it, of what happens afterwards. A nobleman's foolish idea becomes a joke, and the joke never attaches to the nobleman, it attaches to the 2 craftsmen who built it. Ah, look here. I turned the drawing round. These are handles. It is not pulled by a horse, it is pushed by a man. And these are legs. It stands up on its own when you stop. A wheelbarrow, which in my old world is so ordinary that nobody thinks about it, and which was in fact invented in China a very long time ago, and which does something no wagon can do. One person moves several times what he can carry, down a footpath, around a corner, through a field, and it costs about a day of a carpenter's time. I spent half an hour going through it with them properly. Now, do you understand? We understand, my lord. And they went out looking at me, the way craftsmen look at a man who has just handed them the thing that will make them famous. They were unskilled in nothing. They had already seen what that little cart would do in a field. That night, I sat on my own wall with honey tea and watched a meteor shower. If it weren't for the dark creatures, I said, this would be worth watching. Because a meteor shower is genuinely one of the great sights of any world. And once a week, everyone in this one hides indoors and prays. Tonight was also payment night. 2 sprites promised by the system for burning a camp. 2 in a single shower is statistically absurd. I would have taken 10. System, lottery. The wheel came up with the original set. Strengthening, agility, intelligence. Agility, I said, out loud, to a wheel. Please. I had drawn a second strengthening fruit while the caravan was away, and learned something useful from it. The first one took me from weaker than an ordinary man to stronger than one. The second one, on a body that had already been rebuilt, added maybe a 10th. The fruits do not scale, they fill a container, and my container was getting bigger. To double my strength again from where I stood, I would need 10 of them, and it will only get worse. Congratulations, said the system, agility. Called it. It went down sweet and warm, and immediately everything got lighter. I stood up and hit the parapet a few times, and then jumped around on my own wall in the dark, testing it, and my agility had roughly doubled, which matters more than strength, honestly. Speed is the one thing you cannot block. I was standing there grinning to myself at nothing, when I noticed my guards had stopped talking and were watching their lord punch a wall and giggle. My lord, the meteor shower has ended. Ilara, gently, having decided somebody had to. Ah, yes. I rearranged my face into something appropriate. Ilara, get 2 horses from the stable. Are we going out, my lord? I saw a few come down inside the territory. Let's go and have a look. I would like to record that I delivered that line beautifully. Then I opened the search and spent 2 of my 3 remaining energy points and lit up 2 green dots on the radar and went down the stairs 3 at a time. We rode out alone because a full escort is slow and because Ilara can ride now. The first one was a kilometer past Maye village. I made a considerable performance of wandering about, stopping, peering into the dark. Ilara, I think one came down around here. Look for a crater. An archer's eyesight found it in under a minute. My lord, I think I have one. Really? Where? There, my lord. My acting, I felt at the time, was flawless. I have since revised that assessment. My lord, there really is a sprite. Ilara, you bring me luck. Every time you come out with me at night, I find one. She went red and told me firmly that it was the god of glory's favor, and nothing to do with her, and did not appear to be entirely displeased. I cracked the shell. Green, which is the least glamorous of the 4, and which I was completely delighted about, because a green sprite does not choose. Green is the only one you aim, you pick the ground, and you pick the crop. And I had a problem coming. My serfs were bringing in more than 2,000 stalks of cane a day, and the number was falling because they were stripping the wild supply. Planting season was a month out. A green sprite makes anything inside its acre grow regardless of season and shortens the cycle. That sprite was a sugarcane farm, with the seasons removed. The second one was much further, out past Doom Village at the edge of the blazing forest, and it took us over half an hour. Same performance, same discovery, cracked shell, blue. Another blue sprite, my lord. Let's hope this one does better than the last. Because the last blue sprite had produced a coral garden full of fish that give you diarrhea, and then, entirely by accident, a whale, and a fortune in ambergris. I had no idea what to expect, and I was starting to enjoy that. I fed it the tulip powder, and it bonded. And I was climbing back onto my horse in an excellent mood when both animals went mad. Lightning threw his head against the rain. Little Flower was stamping. Up, now, we're going. I did not know why. I knew that when 2 horses agree about something in the dark at the edge of a forest, you do not hold a discussion. We were maybe a minute down the track when something came out of the tree line behind us, stood at the crater we had been kneeling in, and roared at the road. Demonic beast, I said, and my back went cold. At night, at the forest edge, with 1 archer and no armor, that would have been the end of the story. We're cutting that forest back, I said, in daylight with numbers. Storm territory borders the blazing forest along its whole southwestern side, and because this territory has almost no people, that forest has been growing toward us unopposed for 20 years. In this world, a forest is not scenery. It is where the things that eat people live, and mine had been getting closer every year, while 4 barons were busy dying. My lord, the work of the castle grows, and 3 servants can no longer serve you properly. I would like to hire more from the territory. Alaric, at breakfast, in the tone of a man raising something that has been eating him for a month. Do it. He was not complaining about being tired. He was ashamed. A baron's castle in this world runs 15 to 30 servants, and mine had 3, one of whom was 12 years old. He also considers it a personal failure that I have no body servant to dress me and wash my face in the morning, and he has decided that I refused 1 out of consideration for the workload. I refused because I am a grown man from a world with plumbing, and the idea of another grown man washing my face makes me want to walk into the sea. and Alaric put out a call, 5 more guards, have Swift run the selection. I had been very calm in public for 2 weeks about the fact that in under 3 months, 168 dark creatures were going to land on my territory, including 5 hellhounds, 10 headless knights, and a tier 3 death knight. 30 of them breach that castle, 168 will wash it twice. And I could not simply raise an army for a reason that is entirely arithmetic. Alara can only train 10 students at a time until her awakening level rises. Without her, recruiting soldiers means recruiting soldiers the slow way, the honest way, the way that takes years. Worse, I did not have the bodies. 1,300 people, and Doom Village is mostly women, and 5 more guards was genuinely the limit of what that population could give up without pulling men out of the fields. Big territory, no people. That is the real shape of my problem, and there is exactly one solution to it, which is money. With money you can hire population. With money you can buy soldiers, or buy the help of somebody who has them. So, I finished breakfast and went to spend 2 sprites. The green one went on the wasteland 500 meters from the castle. That ground used to be the best in the territory, the castle's own kitchen fields, farmed by guard families and servant families because it came tax-free, which is how a lord buys loyalty without spending coin. Off you go, work hard, and if you ever transform into a great sprite, I'll give you a name. Migu, Migu! It did 2 happy circuits of my legs, which suggests it understood the word name, which I found unsettling. You can name a sprite whenever you like. The nobility by custom refuses to name one until it transforms, on the theory that this motivates it. My first reaction to that was that it is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. My second reaction was that of course they do that. These are people who have organized every living thing into ranks, and a sprite is not going to be an exception. Also, I am terrible at names, so I went along with it happily. Green light spread over an acre like a mist lying in the grass, and inside that acre, nothing is ever out of season again. The blue one did not react at Maya Village, and did not react to Doom Village. Please, I said to it, riding along, do not go into the sea like your brother. Your brother worked out very well in the end, and I do not think my heart can take another one. It finally stirred a mile past Doom Village. You have got to be joking. Same stretch of ground, the exact area where something had roared at us the previous night. But they choose, and I do not. It went several hundred meters and stopped by a decent-sized lake, and the light went out of it in rings, and every blade of grass around that water went a deeper green. Then the sky started shrieking. 3-colored chicken! My lord, those are 3-colored chickens! You could not mistake them. Wild birds, patterned in 3 colors, coming in over the tree line from the blazing forest in a flock. And here is what a 3-colored chicken is worth. The poultry nobles eat is farmed and tastes like poultry. This bird is the finest eating in the entire class, and its eggs are large and rich, and the only way anyone has ever obtained one is by hunting it in a forest full of demonic beasts. 1 bird sells for 50 silver coins. We are going to eat extremely well, I said. Then I remembered the other thing about them. A 3-colored chicken flock always has at least 1 demonic beast rooster leading it. Demonic beasts do not normally live with ordinary animals, since they are intelligent enough to be snobs about it, in much the same way a nobleman is. Flocking birds are one of the exceptions, and you can identify the leader instantly because the stronger it is, the more colors it has. A Tier 1 demonic beast rooster carries 4, a Tier 2 carries 5. I started scanning. There, 4 colors, that's a Tier 1. Then I found the second one. Then I stopped breathing because there was a third, and the third one had 5. 2 demonic beasts, no, 3, and one of them is Tier 2. 3 demonic beast roosters in 1 flock is not lucky, it is absurd. And the reason it mattered is not the fighting, it is the eggs. 3-colored chickens are wonderful, and they are terrible layers. 50 or 60 birds produce about 10 eggs a week, which is less than 4 ordinary hens. But some noble somewhere once studied a flock properly and discovered that the laying rate is tied to the demonic beast roosters. Each additional rooster doubles it, and higher tiers raise it further. My flock was going to lay 4 times what anyone else's does. Ilara, count them with me. 58 birds, 50 silver each, 3 of them demonic beasts. I had walked out that morning with 2 glowing marbles and come back with a poultry farm worth close to 30 gold coins that feeds and breeds itself forever. I put 2 of Bramblestump's people on permanent watch, with instructions about the eggs. You have to collect them, because an uncollected clutch means the hen stops laying. You also have to collect them at night, because a 5-colored rooster is a demonic beast and will take your hand off, and birds, including demonic beast birds, cannot see in the dark. Then I gave the order I had been putting off. The loggers move here. We start cutting the blazing forest back, permanently. The salt works eats timber anyway, so the work pays for itself, and every meter of forest we take is a meter further away that the things in it have to come. And because logging at the edge of that forest is dangerous even at noon, Ilara and Daisy would be posted outside it while the work went on. Daisy as the early warning, since her bees see everything. Ilara for anything ordinary that comes out. And if a demonic beast came out, then that is what a lord is for. On the ride home, I was thinking about cake. Genuinely, I had eggs coming, I was going to attempt refined white sugar within the week, and I had been eating variations on bread for 6 weeks, and somewhere in the back of my head, a cream cake from my old life had begun to make demands. Then, we came back through Mayi village, and there was a queue at the toilets, at noon. It isn't morning, why are there 30 people standing there? I sent a guard to find out, and he came back, and I had to make him say it twice. 10 days earlier, I had ordered them to dig up the fermented waste and put it on the wheat. They had done it without understanding a word of it, purely because I said so. And then they had watched their absurdly overcrowded seedlings not turn yellow. They watched them come up stronger than the sparse ones ever had. So the serfs of Maye village had worked out, entirely on their own, that the filth in the pit is what made it happen. And food is the most precious thing in their world, and something that makes more food is therefore treasure, at which point they became worried that other people would take all of it. So every morning, my subjects now got up early, queued at the toilets, and then waited around with wooden buckets in order to collect their own product before somebody else did, and carried it home to bury and ferment. I asked the guard why, if they were that keen, they did not simply do the entire operation at home and save themselves 2 hours of queuing. He looked embarrassed and told me the truth, which is that they did not want to give up the chance to go inside the stone house. I rode back to my castle and did not say anything for a while. Greetings, my lord. Swift had 10 men doing formation drill in front of the walls, and the difference arrived faster than I expected. 6 weeks earlier, these men also had leather armor and long swords. They wore them crooked, they stood like a queue at a bakery, and from 100 meters they were indistinguishable from bandits. Now the armor was straight, the helmets were on properly, and when they stopped moving all at once. Good. Keep it up. When the caravan goes to Fleur City, I'm buying surcoats, with our own emblem on them. A surcoat is the sleeveless overgarment worn on top of armor, colored with the house badge on the chest. In this world, as in mine, it belongs almost exclusively to the great houses, because a minor noble can barely feed his guards, never mind dress them. Swift's men used to have one. When they were transferred to me, the Earl's household took the surcoats back, because they were not the Earl's men anymore. I was going to have them made to a standard nobody at my rank would attempt, partly because a uniform makes men into a unit faster than any speech, partly because there is a piece of me that has wanted to design a flag since I was 9. Thank you, my lord. Every face lit up. Wearing the coat or not wearing the coat is the difference between having a job and being somebody, in any world you like. Meanwhile, back in Black Rock territory, Eldrin's caravan came home loaded and intact. We made it. I thought that trip would be dangerous. It's nothing like the stories. Eldrin of the General Store, you're back from the Land of Misfortune? That was the town watch, under guard Captain Rorick, who had personally seen Alaric selling salt in that square and had privately thought the whole venture was a good way to die. How was it? Did you meet any danger? None at all, Captain. I think the only danger there is on the night of a meteor shower. Then Eldrin, who did not become a shopkeeper by accident, produced 11 salted fish and handed one to every man on that patrol. And then he thought for a second longer, reached into his nephew's basket, and took out 2 pieces of brown sugar bread. Captain Rorick, this is a Storm Territory specialty. 7 copper for a small piece. They call it brown sugar black bread. It is very good. Please accept these. I'll take them. And tomorrow, on patrol, I'll tell every village you've brought salt back. Which is precisely what those 2 pieces of bread were purchased for. Rorick walked off looking at them. Strange place. The salt is nothing, and the black bread is a fortune. Why would a man like Eldrin buy bread at 7 copper? Then he bit into it. Ah! Captain? Captain, what's wrong? It's this bread. Never mind. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Back to the castle. Now. He did not think it was worth explaining to men who had never tasted honey. He had. Once. He had been given a jar of it as a reward after a campaign the previous year, and when he tasted it, he had thought it was the sweetest thing that existed in the world. Captain Rorick, what is it? Has something happened in the territory? Baron Theron was at lunch. My lord, not the territory, this. Black bread. Is there something remarkable about black bread? My lord, it is called brown sugar, black bread. Eldrin of the General Store brought it out of Storm Territory. My lord, it is sweeter than honey. Theron put down his knife. Sweeter than honey, Captain Rorick, are you certain? And he was staring at his own guard captain, because outside of a few fruits, honey is the sweetest thing that exists on this continent, and a man he trusted completely was standing in his dining room, holding a piece of peasant bread and telling him otherwise. My lord, I would not lie to you. I tasted it before I came, and he produced the second piece, with a bite out of it. Theron looked at that bread for a long moment, and a great many thoughts arrived at once. Because 6 weeks ago, Storm Territory was a hole in the ground where lords go to die. Then it had salt at half price with no sand in it. Then it had dried fish nobody else could catch. And now it had something sweeter than honey. My lord, Eldrin says it costs 7 copper. Theron stopped thinking about the black rock quarries on his own land, which everybody knew were nearly worked out. Aemon, bring me a bowl of hot water. And then, in front of his own servants and his own guard captain, a baron of the Fleur earldom dropped a piece of peasant black bread into hot water, soaked it 10 seconds, fished it out, and ate it. Nobles do not eat black bread. Nobles have never eaten black bread. And this was black bread out of the Land of Misfortune. It is sweeter than honey, even waterlogged, even ruined. Storm Territory, said Theron. Calen Thorne. Captain Rorik, send a rider with my card. Tell Sir Calen that I will call on him at Storm Territory the day after tomorrow. My lord, you are going to the Land of Misfortune? I am going to Storm Territory, Theron corrected him, and we leave after breakfast. Yes, my lord. And Rorik, tell the rider to be polite. I knew nothing about any of that. I was on the 4th floor of my castle with 52 bottles of perfume in front of me. 50 were the plain jasmine. The other 2 were lavender and rose, which run about 50 silver coins a bottle, 4 times the jasmine, and which is where the nobility actually starts buying. Because the jasmine had worked, and I wanted to know whether ambergris improves everything or just cheap things. Is it ready, my lord? Daisy and Alara were leaning in on either side of me, and both of them now wore perfume every day and had become genuine enthusiasts, and being the first 2 people to smell a new one had become the great privilege of their week. Corridor, come on. I opened the lavender outside the door. Oh, my lord, that's better than the jasmine. It was, considerably. The base was richer to begin with, and the ambergris did to it what it had done to the jasmine, except starting 4 times higher. I stood in my own corridor with my eyes shut, breathing it. I have never once regretted going into the perfume business. Both of you, put it on and tell me what it does after an hour. They were gone before I finished the sentence. The next morning, Alaric came into the garden while I was working through the triple flame slash. My lord, Chief Bramblestump is at the gate. I believe the 3-colored chickens have laid, my lord. He is carrying eggs. Already? That should not have been possible. Those birds had been on that lake for a day and a half, and even if they had laid, I had a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 demonic beast rooster standing guard over the nests, and my plan for the eggs involved several days of careful thought. Bramblestump came into my hall carrying a basket with 6 eggs in it. 3-colored chicken eggs are easy to recognize. The shell is yellowish-white and it has a faint shimmer across it, which comes from the demonic beasts in the flock. How did you get these? My lord, I sent 2 of the girls up to watch the birds as you ordered, and when we reached the lake, we saw fresh eggs on the shore. So I went into the water, my lord, and swam round quietly, and took them out of the nests from the lakeside. I had to put my hand over my face. Bramblestump, you are a remarkable man. A 4-colored rooster and a 5-colored rooster are demonic beasts, but they are low-tier demonic beasts, and underneath it all, they are still chickens. Chickens do not swim. Chickens do not consider the water a direction that things come from. A serf who had spent his whole life stealing food out of hedges had solved that in about 9 seconds. I was afraid an animal would take them, my lord, so I thought I would fetch them for you. Alaric, give the chief 2 pieces of brown sugar bread. Thank you, my lord. Alaric, being Alaric, handed them over with a warning. Chief Bramble, that bread sells for 7 copper apiece. Do not lose it. 7 copper? For that? The man's face. He had been about to put them in his shirt and had to reconsider his entire posture. Has the logging started? It has, my lord. 30 men from Maya village are cutting today. Good. Back to the salt works. Then I took my 6 eggs upstairs, because I had a project. White sugar comes from brown sugar. That is all it is. In the earliest days, people simply scraped the pale frost that formed on top of a brown sugar loaf and called it sugar frost. And everything since has been a way of doing that faster. What you are actually doing is removing the color. Brown sugar is sugar plus pigment. Take the pigment out and you have something clear and clean and white, and in this world, nobody has ever seen it. The method I know is the one they used at the works next to my grandmother's house, and it is charcoal, big basin, hot water, brown sugar in, stirred until it is completely gone, then charcoal in, and stir, and then pour the whole thing through the same kind of filter I built on the beach. It's still red. Not a failure, exactly. Just not enough charcoal. Charcoal works by adsorption. It grabs the pigment and holds onto it. In my old world, we would use activated charcoal, which does the same job about 5 times better. And I have no idea how to make activated charcoal, so my method is to use an embarrassing amount of the ordinary kind. Second pass. More charcoal, much more. Stirring until my arms complained. Back through the filter, I stood over the outlet and watched. and what came out the bottom was clear. There it is, there's my cake, my jam, and every gold coin in this earldom. Alaric, who had been helping and who I had specifically chosen because he is the only other person in that castle I led into the laboratory, looked at me with an expression of open and courteous horror, because from where he was standing, his lord had put several kilos of brown sugar into a basin, then several kilos of charcoal into the same basin, and turned a fortune into a bucket of water. My lord, why has the brown sugar gone? He was not being rude. He was collecting information because he intended to instruct the servants on the proper storage of brown sugar, so that this tragedy could never happen again on his watch. It hasn't gone, it's become something better. Something better, my lord? The color has gone, the sweetness has not. I held up the jar. Alaric, which do you think a noblewoman would rather have on her table, a brown lump or this? He genuinely did not know how to answer because he had learned what brown sugar was worth about a week ago and had not yet had time to develop opinions about anything better. Take it to Cora, have her boil it dry, and then come back and tell me what you think. And while that was on the stove, I sat in my study and looked at the census register, at an entry I had read past 3 times without registering it. Alara's birthday was the next day. She would not have mentioned it. It would not have occurred to her that it was a thing that could be mentioned. Serfs in this world do not have birthdays. They have an approximate year. And the day itself only exists because a literate girl wrote her own name into a register I had ordered. 6 weeks earlier, she had been standing in a field with her wrists tied, in a ring of people she had lived beside her whole life, all of whom had agreed that she should be burned before morning. Now she was a guard captain who could not be beaten by 5 of my best men, and her sister worked in my castle for 10 copper a day, and I had 2 kinds of sugar and 6 eggs, and I was about to send somebody out for milk. In my old life, I learned to make a cream cake for the specific and pathetic purpose of impressing a woman at work who was never going to be interested in me. It did not work, and I have never once regretted the hour I spent learning it, and I am aware of how that sounds. The rest of that morning, I was extremely cheerful and completely useless. Meanwhile, a man in a black cloak rode into Baron Volkov's castle. I want to be precise about the cloak because it matters. A full hooded cloak in this world is what a priest of the church wears. This one was black, and it carried no church emblem anywhere on it, so the man underneath it was not a priest and did not want to be identified as anything at all. I am Lorien. I come from Viscount Torvin to pay respects to Baron Volkov. The servants were sent out. Only then did he take the hood off, and he put a noble's badge on the table, and it was a very fine badge. Torvin, the Earl of Fleur's brother. Volkov turned it over. And what does he want with me? They had never met. They had never corresponded. Volkov knew perfectly well that most nobles laughed at him behind their hands, and none of them ever wrote first. His Excellency's letter, Baron. It explains everything. The seal was intact. Volkov broke it and read, and his face went through several stages. Viscount Torvin wants help with the second son of a baron? A knight? All this for a knight? The letter was short, and it asked for one thing, that Baron Volkov quietly remove the unfortunate lord of the Land of Misfortune next door. In exchange, Torvin promised that at least 10 Fleur City caravans would come to buy salt in Volkov's territory over the following year, and 30 gold coins in cash. The Lord of Storm territory is only a knight and would be easy to remove, said Lorien. But his father is the Earl's most trusted vassal. A Viscount cannot be seen to act. That is why we come to you. And you expect me to kill a noble lord on a promise? Volkov is a great many unpleasant things, and he is not stupid. The letter was in Torvin's own handwriting. It had no signature on it and no seal, which meant that if it ever surfaced, Torvin had never written it. Your Excellency, naturally there can be no contract for such a thing. But as a token of sincerity, His Excellency has sent me with 10 gold coins. A deposit. The remainder and the caravans will follow when it is done. He counted 10 gold coins onto the table, and Volkov finally smiled. 30 gold is tens of thousands of pounds of salt. 10 noble caravans is another gold coin, or 2 apiece. 50 gold, all told, for something he had already decided to do. Because he had 3 suspects for the camp. The first and most likely was his own elder brother, the legitimate heir, who has every reason in the world to burn a mine that could put a bastard on their father's chair, and against whom there was no evidence at all. The second was the Fleur family itself, whose buffer zone he had been stealing, and who could certainly erase a camp in a night without leaving a wheel rut. Also, no evidence. And the third was the useless lord next door, who was known to have found the camp, and who was known to be too weak to do anything about it, and who was therefore the least likely of the 3. Least likely, and closest, and safest. And Volkov had a great deal of anger and nowhere to put it. He had, in fact, been arranging something for several days already. Torvin's 10 gold coins did not buy a decision. They arrived and found one waiting. Then go back and tell Viscount Torvin to expect good news. Volkov swept the coins off the table. Within half a month. Baron Volkov is most gracious. So, let me tell you where I actually stood, on the day a man in a black cloak paid a deposit on my life. 6 weeks earlier, I woke up in a dead man's chair with my shirt soaked through, in a territory where 4 barons in a row had been killed in the same building, holding a piece of parchment that read like a suicide note with footnotes. I had 11 guards, 10 gold coins, no fighting spirit, a steward who thought I was an idiot, and a civil administrator sent specifically to make my life short. My people were being starved by a man in my own employ. My only market was a neighbor who charged me triple. My coastline was occupied, and in 7 days 30 monsters were going to come down out of the sky. Now the sky monsters were dead, the administrator was ashes, the neighbor's fortress was a burned hole in the woods with his 55 flame crystals in a box beside my bed. And my territory had salt, dried fish, ambergris perfume, brown sugar, white sugar, a swordwood grove, a coral reef, a poultry flock worth 30 gold, no taxes forever, and a queue of people every morning waiting to use a toilet. And a baron of this earldom had just sent a rider ahead with his card, politely, to ask whether he might visit the Land of Misfortune. That is the part I would have laughed at hardest 6 weeks ago. Not the sugar. Not the crystals. The card. But I want to be honest with you about the last thing, because it is the only thing that has stayed with me. I did not know about the black cloak. I found out about that meeting much later, and by then it had already cost me something I could not buy back. What I knew that afternoon was that the census said Alara turned a year older tomorrow, and that I had 6 eggs and 2 kinds of sugar, and a chef who had been famous in the capital, and that a girl who had spent 2 years being kept alive by her 12-year-old sister's jokes had never in her life been given a single thing on the day she was born. So, while a Viscount's man was counting gold onto a table 40 miles away, and telling a fat, furious baron that I had to be gone inside a fortnight, I was standing in my own kitchen arguing with Cora about milk. I do not regret how I spent that afternoon. I do regret that I spent it thinking the dark creatures were my problem, because there were still 168 of them coming, with 5 hellhounds and 10 headless knights, and a tier 3 death knight at the front of them, and they were the thing I had been counting down to for 6 weeks. And they were not what nearly killed me. The sky drops monsters on a schedule. You can plan for a schedule. Men are worse. Men wait until you are happy.